This is what we're going to be making.
This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle. Make your family healthy using your favorite fruits in smoothies. It comes in all colors and looks stylish in any kitchen. Fruits are good for your skin, sleep, and facial beauty. Get your blender by Philipsu at your local kitchen supply store. Or click on the link for a 30% discount. But that's not all. Also, subscribe to the Blender Ender.
The Blender in Blender course is entirely free and will be uploaded for you on YouTube to grow as a Blender artist. It's possible to get some assets entirely for free, such as the blender, but you can also get all the assets from the course, such as the fruits, kitchen and geometry node setups for a small price on my Gumroad. I have only one wish. Click on subscribe so you don't miss the free course. The first part of this free course will teach you some intermediate and advanced modeling tricks that will level up your Blender skills greatly. You'll also learn about correct topology, and in the end your model will look like this. Definitely subscribe to follow the free course, and let's get started. As you know from me, I always go in depth with my explanations, and so you will probably learn a thing or two. I would recommend following this course all the way until the end, but it's also possible to get the assets on Gumroad for a small price. So right now I'm in Blender 4.1, I'm going to delete all of this and I want to bring in my reference image. So I'm going to press Shift A, go to Image, Reference, and select the image that we've got. This one you can get for free on my Patreon. It's the Philips 5000 blender, and I'm going to press Alt R to undo any rotation. Then I will press R, X, 90, and now it's in the right position. It's not entirely centered. Reason for it, this image is actually kind of skewed over to this side instead of towards this side, which means we have some open space here and it's not entirely centered. So we have to do this by eye. GZ, bring it upwards, and holding Control will make sure that it snaps to the next grid. As you can see right here, snapping towards the next grid. So I'm going to place it right on this line, and I want to move this just slightly on the x-axis so that maybe we can reach this middle point where the ice cubes are located as well. So the first thing that you might think when you approach a model like this is, oh hey, it's a cube shape. So I want to add a cube. Let's add a cube, and I'm going to bring it over here, maybe scale it something like this, and then take the bottom side like so, scale it, and select all of these edges like so, and bevel it. And now we have this shape. But is this the best way to approach a model like this? Well, actually, no. As you can see, it's kind of skewed over to the side, which means that we already have some deviations in our topology, which we do not like because it gives us less control. The best practice in modeling allows us to keep making changes even further down the line, and that will give us more freedom in the entirety of the process. So we have to think beyond the short term. Of course, this may be a bit faster, but it's not the best way to approach this model. Reason for it? Well, it's skewed. We also have an n-gon right here, which is a bit tougher to work with. So let's say I'm going to press I will use loop tools and use a circle. And now we get this mess with all these lines going around it. And it's really just not the best way to approach this model. You might get some shading issues as well. And there's a far better method to do this. So if you thought we were going to use a cube, you're wrong. We're not going to use a cube. I'm going to select this reference image, bring it backwards on the y-axis so we can actually see what we're doing. I'm going to press Shift A, go to Mesh, and select Circle. Now over here we get a little box and we can change some things. 32 vertices are a bit too much for my liking, so I'm going to set it to 16. Now if we press on 7 on the numpad, we can see it from the top. Click on Tab. Now we are in edit mode. Press on 1 and we can see all the vertices. Now this is of course not the shape of this blender because it is not circular like that. So what I want to do is select these two and these two as well, scale it on the x-axis, and perhaps scale it on the y-axis just a little bit as well. And now we have something that looks like this blender. If I now press A, select everything, press E and bring it upwards, we have something that looks like the shape of this blender. Plus we have evenly spaced quads, which is a nice addition. Everything in a model, preferably, should be equal to each other. So if we have equal quads, we will not get any shading issues. While if you have a small quad over here and a big quad over there, then things might look messy when you start the texturing process. And that is the reason that we actually want to have clean topology. I know there's a lot of talking right now, even though we haven't modeled a single thing, but I hope it was helpful for you and that you take these lessons into account. Take all of this in object mode and bring it upwards towards this side. Now, as you can see in the reference image, it is a bit skewed. Why? Well, a camera has perspective, and that means the camera was probably located a bit above the blender, which means that we have some skewing of the image and it's not entirely flat as you would like it to be. But that is not a problem. We can do it by eye and interpret it with our own minds. So I'm going to scale this down just a little bit and make sure that it is somewhat aligning with the shape of our blender. And now in this part, I will take this, go into edit mode, press A, press on 1, press E, Press C, so we lock it on one axis. And right now we can bring it all the way over here, scale it down, and this is the first part of the blender. And I'm going to select the top part of this, press on 1, E, Z, just a little bit, because I want the line here to place inwards, so we get this little edge crease. And E, Z once again, bring it upwards towards this side. And as you can see, it's moving along a bit to the middle, so I will scale it down just a little bit. By the way, let me turn on my screencast keys. So right now we have this model. We can take this, bring it downwards, E, Z, and scale it something like so. Follow the reference image, preferably on one side. E, Z, scale, E, Z, and scale, E, Z, and now this, for this very bottom part, scale it as well. And now we have the basis of our shape, and this is starting to look very nice. But as you can see, we have some holes here and some holes over there, and we need to close this up. So I'm heading over into edit mode. Press 2, hold Alt, select this edge and go to the search menu. For me, it's the space button. I will type in grid fill, and you need to play around with the span in order to get the right topology over here. As you can see, this looks very clean. Now, why do we do this? Try to add an edge loop, and you will see it will go all the way around the model. Now, let's say we just pressed F. Try adding an edge loop now. It stops right over there. And that's not what we want. We want to have a clean topology that we can keep altering instead of having to clean up something in the future, or maybe you want to change something, then this will not be the best type of mesh to do that with. So I will go back and use the grid fill. Same goes for the bottom side. Select all of this, grid fill. And now for the next part, I will press on Alt Z so we can see through the mesh, and I will add loop cuts like so. And basically you want everything to be a square. That would be nice. I'm going to do something like this. So 5 loop cuts. One of these lines should go through the middle of this button. And now I will press on 3 so we are in phase select mode, and select these 4 edges, but only do so after pressing Alt C once again. Otherwise you will also select the bottom side of this. So press on 1. And we now have the part of this circle. Go to edit mode, preferences, go to add-ons, type loop tools, and enable this. If you have loop tools, you can turn this into a circle real easily. Right mouse click, loop tools, circle, and now we have a circle. But you can also exclude a certain axis from the circle. So let's say I select the Z, then this will become flat, as you can see. Now, we do not need that in this case, we just want a circle. So that's something that you could use if you happen to need it. But there's another important setting in the loop tools that we must check out, namely the flatten button. Because if I move towards the side now, you can see that it is actually stretched out all the way until, well, it's flat. So it's flat right here. And we do not want that, we actually want it to follow the mesh properly. I'm going to unselect flatten, now watch what happens. It's following the mesh. And now we are not distorting it towards the inside or stuff like that. It's kind of following with the topology we already had. Scale this up so it fits into the black part. And now what we can do, press I and bring this inwards towards the next part of this circle. And this part should go inside. I'm going to press I once more. Press E, have it go inside a bit, but as you may see, it's going inside in a weird axis. It is not following the line of the normals in our mesh. And we actually do want that to happen. So I'm going to press on this button right here where it says global, and I will change it to normal. First, let me show you what global does. So if I press on G and Y, for example, it will only strictly move it on this Y axis. But as you may see, actually it's something like so. Now we don't want to fiddle around with this ourselves, so we're going to let the computer do it. Global, normal, G, Z. And as you can see, now the line is a bit more skewed, and that is because it is following the normal of that face. Bring it inwards just a little bit. Now press I again, really small. So hold shift, and now we have some space in between here, and we can bring this outwards, and this will be our button. But the button obviously doesn't look like this. It should be flat. So how can we fix that? Right mouse click, loop tools, and flatten. And now this will be entirely flat as well. And that looks very good. As you can see in the reference model, there's a certain rim on the button. So let's select all of these edges. Go to edge mode, hold Alt and Shift, and select all of these edges. Control B, and now we can get a bevel, reduce the size all the way to 1, and we want to increase the shape to 1 as well, and leave the segments to 1. Now we have enough to work with. So I'm going to take this, select it all, press I, G, Z, bring it inwards. This should be a fine looking button. You're probably wondering, this doesn't really look like the model yet. So what we are going to do is press Ctrl 3, for example, and now this will add a whole lot of geometry that we can use, and it already looks a bit better. Shade smooth, we can go over here, add modifier, go to normals, smooth by angle, and click on ignore sharpness. This will make sure that it's smoothed throughout the entire project and we do not have to shade smooth every time again. This already looks pretty good, but I think that it is a bit too soft over here on these edges. I'm going to select this, take this edge, hold Alt and click on it, Ctrl B and give it a bevel as well. Just a small one, and now it's a bit more straight. I think this comes out a bit too far, so I'm going to select these 4 faces, Ctrl plus, G, Z, bring it backwards just a little bit, should look a bit like this. And that is the beginning of our blender. But we still don't have this separating line. I'm going over into edit mode, select this, hold Alt, and in face select mode, so press 3, hold Alt, select this line, Alt E, and now we can extrude from the normals, which means that whatever direction the face is headed in, we can place it inwards. Extrude faces along normals and bring it inwards like this, and now it becomes a bit too soft. So we will go into edge select mode by pressing 2, select this line, Ctrl B, and give it a small bevel as well. And now this looks very clean. So we are now pretty far in the process. The middle part is almost done, and we can now make the top part of this. It should go inside. As you can see, it is skewed over into the side a bit, and then there's a hole where this thing can fit in. So I'm going to select all of these edges by holding Alt and Shift, clicking on these edges. Ctrl B, give it a small bevel. Then I will press on 7 and select only these inner quads, like this. And we can now press on I, bring it inwards, scale it, bring it downwards, press I, hold Shift, make it really small, E, and bring it downwards. And now it should fit into this hole. So press I once again to smoothen it out. And now we have a proper hole for this to sit in. Now we do not see the rim of this line as of yet, which means there is not enough geometry here. So I'm going to place a loop cut right there by pressing Ctrl R, bringing it all the way over here. Take this one and press E, Z, and now we have this cool rim going around the entire model as well. If we want to sharpen this, we can select the inner edge, hold Shift E and drag it out. And Shift E is basically creasing it, and this will make sure that the edges become sharper and the subdivision will not smoothen out the mesh like that. Now this already looks pretty good. I think there's a rim over here as well, so we can add it. What I'm seeing is that this has too much topology, and this is what I meant by quads earlier on. Here you see more topology than over here, which means that we probably have aligned too much. So I'm going to select all of this by holding Alt, X, dissolve edges. And now this will probably look a whole lot smoother without shading issues. So watch the difference. You can see here that there's an extra line of shading going on. It's kind of making some shadows. And if we delete this, dissolve edges, it's smoothened out, and that is actually what we want. Now over here, we have this other rim. So if I select this mode and go over there, it's this one. So I will select this line, Ctrl B, give it a small bevel, press on 3, select this entire line, Alt E, extrude faces along normals, and it will not do so. Why? Well, because we are still on normal over here. And I will set the normal back to global. Alt E, extrude faces along normals, and bring it inwards like so. And now we have a small rim for this as well. So this was the easy part of the model. It already looks pretty good, but now we have to do the bottom side and the top side as well. The top side is going to be the hardest part, and the bottom is going to be easy. So follow along, we are going to do the bottom first. Shift A, mesh, circle, leave it to 16, it's fine. Scale it down, bring it over here, and make sure that it is approximately the size of this foot. Press on Alt C so we can look through it. Select everything, E, Z, bring it upwards, E, Z, bring it upwards, and make sure to follow this curve just a little bit, like so. Bring it upwards, scale it. Then select the entire bottom part, E, Z, bring it down, and bring this towards the side, G, X, E, Z, E, Z, S, E, Z, S, E, Z. And now we can fill this up with an N-gon. I don't think an N-gon in this case will hurt us. I, make sure it's sharp, give it a Ctrl 3 as well. So now we have the subdivision surface modifier. It shouldn't be in this middle, so I'm going to press G and Y, bring it over here, and make sure that it's tall enough to reach the end. GX, bring it a bit over here, because the photo is a bit more to the side, and we modeled it a bit more towards the right. So I'm going to bring it over there just a little bit to account for this difference. So we can go to the modifier tab, type mirror, select with this picker tool this mesh, and the mirror will be applied based on the origin point of this mesh. So this mesh origin point is right over here, it's right in the middle, which is fine. And we can also go to this one and select the y-axis as well. So it will place mirrors on the x and on the y-axis. And now we have 4 feet for this Blender model. And if we make a change to this one, the others will move closer to each other as well. Now over to the hard part. This is going to be a challenge, not necessarily because this is very hard to model or this is very hard to model. That's all pretty easy to do. It's more about the top part that's a bit harder. So let's click on this model first. Let's select these 4 quads, Shift S, cursor to selected. And now the cursor will be placed entirely in the middle. Press Shift A, mesh, circle. We're just going to do the same trick over and over again. G and Z, bring it upwards and make sure that it fits in this entire box almost perfectly. Press on 1, Alt C, go into edit mode, press 1, E, Z, bring it upwards all the way over here. And now we notice our first mistake. So this hole is not big enough. Basically, that's what it comes down to. So I have this selected, Control plus, Control plus, Control plus, Control plus. Then we can scale it until we have the right size for our hole. Scale it. And now this should be the right size for this hole. Scale this up as well. Make sure that it fits in. Take this entire edge, Alt C, bring it upwards. And from now on, we can start working on this model. So E, Z, scale. E, Z, scale. And this is simply to follow along with the mesh. E, Z, all the way upwards, scale like this, bring it down until we reach the rim. And as you may notice, it's not following this properly. So I'm going to add another loop cut right here, scale it. Of course, we do not have even quads yet, so we're going to finish that later. But first, let's select this. So E, Z, bring it upwards, scale it outwards. E, Z, bring it upwards. E, Z, bring it upwards and scale it inwards. Like so. And it should be properly following this line as well. So we can scale it, holding Shift, until it follows the previous line as well, and now it's perfectly aligned. Let's clean up this topology a bit, add some more of this. 1, 2, 3 should be fine. And over here as well, 1, 2, 3, this should be fine. And now all of these are approximately the same size. Now I'm going to press on Alt 3 to see what it looks like. Pretty good if you ask me. Now we're far from done because we need to make the handle, and we are going to make some insides of this and the top part. The top part is the hardest part. This is all pretty doable. So I'm going to select all of this, and now we have the entire mesh. Shift D, X, bring it to the side, press on M to make a new collection, call it backup blender, like this, and then turn it off by clicking on these buttons. And now if we make a mistake, we can always go back to this checkpoint. I want to add some more geometry to this. So I'm going to set the subdivision to 1 level, press on Control A right over here, and it will apply the subdivision. And now we have more to work with. So what we want to do basically is select these 4 quads, press on 1, and now this will be exactly where this starts. So I'm going to select this, Loop Tools, Circle, and now we've got a circle right here. I'm going to press X, delete these faces, select this entire circle, press 1, E and X, bring it outwards, S, X, 0, and now it will be flat. And I think it would be better to take in a different picture right now. So Shift A, References, Alt R, RX, GY, bring it upwards, and make sure that it's the same size as this one. And this is basically what it looks like. So our circle might be a bit too big. So I'm going to press Control plus, scale it down just a little bit. So right now we want to follow this line, and the way we're going to do it by holding Shift, right mouse click, and now we get our 3D cursor right over here. The way we are going to do it is simply by selecting this, press on 1, go to the spin tool, and here you can select the axis. It's going to be the Y axis, and now if you spin this, we actually get something that looks like this handle. Not entirely yet, but I'm going to set the angle to -90, and we have the center X and the Y. So we can change the X around and the Z to make sure that this follows the line. And now we can press E, Z, bring it down, bring it towards the side, G and X. Place your 3D cursor right here, do the same trick, set it to 90, play around with the X and the Z in order to have it follow along correctly. This is not following the curve entirely, so we have to play around with the angle until it does. And now basically what we want to do is connect this circle with a circle right over there. Select these quads. 1, yes, this is where the circle should be located. Loop Tools, Circle, scale it down just a bit, X, Faces, select this edge, then select this edge, press on your search menu bar and type in Bridge Edge Loops. And now it will connect itself like so. And this means that we've got our handle. It's almost done. It's not entirely done. So I'm going to press on Control 3 so we have some new subdivision to work with. And we also have to make sure that we have this little rim around the edges. So I'm going to add a loop cut right here, Control R, bring it over there. Then go to Face Select mode, Alt, select this edge, Alt E, and move it outwards like so. Then select this inner edge, Control B, and give it a small bevel. And now we have this. You can also do that for the top part, exactly the same. Control 3, bring it inwards. Then take this edge, Alt E, faces along normals. Then take the inner edge, Control B, and make sure that it looks like this. So let's see, there's one over here, there's one over there. So select this part, Shift S, cursor to selected, then select these two vertices and scale towards the 3D cursor. So select this button, set it to 3D cursor and scale it right over there. And now it's more rounded out. And over here, let's follow it all the way to the bottom. So let's say this one, Shift S, cursor to selected, select both of these vertices and scale it towards this side and make sure that it's a bit more straight, like so. Then we can select all of this. And now I'm going to set this to normal, press E, and now it will follow the normals of this edge perfectly. Make it a bit subtle, something like this. And now basically we have to do this for all these sides. So I'm going to speed up through this process. Select this vertice, cursor to selected, select this, scale it until it looks like a rounded edge. Then right over here we have this line, Shift S, cursor to selected, select both of these, scale it towards the 3D cursor, make sure it's a bit more straight. And then we have that, select all of this, E, and bring it inwards just a little bit. This is the line that should be skewed. So this should be the line where Shift S occurs. Shift S, cursor to selected, select both of these, scale it towards there. This line over here, Shift S, cursor to selected, scale it over there. That's the correct line. Shift S, cursor, select both of these, scale it, and the same goes for this one as well, right over there. Shift S, cursor to selected, select both of these, scale it, and make it sharp. And select all of these, like so. I'm holding Control, by the way, Control and Shift, and it will follow the shortest path. Alt E, faces along normals, bring it inwards, like so, and now we have that kind of shape going on in our Blender as well. Now let's continue with the top part. So right here you can see that it's moved over towards the side, and the lid of this also has the same kind of shape going on. I'm going to take this, select all of these lines right over there, press on 1, G and X, bring it outwards, and now we have this shape for our Blender as well. And we can basically duplicate this entire top line, Shift D, P, separate the selection. Right now this is its own object. E and Z, and the first thing we may notice is that it's not skewing over towards this side enough. So we'll head over in edit mode, press on 1, press on 7, and select all of this starting from the middle, G and X, and bring it towards that side till it is correct, like so. Press A, select all, E, S, bring it upwards. Now it's moving towards the inside just a little bit, so I'm going to set this to median point, S, scale it inwards, E, Z just a little bit. And as you can see, this is sticking out on the other side as well, just a little bit. So I'm going to press on 7 and take this, G and X, and bring it towards this side. And now I'm going to do a different type of technique in order to make sure that this mesh is still correct. So I'm going to press Shift S, cursor to selected, and this will bring it towards the origin point. Now as you can see, the origin point is all the way over here. So I'm going over to Object, Set Origin, Origin to Geometry. Now the origin point is over here, it's the orange dot. Shift S, cursor to selected, and now it's in the right position. So now that we've got our 3D cursor right over here, I'm going to press Shift A, Mesh, add a circle, and this time we want it to be 32 vertices. Why? Well, we added a subdivision before and we applied it, and the subdivision was 1, which means that it doubled the amount of vertices that we have. So I'm going to turn it to 32, scale it down, and make sure that it aligns with the whole of the top part, something like this. Now what I'm also noticing is that right over here it's a bit of a lip and not necessarily an ellipse. GX, bring it down, and make sure that it follows the circle, and then take only this part, enable proportional editing right here, or by pressing O, GX, and bring it over towards this side, like so. And I think this should be a bit more correct. Now select this mesh, select this circle, Ctrl J, add them together, press on 2, select this circle, select the outer edge of this circle, go to the search menu, and type bridge edge loops. And as you can see, we now have a pretty decent mesh going on for this part. Ctrl 3, let's see what it looks like. Pretty good if you ask me. So I'm going to take this, Shift D, bring it down over here. I will remove this part for now. And in this mesh, we also want to do this for the bottom. So select the bottom edge of this one, select the new circle we just created, bridge edge loops. And as you can see, we now have a mesh that is closed off. Very nice. So select these two edges, A, bridge edge loops. So this is the correct mesh for the top part. Let's go over here, take this bottom line, and we need to bring it inwards. So E and Z, bring it down. So I'm going to the reference right over there, and the first thing I'm noticing is that our circle is not located at the right position. I'm going to press Ctrl plus, then select this edge, press on 1, scale it up from its median point, like so, and maybe bring it over just a little bit towards this side. And as you can see, this part is wider than this part. So if you make a line right here, you can see that this part is sticking out basically. So what we should do is take this, bring it upwards. E and S, scale it outwards until it sort of fits the size that we want it to. G and Z, and E and Z. And now we have something approximate of the size of this thing. EZ, bring it down, scale it. EZ, bring it down. EZ, bring it down, scale it. So now we have that rim. EZ, bring it down. It's going slightly with a slope. So I'm going to scale it a bit like this. EZ, EZ, S, EZ, ES, bring it down. EZ, EZ, ES, EZ, like so. Now select this line and this line as well. Alt-E, faces along normals, bring it over there. Select this edge, this edge, this edge, and this edge. Control-B, bevel it with only one segment, and now this looks like the top part. So let's close off this bottom part. Take this line, Shift-D, scale it inwards, like so. Select this line, A, bridge edge loops, and now it is connected like this. Now select this inner line again, press S to scale it down, because right here I see that there is something like a hole over here. So I'm going to select this line, Shift-D, S, bring it down over here, then separate the selection, like this. Go over into this object, press 1, and now we want to turn this into a square. The way I'm going to do it, Shift-S, cursor to selected, set this to 3D cursor, select these edges right here, and select these edges right here. Use proportional editing, SX, and make sure that it's more of that square type shape. And now it looks a bit more like a square. I'm going to reconnect it to this part, Ctrl-J, and select this line, A, bridge edge loops, and things should work out fine. Now I'm going to take this, G, C, bring it down, like so. E, S, bring it down once again, like this. And E, Z, bring it down, like this. And now this is actually what the top part looks like. So we are only missing this part. So I'm going to select this line, Shift-D, bring it upwards, scale it down just a little bit. P, separate the selection. And now we have this line. Go into 1 so that we can select the vertices. Press A, go to 1, E, Z, bring it upwards, so it's a bit too small. So what we actually need to do, select this, Control plus, scale it up just a little bit, like so. And now if we bring this upwards, Shift-D and Z, yeah, this should be around the size that we are looking for. So I'm going to select this edge, Shift-D, Z, bring it upwards, scale it down just a little bit so it can fit inside. Then P, separate the selection, go over into this object, press Tab, A, now we've got everything selected. Press on 1, E, Z, bring it upwards, E, S, like this. EZ, scale it inwards just a bit. EZ, scale it inwards just a bit. And EZ, grid fill. Now, select this part. EZ, bring it down. I have no idea how tall or far it should go, so I'm just going to bring it all the way over here and add a solidify. Drag the solidify on top of the subdivision. Now I think this is a bit too flat, so I'm going to add 2 more loop cuts right over here. SZ, bring it upwards, and now it's a lot more straight. It looks pretty good. But there's one thing I noticed, and that is that this actually is supposed to go outside. It's not going inside, it's going outside. So we're going to select all of this, Alt-S, and bring it towards the outside, like this. And now we can also take these lines, Alt-S, and bring it outside just a bit more. Shift-E until we reach the mean crease of 0.5. And maybe we can take these inner circles, like so, and crease that as well. Let's see what it looks like. I think that's the way to go. So I'm going to select all of these inner circles right here, just holding Alt and Shift, selecting all the inner circles like that. Shift-E, crease it to 1. Same goes for this part, and now it looks like this. So let's take all of this and select it as Z. Now it's scaled on the Z-axis a bit, and Alt-S. We only have to do the inside. So let's go over here. Let's add a circle once again. Mesh, circle, set it to 16. We do not need a lot of geometry. Scale it down, press on 1 in edit mode. EZ, bring it upwards, and scale it just like it would look on the reference image. EZ, bring it towards that side, EZ, bring it towards this side, EZ, EZS, EZ, EZ, easy, easy, easy. Let's grid fill this. Same goes for the bottom side. Add a subdivision. You might take this line, Control B, add a small bevel like so to make it a bit harsher. And now all we need is this top part, which is going to slice the fruit. Shift S, cursor to selected, add a plane, bring it upwards, scale it like so. Add a loop cut right over here, 2 of them. SX, bring them closer to each other. Then add a loop cut right here and delete the entire right part, like so. Bring in a mirror modifier, and from this part we can pull it upwards, scale it inwards, add a loop cut right here, bring it down, then take these two, then add a loop cut right here, Shift S, cursor to selected, select these 2 vertices, set this to 3D cursor, scale it towards the 3D cursor like so, add a subdivision surface modifier, S, Y, and now we can also add a solidify modifier, drag it above the subdivision and increase the thickness. Now the outer edges are pretty sharp, so I'm going to select those, holding Alt, Shift E, take it like this, take this line as well, Shift E. So let's now apply the mirror modifier. Now take this line, Shift E, make it harder as well. And instead of using the solidify, I'm just going to select all, Alt E, extrude faces along normals, take this edge, Shift E, and make sure that it's pretty hard as well. Same goes for this edge right over here. Alt S to make it smaller. Now I'm going to add a loop cut right over here, add a loop cut right over there. Then take these edges right over here, take these edges as well and scale it on the X-axis just a bit, maybe on the Y as well. Take this inner line, remove the crease, and now we have something that looks pretty decent for this blender. So you learned how to make correct topology for a blender model like this. It was quite a complex shape, and I can say with ease that this is the hardest part of the entire free course. Everything from here on out will be a lot more simple to create, and I will show you exactly how to do it step by step. So I hope you had a lot of fun and learned a lot of things modeling this together with me. And in the next part of this video we are going to be texturing this object, and it's going to be a very useful lesson for you as well. So I recommend watching that from beginning to end. I also recommend checking out my Gumroad. There are some free assets, and there's also the ultimate Gobo pack. I'll see you in the next video. You should now have a beautiful Blender model that's ready for texturing. Check out my Gumroad for free and paid assets, and in the next video you're going to learn a whole lot, so click here to watch that video next. If you've never added logos to a model, created symbols, or textured anything in Blender procedurally, then this tutorial will increase your skills tremendously. You'll learn how to make everything from start to finish yourself, but it's also possible to get these images for free on Patreon or Gumroad. Link is in the description. Subscribe to follow this free course, and let's get started straight away. So right now I'm picking up where we left off. I'm going to delete the camera for now because we do not need it. I will also remove the reference images. They are right over here, and I will just turn them off like this. So in order to see what we are doing, we can go to the viewport shading mode right over here, and now we get a good idea of what we must do. So I'm going to start with the body first. I'm going to drag this up, go over to the shader editor, click on new, and right now we have a principled BSDF. I'm going to turn back on one of the reference images just so we can see what it looks like. And now I'm going to the principled BSDF, increase the metallic. Now this is already starting to look like the material that we need. However, if you look closely, you can see that there's a kind of texture right here with all these lines. And we are going to replicate that. So the way I'm going to do it is by bringing in a noise texture like this, pressing on Ctrl T to get our texture coordinate nodes. And we're going to have to use the UV for this one. I'm going to plug the noise texture into the roughness, and then I'll hold Shift and Control and click on the noise texture just to see what it looks like. Well, there's not much going on, and first of all we have to unwrap the UVs. So I'm going into edit mode, press A, U, and unwrap cylinder projection. And you can already see that we are starting to get the type of result that we're after, but it's not entirely what we want it to be yet. So the way to fix that is by going over into the mapping node, in the scale, and increase the Y. And now it will make these lines that we want. We can also play around with the X, and I wouldn't stretch it out like this because I think there is some random variation in it. So I'm going to turn it up to 1.25. Then I will add in a color ramp, plug it right in between, and let's see what it looks like. Now it's a bit too much, and I don't think we have enough lines. So I'm going to increase the Y even more until we are at something like this, maybe 108. And it's not entirely reflective, so we should probably decrease the black color to something like a grayish tone somewhere over here in the middle. And the white can also be brought down just a little bit, like this. And now we're starting to reach the effect that we're after. I'm going to increase the base color to a pure white, like so. And now we need to bring in a bump map. So over here, I will drag the vector and we can select something. You can type bump and choose the height and plug it in the normal. Now it will be a bit too much. I'm going to decrease the strength all the way to a very low number, maybe even something like 0.033. And this is starting to look like the material over here. Increase the Y, so I'm going to set it to 150. I still think it's a bit too reflective, so I'm going to increase this color just a bit more until it's really subtle, just like over here. Given the fact that it's a pretty glossy material, it will be dependent on the lighting that we use, how it will look. Let's add another noise texture. Let's add a mix color node, plug it right in here, plug this vector into B, and now we have some variation on our material. But once again, we do not want those black parts, so I'm going to bring in a color ramp, turn this black all the way up, like right over here, and the white can be brought down just a little bit as well. And the effect is subtle, but it's there, and it makes it look just a little bit more real. Now for the next material, we are going to make this black part. So I'm going to click on tab, make a new material, and I am going to turn off the subdivision surface modifier for now. And right over here, we have this line. I'm going to select it. It's the uttermost bottom line. It's tucked away all the way in the inside. But I'm going to hold Alt, click on the faces, and then we have that line selected. Then I will press on Ctrl plus a couple of times until we get everything that should be black. So that includes this part and this part. Now I will assign this material, assign. I will turn the subdivision back on and we can change this color to black. Now this doesn't look very good yet, and the reason for it is that it's stretching it because of the subdivision. Click on tab, select the outer ring, holding Alt and Shift and clicking on these lines. Then press Shift and E and increase the crease. And now this is a pretty good circle. We can do the same for the inside of this part as well, like this. This material is not finished yet. It looks too 3D. So what we are going to do, increase the roughness a bit. And now I'm going to add in a Voronoi texture. I'm going to press on Ctrl T and plug the object into the vector. Then I will take the distance and add it to another bump height. Bump in the normal. We can go to F1 in the Voronoi texture and select distance to edge. And now I will increase the scale to something very high, 200. Then I will decrease the strength. And as you can see, this already looks a bit better. And we worked on it just a bit more. Maybe decrease the strength ever so slightly. I'm going to set it to 0.05. And now it's better than just a black texture. We can also apply the black texture to this part. Go over here, click on New, and select the black texture from this tab. I'm going to call it Black Plastic. And I will call this one Brushed Metal. We can also select the top part. Let's click on the dash icon. So we separate this object from the rest. And now we'll select the middle part. Ctrl plus, Ctrl plus, Ctrl plus, Ctrl plus, until we are all the way over here. And then I will apply the black plastic to it. As you can see, it's kind of overlapping with the other texture, and we have to do the same trick that we did before. Just select this line, this entire edge, Shift E, and make this straight. And now everything should work out fine. Let's click on dash again. Now you can already see that this is starting to look like the texture that we want it to be, but we're not there yet. Let's click on this material first. Press New, go to Transmission, increase the weight and decrease the roughness. Now this will not be visible in the viewport shading, but once we go over to the rendered view, you will be able to see that this is a glass material. I will also take the top part and make it that black material once again, black plastic. Then I will select this and give it the glass material by clicking on this with Shift, going over here, copy material to select it. Now one thing you might notice is that this button right here has a very specific pattern for its roughness, and we cannot replicate that in any way except for the method that I'm about to show you. So I will make a new material, go over here and assign this to this new material. This new material can be made the brushed metal. So I'm going to select brushed metal and then right over here copy the material. And now we copied the material of the brushed metal, but it's only operating on this button. Let's delete all of this, then press Shift A, gradient, add a gradient texture. We're going to set it to radial, plug it in here, vector into the roughness. And we can't see anything as of yet, and the reason for it is that it's all stretched out because of this mapping node. I'm going to click on those two, set it to 1, and you already saw a color shift, but nothing really happened. It's kind of skewed over to one side. So we have to select all of this, minus 0.5. And now you can actually see something happening. In order to get this texture to look like this texture, we can add a wave texture right here, but it's still not the way that we want it to look. And the reason for it is that we unwrapped it using the cylinder projection. So I'm going into edit mode, U, unwrap, and now it will unwrap basically this entire plane as we see it. And now we already start to get this type of result, but the scale is too much. So I'm going to set it to 1, and now it's too uniform. So I'm going to increase the distortion till we get something that looks like our reference image. We can play around with the scale, and now this looks pretty good, but it's too reflective once again. So I'm going to add a color ramp, turn the black values up a notch, like so, and turn the white a bit down. And now we get this effect. You can change it around by playing with the face offset if you want it to look any different than it does right now. So that's a cool little trick that you can use in order to fake a reflection that otherwise would not happen in your actual model. So let's hide the glass for now and go over to this texture. This should be black, so I'm going to select this one, black plastic. Then I will go over here and give it a new material, new, increase the metallic, decrease the roughness. We can now decrease the base color to a bit more of a grayish tone. This should work out fine for what we are trying to do. So let's add an HDRI for now. You can already see that this is starting to look like a pretty good blender. But we are missing a crucial part. We are missing the text, and this really adds a lot to the entire texture. Now, I'm not going to make this in Blender. We are actually going to make it in Davinci Resolve. The steps will be applicable to any program that you use, be it Paint or Photoshop or whatever, so you can follow along with the tutorial just fine. If you do not want to do this, you can also go over to my Patreon, and for free you will find the textures over there to download and follow the rest of this tutorial. I will place a timestamp right here so you can go over to the next part where we actually add the text to the materials if you do not want to make them yourselves in Davinci Resolve. However, I do recommend following this process so you actually know how to do it yourself once you are confronted with it in another project. So I'm going to bring in this image, and now we can see what's going on. Now there's two methods of extraction. In this case, this image quality is very low. You could try upresing it in AI, but I find that text upres in AI is not the best yet. It works better for pictures. So let's go over to Fusion, right over here, and add a text plus, right over here. Connect the text plus to the square and connect it to the media out. And now we have some text right over here. So let's type Pro Blend. And basically, we kind of want to make it look like this. So I'm already seeing that it's italic, like so. And now we can go over to the fonts and find something that looks like the original that we want to use. So I've selected Trebuchet MS, which is probably a Microsoft font, so you should have it. Now what we can see is that this blend is a different font type than this one. So this one is not bold. And the way to fix that is to go over here, right mouse click and select character level styling. Then in the modifiers right next to tools, we can select this part in our image, like so. Go over here and set it to italic. I still think it's a bit too thick, so maybe we can even use a different font for this. Maybe this one, Segu UI. And now we have kind of recreated what this looks like. We can also have this crush right over there. Let's copy this text, Control C, Control V, bring it over here and type crush right over here. Bring it down just a bit, make it smaller because it is way smaller. It's actually just as big as the Pro. And this is a trick that's being used in text often, is that you make the lines of the text align. So I'm going right over here and make sure that we have that as well. Increase it until it is just as big as Pro. And I will select Segui UI and make it semi-light italic. And I want these to be able to move together. I'm going to drag this upwards, click on this one, shift space, multi-merge, then drag this one into the multi-merge, disconnect it from this merge node and delete this merge node. So right now, if we add a transform node after this one, we can increase the scale or move it around and everything is together. Now our original image was pretty low resolution, as you can see, 384 by 461. And I'm going to take this background node, go into image, auto resolution, change this to 1080 by 1080. And now we must change the size of the text accordingly. It is actually better to do it in the text itself instead of in the transform node. I will add a background node. I'm going to select this one, copy it, paste it right over here. And now we'll take a circle, press on 1, set this to white, bring the circle into the background, duplicate the circle, set it to subtract, and increase the border width, or decrease the border width. Now there's another circle right in here, so we're going to recreate that as well. I'm going to take this circle, copy it, and bring it in here, decrease the border width, and move this one towards the side, and increase it until it somewhat looks like what we are after. And now we have to remake this entire shape. Let's go over here, select the polygon tool, let's make the shape. Drag it in here, subtract, and increase the size of this. Now we also need a circle in this side. So take the circle once again, copy it, paste it, decrease the border width, decrease the size of the circle, and bring it in the inside, like so. Now we also need those little dots. So let's just take this, set it to subtract, and make these dots by hand, like so. Do the same again, replace it, place it over there, maybe rotate it. And now we've recreated this little logo. It's not entirely perfect, but I think it will be fine for what we are trying to do. So let's add a text plus, drag it over here. Let's go to layout and type circle. Now go to text, type P, space, space, off, on, min. Let's increase the size of this. Now we also need the dots. So let's add a background, take this one, copy it, make it white, right over there. Take this, add a circle, small dot, bring it right over there. Now let's add a duplicate. We need 10 copies. This requires some fiddling around in order to get it right. And now we've got this texture as well. So what we need are some ice cubes. We're going to make that right now. Take the background node, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, add it right over here. Take this square, bring it right over there, make it smaller, round the edges by increasing the corner radius, and take this same square, copy it, paste it, subtract it, increase or decrease the border width. Now we can take this square once again, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V right over there, decrease the border width until it fits right in there. Take it again, Ctrl+C, Ctrl+V, subtract, and now move it towards this side until we get this kind of shape. Add a transform, decrease the size, copy all of this, paste it once more, plug it in here, take the transform, bring this one over there, it's a bit smaller than the other ones, and take this one and rotate it, and now we've got our little ice cubes as well. And now finally we only need Phillips. So now we have recreated every part of the texture in Davinci Resolve using some unorthodox methods. I hope you learned a lot and that you can use this in future projects to create whatever shape you like. I'm going to save this as a black and white image because we are going to use this in Blender as an alpha mask, and I'm going to show you how to do it right now. So right now I'm back in Blender and we can add our image textures the way we like. So I'm going over here and looking at this. I want to add this image to our material, but I actually want to do it separately so I have a little bit more control. It is possible to use a mix node, but in many cases these type of letters are not baked into the material itself, but it's just kind of a sticker that's put on it and you want to give it its own material. So I like to do it by separating it from the original texture so we have some more control. Now I'm going to add a printable BSDF like this, bring it over here, take this to the side, add an image texture as well, image texture, and open the texture that we've just created. I'm going to press Ctrl+T, and I will delete the texture coordinate because I want to give it its own coordinates. So go over here to the Data Object Properties tab, go to UV Maps, click on plus, and then select this button. And now we have a new UV map. I'm going to call it Text. Over here in the shader editor, Shift A, UV Map, and select Text. Plug the text into the vector. Now I will select both printable BSDFs, press Ctrl+0, and you can already see that our texture is being mixed. So if I place it right over here on 1, it will be this texture, and on 0 it will be this texture. So now we need to drive the mask of this, so we only have this texture on our text. So if I plug the color into the vector, we can see that the text is being applied to our texture, but it's not entirely correct. Why? Well, this UV map that we just created doesn't have any UVs as of yet. So I'm going to select this part right over here, press U, and unwrap. As we can see, it's turned inside out, so it's taking our black texture instead of our white texture for the text. What I'm going to do is simply bring in an invert color node, drag it right in here, and now our black text will be back while we have the white text right over here. Now we need to change the UVs, obviously. So let's go over here, UV editor, select this, R90, straighten it out by selecting this line, SY0, SY0, select all of this, select this line, SX0, SX0, do the same for this one, SX0, SX0 and SX0. And now this should work fine. I'm going to select all of this by pressing A, right mouse click, and mirror it on the x-axis. And now the text will be in the correct position. So let's scale it down. I don't know how big it was. I think something like this. I will place it right over here. Let's see in a reference image. But as you can see, it's also taking a part of this text, and we do not want that. So I'm going back into the shader editor, go over here, and now we need to mix this texture with another texture in order to remove this. And I also don't like that we have this D right here. So we can just fix that by selecting every other edge except this one and scaling it into the black. And now that will be removed and we only have this problem left. So let's go over here to the shader editor. And basically what we want to do is to create a square that will remove this from our object. The way to do it is by using a multiply. I'm going to add a mix color right over here. So now we only need to remove this text right here. So how am I going to do it? Well, it's quite simple actually. We have to set this mix color node to multiply. And if you watch the first free masterclass, you probably already know why we do that, and this will make a lot of sense. If you haven't watched that yet, go ahead and check it out. So first I'm going to add a gradient texture right over here. I'm going to look at its orientation, Control-Shift-Click, and the black side is right over here. So I don't think that is correct. So I'm going to add a color ramp. My suspicion was correct. Click on the gradient texture, Control-T, go to the rotation of the Y, set it to 90, and now it's coming from a different angle. So let's see what it looks like. Something like this, and it should be very, very strong. And let's drag this into the vector. Now look at the multiply and what it's doing for us. And here it has removed everything. So if we flip this is just playing around with the color ramps. And if we flip this, bam, only this remains. So if we now click on our mix shader, everything is the right texture and our text is perfectly clean right here without adding the other text as well. So that's a cool little trick that you can use in any project you like. Basically what happened is we've got this white part right over here, and this is the vector. And we have our first color, which is basically black and white, which is going into the A. And the black color is coming over here and removing this part of the text. That's basically what happened. And now we've got this text right over here. Already looks a whole lot better, a whole lot more professional. So first of all, let's make this circular texture. This black material is part of the black plastic. I'm going into this data object properties tab. I will make a new one and I will call it circle. And I will select it right here. And the material is actually the black plastic 001. So it's right over here. Let's make a new principled BCF. Add it right here. Control 0 to make a mix shader. Bring it up here. Control T, delete the texture coordinate, UV map. Let's select our circle into the vector, and for this one we can select the texture. Now plug the color into the vector. It's inverted once again, so we can either switch those two or we can plug in an invert color node right here. Going into edit mode, select this entire loop, unwrap. Go to UV editor, select all, scale it down and bring it over here. Now it's not in the correct position. Right mouse click, mirror X, and this should do the trick. RZ to rotate it should be in such a fashion so that the off is in the middle on top. Now we can also select this edge loop, Shift E, and make it sharp. It's not really noticeable, so we can just do that. Let's select this edge loop right here, Control plus, Control plus, Control plus, then deselect those. In the UV editor, let's unwrap this. Select all and scale it into a black part right over here. And now we have this part done. We can go over to the next material, shader editor. Let's go to the brush metal texture this time. I will add another principled BCF, bring it over here, Control 0, make a new UV map, plus, I'm going to call it brand name. Select it, image texture, Control T, delete the texture coordinate, UV map, bring in the brand name into the vector, this into the vector as well. Invert the color, open up. Let's take our image texture. Let's change this color to a grayish tone. Now go over here to the UV editor. Let's only select this one, unwrap. And now we get this. Scale it down, let's rotate it 90 degrees, flip it on the mirror X, bring it down until we get something like this. And yes, I changed the name to Philips with an F because I might get sued if I use the brand name of Philips itself, and I do not want to risk this when I spend so much time making this free course. You can however use the Philips brand logo if you'd like. The chances of getting sued are actually very, very small. Most brands like it when you advertise them a little bit more without spending any money. But just to protect my time, I changed the P to an F, and now it's an entirely different brand called Philips. Press Ctrl I to take all of this, scale it down and place it on a black part. Now I can also see we have some stretching going on here. So let's select this edge loop, Shift E and make it straight. And now we have this brand name as well. I do think it should be in the middle of this, and that's not entirely the case right now. So I'm going to select it, bring it down until it somewhat hits the middle. And right now we have something that looks like the reference image. But we're not done yet because I forgot to place the black texture at the bottom as well. So I'm going to select all of this, holding Control, Control plus, 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 minus. Right now we have to assign the black plastic material, which we've got right over there. So now the only thing left to do is to place our ice cubes on the brushed metal. Let's go to the shader editor, right over here. And why is there no texture? I think we used the UV for this. So something went wrong. We have to select this. Just select all of this, unwrap, and now it should be back. Let's take the principled BSDF once again. Principled BSDF, Control 0. Let's make a new one for this. Let's call it ice cubes. Ice cubes, select it, image texture, Control T, delete this, UV map, select the ice cubes, in the vector, choose our image, plug it into the vector, invert color, make this a bit more dark as well, something like this. Let's unwrap this, unwrap, go to UV editor, let's go right over here, and I think it should be something like this. What I'm noticing is that we have to use the UV map in this one as well, the correct one. So let's add a UV map. Let's take it over here, select the original UV map and plug it into the vector. Let's invert the color. And now everything should work out fine. Let's make this black. And now that we've got our ice cubes, the only thing left to do is to remove this part. So I'm going to add a gradient texture, make it radial, see what that looks like. Let's add a texture coordinate for this one. Set it to minus 0.5, color ramp in here from the UVs. Now let's set it to quadratic sphere, and if we bring this in and this one, make it very strong. You can also set it to constant, and now all we have to do is mix these two together. Mix color, plug it right in there. Let's use this as the vector. This should be black. See what it looks like. It's inverted. Let's take this and do it like so. Change this to multiply, and now the invert color should be on this side. Now everything works out fine. So we've got our cool ice cubes, we've got our text right here, we've got our text right here, our text right here. I can actually see that here is some part of the texture. It's not really going to be a problem, but I'm going to select it anyway. Control plus, Control plus, Control plus. Just select all of it, go to the UV editor. Let's go to the text for this one and put it in a black part. Okay, so I almost forgot a very important part of the texturing process that will increase the realism of this render even more. So what we need on this glass are some measurements. Let me show you. So right here you can see there's a little logo, but there's also some millimeters and some measurements right over here on this glass, and this will increase the realism of our render. So we are going to add that right now. So I'm going into cycles so we can see a little bit better what we are doing. Going to select the glass. And right now I will go over to the glass material, which is right here. It's the only material we've got. So I'm going over to the Object Data Properties tab, and this UV map is fine. I'm just going to call it normals. I will also make one for the brand name. And I'm going to select the normals. So first of all, let's bring in an image texture, and let's select our image texture. You can get this one on Patreon as well, or you can make one your own. So I've got it right here. So I'm going to press Ctrl T, bring all of this to the side, delete the texture coordinate, bring in the UV map, call it normals and UV in the vector. And this one should go into the bump height right over here and plug it into the normal. And right now nothing really happens because we have to unwrap this first. So I'm going to select these faces all the way until here. And right now we can unwrap this, go to the UV editor, change this picture to the right one, select all, bring it over to the side, and we can already see something happening. It's a bit too broad, so I'm going to scale it on the x-axis, and it actually looks pretty good. So this is something that we wanted to have added. You can already see that this adds a lot, but it's inverted. So I'm going to mirror it on the x-axis, and now it should be fine. So the bottom one should kind of start where the handle ends. Either way, we need to add our brand name as well. So I'm going over to the shader editor, copy all of this, Shift D, change this to the brand name, go over here, select the brand name, and I'm going to place it right over here. So U, unwrap, and now we get this texture all throughout. Now we also need a new normal map. So I'm going to take this bump, duplicate it, and place it right over here. The normal should go into the normal, and we can take this and plug it into the height. Now change this image and use the one we used before. Unwrap this, and now we get some texturing going on here. So let's have a look. UV editor. It's the wrong image, so I'm going to select the right one. It is right over here. Going to select all of this, bring it down, and we can see it is skewed, R90, and now it's still flipped. Right mouse click, mirror on the x-axis, and here we have our Phillips sign. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger, maybe something like this. Let's see what it looks like. Ah, that's pretty good. Actually, that kind of looks like the original image as well. And the only thing I do not like is the fact that it's repeating right over here. So I'm going back into the shader editor, going to the image, going to set repeat to extend, and now this will be removed. Now if it happens that you get the texture all over this place, then just go into the UV editor, select all, you've probably unwrapped everything, and scale it into a black part except for these two. So then you will have the logo here, and all of this can be placed right in the black side, and then everything should be fine. So that's it for this video. By now you should have a very good model, some very good textures, and it will look even better in the next video where we are going to add some professional lighting to make it look like a product visualization render that could be used on a website, for example. So I'll see you in the next one. You learned how to create your own textures in Davinci Resolve. You learned how to texture procedurally in Blender. And most important of all, you learned how to do it professionally. Check out my Gumroad for free and paid assets. And in the next video, we're going to make a product lighting setup that is always going to work. Click here to watch that video next. Oh, and subscribe. Lighting, lighting, lighting. The most important element of any render. Do it wrong and it will look like this. Do it right and it will shine like this. The main reason beginners separate from the pros is because of lighting skills, which is why you need the knowledge to do this properly. As my followers know, I have the most compendious lighting pack in existence that makes use of the newest technologies available. So check that out on Gumroad or Blender Market, and let's get started. So before we start lighting this product, first we have to answer the question, why make a product visualization render at all? I'm going to take 1 minute to explain this, so you can persuade your client using this reason as to why they should use a product visualization render. So let's have a quick look at this Dutch website right here. It's called Coolblue. It has all these white backgrounds. Now you can tell me whatever you want, but I don't think that there's a videographer out there receiving thousands upon thousands of high-ticket technological items in order to make pictures of them so they can place this on this website. I don't think so. I think they are using a 3D artist in order to make these images so that they can change colors easily, have consistent lighting throughout the entire website and products, and save a lot of cash. So if you want to know why people would even want a product visualization render, it's because they can have consistency in their website, they have consistency in their lighting, they can change colors or make new versions of the same product, which can also be rendered easily. They don't have to send you the product, so they don't have to pay shipping costs and all that stuff. Which means there are plenty of reasons for a 3D artist to be hired in the website niche. So that's just the information that I wanted to give you guys, because now you know why we would actually make a product visualization render. So let's get to it straight away. So I'm in your favorite program right now, it's called Blender. So let's click on 1 on the numpad, bring in a camera, Shift A camera, Control Alt 0, let's bring it in here. And I want to make this a square, so I'm going to the Output Properties tab, 1080 by 1080 GZZ, bring it closer, and actually we can set this to 80 millimeters. Go over to View per Display, open the composition guides and click on Center. GX, bring it to the center like so. Make sure that the blender is entirely in the middle. Now bring this upwards and make it face down just a little bit. Now go to the composition guides, turn it off. Passepartout, let's turn it on. So now we've got this. Doesn't look entirely spectacular yet. So let's add a plane. Plane. Right over here, bring it down, scale it up, select this line, and this line, E, Z, bring it upwards, go back to object mode, apply the scale, take these lines right over here, Control B and increase the segment size, something like this, shade this smooth, go over here, and now this looks kind of like a setup for one of those renders. First I'm going to bring in an HDRI because this glass is a bit underwhelming. So I'm going to press on N and I will use Easy HDRI. You can also go over to the World Property settings, click on this yellow button and select Environment Texture and click your HDRI. So I'm going to click Fix World Nodes and then from here I can select my HDRI. I don't have a lot of them, but I found that Studio Small actually looks pretty good. Now there's 2 methods we could do. We can either place 2 area lamps on both sides of the blender, or we can add some area lamps pointing at it from the side, and both of them will look pretty cool. Let's add an area lamp. Area lamp. Scale it up a bit. Let's bring it towards this side first. So let's see what that looks like. Increase the power. Looks pretty cool. GX, RZ 180, and that looks pretty cool as well. So it doesn't have to be this strong. We can also decrease the strength of this just to 150 or something. Same goes for this one, 150. And now we do get those cool looking streaks on the side. Just for now, I'm going to select both of these area lamps, press on M to make a new collection, and I will turn it off. I'm going to add another area lamp right over here, scale it up, RX 90, bring it backwards, RZ 45. GX and bring it towards that side, increase the power a bit, let's see what that looks like, also to 150, why not, GX, RZ, minus 90, like this, let's see what it looks like. Let's also add these in their own collection. I think they both look pretty good. I think this one is a bit more realistic, so the 45-degree angle looks a bit nicer, realistically speaking. However, I think the area one gives us these nice reflections that otherwise we would not have, and I'm going to go for this one. Let's add another area lamp, let's take this. I want to remove that part right over there, so I'm going to RI minus 90, scale it up, bring it right over here, something like so, increase the power, and now it's entirely white. And I actually kind of like this already. We can also go over into the glass and play around with the IOR. So I'm going for 1.27 for now. Select our camera, bring it in just a little bit closer. So that's basically how you make a cool looking image for any website you can think of. Well, it's also possible, of course, to go over here, go to the brush metal and change the color of this, for example. So let's say we get the hue and this is actually a different color. Maybe it's a bit more of a reddish tone. And now you can make blenders in all the colors you want and the scene will always look good. So you can try and sell this to people for their website. So there are only 2 more tricks that I'd like to show you. First of all, I'm going to undo this hideous color. So let's take a break for the sponsor in this video. Me, a baker, needs an oven. A painter needs paint. And a blender artist needs Lighting Ultimate Pro. This pack contains professional lighting and shadows that will help you improve your renders for the rest of your career. 365 gobos to be precise. Animated, stills, and procedural gobos. But besides that, there's also Geolights Pro, the first, fastest and only procedural lighting solution in Blender available. And of course, you can also get a free asset, namely 3 product lighting setups that always work, which is also for free on my Gumroad. Easily add all these elements using the asset browser. So if you want to battle the darkness of your Blender life, check out Lighting Ultimate Pro. Link is in the description. So what we can do is select our backplane, give it a material and increase the emission. So this is a possibility if you want that white background. However, it's also emitting some light. So the way to fix that would actually be to either move it backwards and increase the scale so it doesn't give as much light. Or what you could do is decrease the strength to 0, go over here to the Object Properties tab, click on the visibility and remove it from the camera. So right now you only have the reflections in the glass, but we can still render this as a transparent image without having all the light from the emissive plane. And then in a different program such as After Effects or Davinci Resolve, you can place in a white background, really easy. One final trick. We added this light right over here, remember? Because we didn't want to have that shadow that's being emitted from the HDRI. So we're going to use this light, but let's say that you think it is refracting too much of our original image. So what we can do, go over to this light, click on it, go to this tab, the Object Data Properties tab, click on Shading, go to Light Linking, click on New, then select this plane. I think it's plane 01. I'm going to drag it in there. And if you turn this on, the light will only work on this plane. And if you turn this off, it will only work on all the other objects except for the plane. So that's one little trick you can use to remove those shadows without adding more light to the blender. In my case, it wasn't really terrible, but I'm gonna leave it like this anyway. So this was a very simple lighting setup, but later on in the course, we are going to do some advanced lighting techniques in order to get a very cool looking product animation environment render. So you've learned how to create 2 lighting setups. And on my Gumroad, you can get 3 lighting setups for free that you can drag and drop into the scene. In the next video, we're going to create high quality fruit that we can use for the rest of the course. So click here to watch that video next. At some point in your career as a 3D artist, you need a strawberry. Either you're making a flavored beverage, a cleaning product, or any other type of product that makes it seem fruity. So making this strawberry will be a wonderful asset for the rest of your Blender career. You can check out my Gumroad for some free and paid assets as well. So let's get started straight away. I'm going to delete the cube and the point light. Then I will press Shift A, Mesh, and add an icosphere. I will set the subdivisions to 3. Then I will go towards the icosphere, click on 7 and select a large area right over here. So maybe something like this. We could add those as well. And now we have this shape for the strawberry. And there's actually something very interesting with the strawberry, namely that it has this exact shape on the top where the green leaves grow from. So that is something interesting to know. But first of all, I'm going to press on Ctrl I, and now we have this selection. I will press Ctrl B and make a bevel out of this. I'll make it quite big, maybe something like this. And then I will press Ctrl I once again, but now we have this selected. So I'm going to deselect all of this by holding Ctrl, clicking on this, and selecting the remaining faces. Now we have all of these parts selected. So I'm going to press I, inset this to something like this. And now we can press S and scale it to the inside. I will click on Shift D, which gives us all of these parts. I'm going to separate the selection by pressing on P, Selection, and then I will select only this icosphere. I'm going to call it Seeds. Then I will go over to the modifier section and add a subdivision surface modifier by pressing Ctrl 2. And now I will do the same for this object, Ctrl 2. As you can see, it's already starting to look a bit like a strawberry. We can select the seeds, add a modifier, type solidify, and add the solidify on top of the subdivision. Now if we increase this, it comes out of the strawberry. This is what we want, so I'm going to set it to -0.006. Then I will select both of those, click on one, and I will go to the bottom side of this, select this, click on proportional editing, G, and make sure that it's very big, because you do not want to stretch out these seeds so that they are much bigger than the seeds over here. So I'm going to make this quite large, So it's proportionally editing on the z-axis, kind of like so. And now all of the seeds will still remain the same size. It would be a bit weird if all the seeds are bigger and then smaller and stuff like that. Now I'm going to select this top part, Ctrl+, and bring it down to make the shape of the strawberry, something like this. Now this is already starting to look like a strawberry, but there are a couple of things that we can do to make it even better. So select both our objects, go into edit mode, and scroll the proportional editing in a bit further and bring this down. Something like so. Maybe S and Z as well. Now it's a bit more flat. Now there's not enough randomization for the strawberry to actually look good. So what we need to do, select both of these and go over here and very subtly rotate things around. Don't make it too much, because if you do that, it will not look good. You can also scale it just a little bit. But be very subtle with this. Don't go like this and make weird shapes. Just be very subtle. Rotate it and do this alongside the entire mesh. This will make it look a bit more randomized and a bit better, in my opinion. And now this is the basis of our strawberry. There's a couple more things we can do. Select both of them and go over here and bring this inside a bit. And move it along so that it's a bit roughed up, because that's just the way strawberries work. They are not perfect, even though they may seem like it. And in this fashion, we can create a very randomized looking strawberry. Once again, be subtle with this. Don't overdo it. So there are two things left to do. We have to texture this and we have to make the top part. So right now we are going to texture the strawberry. So let's open this up. Let's go over here, shader editor, and now we are going to add some nodes. First of all, I am using shortcuts to add my noise textures. I put it on Shift 1, but you can also do Shift A and type noise texture, bring it in there. So I'm going to bring in a noise texture. Control T, plug it into the object. Take the factor and plug it into the base color. Let's see what we're doing. So this is what it looks like right now. And if we increase and decrease this, we get some interesting looking results. So I'm going to set it to 3. Let's add in a color ramp. And now we need 3 colors in this color ramp. So I'm going to take this, bring it all the way down, bring it upwards just a bit, and make sure that it's somewhere in a reddish tone. Then right over here, I'm going to select quite light tone for this. And then we'll add plus and make it more of a deep red color, like somewhere over here. Something like this. And now this kind of looks like the color of a strawberry, but we're not there yet. So I'm going to take this color ramp, Control Shift D, and then it will keep its connection to the noise texture. Click on the backspace button and it will reset the color ramp. Plug it into the roughness. I actually like working in the cycles version better, so I'm going to click on cycles. I've already added my HDRI. It's this one. It's called Evening Meadow, and I downloaded it in 2K from Polyhaven. And I'm just going to enable that and set the sky strength to 0.5. So right now it looks something like this. It's already starting to look pretty good, but we're definitely not there yet. What I'm going to do is, first of all, leave it like this, because we have to add some other stuff first. Let's make a new noise texture, bring it in here, and connect it to a bump height. Bump height, normal in the normal. And now you will see this happening, which is a bit too much for my liking. So I'm going to bring the noise texture closer and scale it up quite a lot, maybe all the way until 200 even. And this will already give us some extra details to work with. I still think it's a bit too big, so I'm going to increase this to 300, something like so. And this already gives us some cool and interesting looking results for this strawberry. So I'm going to decrease the strength by a whole lot, and it has to be subtle. It has to be subtle like that. So I'm going to bring in a displacement next. So we'll bring in a displacement node right over here, and I'm going to connect it to the displacement in the output. But we need to enable it under the material section as well. So go to material, go to settings, and instead of bump only, you want to select displacement and bump. And now you can see it's doing some funky stuff. It's actually kind of looking like a rose. Pretty interesting. But we are going to change it anyway. So turn the scale to 0.003, and it will be very subtle right now. And there's actually nothing to drive this displacement as of yet. So you guessed it, I'm going to bring in a new noise texture and connect the factor to the height. Now I want to see what this looks like, but first I'm going to bring in a color ramp in between. So it's not very contrasty. I'm going to increase this at first, and we want to have some random dots in there to break up the reflection and stuff like that. So this is what it looks like for now. I'm going to bring this all the way over here, and maybe we can bring this all the way over there. Let's see what it looks like. So I'm definitely looking at the reflection right here, because on what I saw in the pictures, this should actually be quite flat in most places, but not in all places. So I'm going to check this out. Maybe increase this even more and increase the contrast towards this side. So we should have less black and more white. Let's see what it does. And now it's adding these interesting patterns right over here. And if we look at this right now, it's starting to look like a strawberry. We're getting very close. I think these indentations are a bit too harsh. So I'm going to increase the detail, take the roughness and bring it up just a little bit, just to break that up a bit. And just in case you're wondering what that looks like, it looks like this. And if you want to decrease the strength of this, you can also take the black part and make it a bit more white. So I'm going to leave it like this, and maybe we can decrease the strength of the bump just a little bit, because I still think it's a bit too much. And now we have this exact effect that I was talking about earlier going on. What I'm going to do is I'm going to increase the detail on this one as well, maybe increase the roughness, because we do not want it to be as clearly visible as this, that we are using multiple textures like so. So I'm going to increase the roughness just a bit, and this brings our color variation to a greater level. Now, there's one more thing I would like to do with this. However, this is computationally heavy. You may choose not to do it, but I am going to add it. Subsurface, increase the weight to 1. And now this looks a little bit better than before. So this is what our strawberry looks like right now. It's starting to move into the right direction. We can always make changes in the future if we do not like something. But for now, I'm quite content with this. So the next part is going to be this yellow texture. So the seeds, they are kind of yellowish, greenish, and we can basically do the same trick for this one. So I'm going to bring in a noise texture, bring it in here, plug it into the base color, Control T, set it to object. Color ramp, add it right there. By the way, I'm using Control Q as a shortcut for my color ramp. This is actually not a default Blender shortcut, so you have to do that yourself. So we need to change the color of this. So let's see what it looks like. Not seeing very much, are we? Let's have a look. Something like this. We can increase the scale of this so we have more black areas to work with. Let's go ahead and maybe increase it like so and change the colors. So we can make this a bit more yellow, but not too much. It shouldn't be too crazy, nothing too crazy. Something like this. Maybe go over here for the darker tones and we can select a more greenish type color. As you can see, this doesn't look good at all. So I'm going to increase the detail, increase the roughness to smooth it out just a little bit. And now we have a bit more variation in our texture going on. Maybe I'm not entirely a fan of this, so I'm going to move this color ramp to the side just a little bit, increase or decrease the roughness actually. The roughness all the way over here. Now what we can also add is a coat. So the clear coat for this one, and it should add a little bit more of a reflective type surface. Add a hue, saturation and value node. Let's bring it in here and decrease the saturation a bit. Something like this, just a little bit. Maybe we can make it a bit brighter as well. And in this way, we do not have to change the entire color in the color ramp all the time. We can just make minor changes doing this. So let's see what it looks like. Pretty good if you ask me. So it looks like a strawberry as it should. And right now I'm going over here. Select this part, Shift S, cursor to selected, because we are going to add an image texture as an images as planes that we are going to use as the leaves on the top of the strawberry. So Shift A, image, images as planes, and add the strawberry texture. I'm going to add it once again to my Patreon for free so you can get it, all right? So here it is, RY90. I'm going to scale it up so it looks a bit more correct. It was made in 4K, so I'm going to make 2 loop cuts right over there. Press on 3 and select these faces, X, and delete the faces. And now we have a bit more of a nice and equal space to work with. So I'm going to increase the amount of loop cuts we have here because we want to rotate and change this mesh so it doesn't look as flat as it is. So let's see what that looks like. So now it's flat, and actually we want to hide that fact. So I'm going to bring this upwards until the green is all the way on the top, something like this. Doesn't have to be centered, it can be a little bit off-centered, no problem. And now I will enable proportional editing right over here. You can also press O. Click on 1, so we have vertices selected, or click on 2 if you want to do it with edges. And basically what we are going to do is make sure that nobody sees our mistakes. And one thing I'm noticing is that this should actually be a bit more downwards. So I'm going to bring it down just a little bit and make sure to select both the elements. G and Z, bring it down just a little bit and bring this down as well until we have it sitting on the plane. And now we want to hide the fact that we used an images as planes. So I'm going to deform this mesh just a little bit. So G and Z, rotate it a bit. And the idea is that no matter from what angle you are looking at it, it shouldn't be noticeable as an images as plane. It should just look like we created this actual mesh. And now if we look at it from this side, it looks pretty cool. Let's have a look. And now if we look at it from the top, it looks pretty cool. I do think there's a harsh line here, so I'm going to shade it smooth and then it will be removed. And it should go a little bit more to the top, no problem. And just make sure that the outer edges, like this one, are more down. And then we can place some inner edges, for example over here, and bring it upwards just a bit, just to give it that 3D vibe. Very cool, but the texture is not done. So I'm going to select this, go over here, and it's already plugged into the alpha and we have the base color, but we need to add a couple more nodes to make this look good. First thing I'm going to do, bring in a color ramp, connect this to the roughness and the image itself. One thing that's weird with these kind of image textures, you should actually invert this. And now it will be its original color. As you see, it is a bit too reflective, something like that. But if we reverse this, it looks a whole lot better. Maybe we can take the black color, bring it upwards just a bit, somewhere in the middle. So one more thing we can do is add a bump. So I'm going to take this image texture, duplicate it, Shift D, and go over here, bump, height, set it over there, in the normal, and we get some more details for free, but it's a bit too strong. So I'm going to remove the strength and bring it down to, let's say 0.075, something like that. And as you can see, this is starting to look like a beautiful strawberry, don't you think so? I think it's a beautiful strawberry. And there's one more thing that we can do with this texture, and that is to go over here, add an add shader, because it's a leaf, and when light hits the leaf, it actually passes through it just a little bit. So we're going to reenact that in 3D. Add this add shader, translucent BSDF, bring it right over there, plug it into the shader as well. But we need something else to work with for this. So use this as the color. And we can also take this as the normal, plug it in there, move it a bit to the side, add a hue, saturation and value. Bring it right over there. And it should be a bit brighter. So when light passes through it, it becomes a bit brighter. I'm also going to increase the saturation just a little bit. Now we can also take the hue, saturation and value, bring it over there. And maybe you want to play around with how dark or how light this looks. And maybe you want to increase the saturation to something crazy like this. I'm not going to do that. I'm just simply going to leave it at 1.07. So I think this is a beautiful looking strawberry. It looks very cool, quite realistic. Don't go too close because you will be able to see that it's not that realistic. But we are not going to use it from that close. If you do want to use close-up renders, you have to work with the procedural materials just a little bit more. But this is the overall basis for our strawberry, which we are going to be using at approximately this distance. I placed the hex codes I used in the video itself, so you should have the same colors as I do. I also showed you which HDRI I used, which is kind of important when doing reflective type materials, so this already looks a bit different than the first HDRI we used. So keep that in mind. But for now, I think this strawberry looks cool for the purpose we are going to be using it for a couple of videos later. In the next video, we are going to make a kiwi, so you have 2 fruits instead of 1. Check out my Gumroad for all products that help you with lighting, and click here to watch the next video. Time to make the second fruit of this free course. First we made a strawberry, now we're going to make a kiwi. We can use these fruits for the rest of the free course, and trust me, they are going to be necessary. You can find all the assets on Gumroad, some are free and some are paid. So let's get started straight away. In this tutorial we are going to make a kiwi. So let's delete this, let's do it again. Shift A, mesh, let's bring in a UV sphere. Now press on 1, tab, select all of this, X, faces. And now we have only half of this shape. Now I'm going to fill this up, so select this edge, search menu, grid fill. And now we have a grid and the line goes all around. So I'm going to make a texture for this, but first let's go to the modifier section, normals, smooth by angle, ignore sharpness, and now this is shaded smooth. So let's go over here, new, and let's add a noise texture. Bring in a color ramp, connect this, Control T, object in the vector. Color ramp in the base color, and now we need to select some colors for this. So for the dark color, I'm going to use the hex code, and I'm going to type 561808, like this. And for the light color, I will use hex code E98E67. And right now, this is the color of a kiwi. Very good. But we can give this a different material. So go over here, plus a sign, and now this will be white, and this will be our kiwi material. Let's go to the material. Let's change the scale to 2, increase the detail, increase the roughness just a little bit at around 0.6. So I'm going to click on edit, Control I, go to the data object properties tab right over here, click on vertex groups and assign. And I know I said I will not use particle systems anymore, but in this case I found this to be the easiest method to make the kiwi. So we're going to do it anyways. So plus, click on hair, change the hair length to 0.04. Now let's have a look at the shape first. This is not the kind of shape that we like. So I'm going down, hair shape, and change some properties of this. So first of all, the diameter root is too big. I'm going to make it smaller, something like this. Now it looks a bit more like hair. I'm going to decrease this size as well, so that it's very thin. Now I'm scrolling down to vertex groups, and under density we can select our group. I didn't name it, but we do have a group right there. I see some hair sticking out here. Head into tab, Control I, P, separate selection, and then select this part. Go over here and delete the particle system. So now this doesn't have a particle system, but this does, and we can connect it later on. There's not enough particles, so I'm going to set this to 2000. go to children, interpolate it. Display amount, I'm just going to set it to 100 so I can see what I'm doing. And these are all sticking straight out following the normals. And I do not want that, so I'm going over to parting and I will increase this to around half. Then I will go to clumping and actually don't really use this too much, just a little bit right over there. Something like 0.03 should do fine. Go to roughness and under random, you can increase this. Let's have a look at what it does, by the way. Let's move right over here, random. Increase this and it will make it a bit more random. Now this is already starting to look like a kiwi. As a matter of fact, I think this is pretty much done. You can play around with these settings in order to get what you like. You may increase the randomness just a little bit more or do the parting just a bit more. So it is using the first texture in the material slot, by the way. This right over here, it's using material 5. And if we go over to render, you can select a material right here. So if you want to make a different material for the hairs, no problem. You can do that right here and select the material underneath this tab. So this is it for that part of the kiwi. Going to select this, go over here, delete this material, new, and now we can make a new material for this one. So Control T, add in the image texture, go into edit mode, U, unwrap this, cube projection in this case. So I'm going to the UV editor and make sure that this aligns a bit more with our kiwi. You can scale it on the x-axis as well, on the y, do whatever you like. This is already starting to look pretty good, but it's not done yet, so go to the shader editor. Let's move this to the side, add a color ramp, plug this into the color ramp into the roughness, because we want to make it a bit more glossy. I'm going to switch these, like so, maybe leave the black just a little more over here. Then I will take this same image, bump, in the height, right over there. Normal in the normal, it will be a bit too much as always. So I'm going to bring that down until it looks like this. Not bad. And another thing we can do is go over here, add shader, translucent, BSDF, plug it into the add shader, plug the color into the color of the translucent, add a hue, saturation and value, bring it in there, increase the value just a bit and decrease the saturation just a little bit. Then I will take the same hue, saturation and value, bring it over here, plug it into the color right in between the image texture and the principled BSDF, increase the saturation by a whole lot until it is actually green. Something like so. You can play around with this. And now this is already starting to look pretty good. There's one more thing we can do in order to make this look even better. So I'm going to select both of these, Shift S, cursor to selected, then add an empty right over here, plane axis. And now we've got this empty. Select both of these and then select the empty last. Press Ctrl P and object, keep transform. And right now if you move the empty, everything will be moving along. Now, of course, this is quite a bit heavy since we have the particle system turned on all the way with the display amount on 100 and the render amount on 100. But what you can actually do is change the children, set it to 10, for example, like this, and we won't have a lot of hairs, but it will render with 100. So you can already see what it looks like if you change this to 100. This is what it will look like in the render modus, but you can also just set it to 10 or even on 1 if you want high performance, but it will render out the entire 100 particles. Now that this is connected, we can move it around, very good. And the final thing we can do is add some randomization. So I'm going to select both of these, then go into edit mode, press on O to enable proportional editing, select some parts and just move it around a bit. Make sure it's a bit more roughed up because it's not a perfect sphere. You can also bring it down in some places, like so. Maybe make a big move like this. Now if you do get stretch UVs, by the way, you can also redo the texture of the top part. I think it looks fine like this. Just going to bring it over to this side and make sure it's randomized all around. Now let's see what it looks like with our 100 particles. There you go, kiwi. Now there's one more thing we can do. Go over here, add a solidify, and you could give an edge to this if you would like. So make it very, very small. Now that we have all the fruits we need, we are going to make a fruit explosion using geometry nodes. Check out Lighting Ultimate Pro, link is in the description. Hit that like button if you enjoyed the free course thus far. And finally, watch this video next. Fruit explosions are a main staple in product animations since forever. So we are going to make one as well, but this time we're going to make it in geometry nodes. So let's get started straight away. I've got our scene right here, and the first thing we should do is fix up our kiwi, because those two parts are not connected. I hope you are not distracted by the sound in the background. They are working on the road right behind me, but I'm going to film this anyway. So I will select this part, then I will select this part, press Ctrl J, and now you will have all these hairs coming through the kiwi itself. So what we should do is go into edit mode, select these 4 edges, Ctrl+++, go into the vertex groups, and select this, click on remove. And now as you can see, there are no hairs coming through our kiwi anymore. Reason for it is because we changed this in the particle system by going to vertex groups and adding this group to the density. So we have our strawberry, we have our kiwi, and we can now delete this, by the way, and the kiwi will probably be located somewhere else. It's right over here. So I'm going to place it over there. Now one very important part right now is to go into the particle system, go down to children and set the display amount to 1 or 0, depending on what you want. This will remove the hair so we can work with it more efficiently in the geometry nodes editor. So we've got our blender right here, and there is our scene. And we probably should make this a bit bigger because it's not enough to have a giant fruit explosion in the background. So I'm going to simply scale this up, bring this down, G and Z. And now this should give us enough space to work with and make this look good. So right here we have our blender, and I'm going to press Shift A, mesh, and add an icosphere. So now we've got an icosphere. I'm going to place it backwards just a little bit and go over here, open up a new tab, geometry node editor right over here. Press on N to remove this bar, click on new, and that will create our geometry node input and output. Now the idea of this is to scale the icosphere outwards. So we have the fruit going outwards, and then we want to randomize all the motions that the fruit makes. So the way we are going to do it is simply by bringing this over to the side. I will bring in a distribute points on faces node right over here, add an instance on points as well. I'm going to select my kiwi and I'm going to select my strawberry as well. And let's make sure that this is all connected. So let's select everything, including the seeds, convert to mesh, Ctrl J, and now this strawberry is connected together as well. Let's select the kiwi, press on M and make a new collection. Let's call it fruit. So we've got our icosphere with the geometry nodes set up. Now drag this collection, the fruit collection, into this part right over there. Plug the instance into the instance, and we should already be able to see something going on. And there's some weird kiwis stacked upon each other, and the reason for this is that we should separate the children, reset the children, and also pick an instance. So in that case we do not have multiple instances on the same point. Now this makes sure that we have all of these objects on our icosphere, which is not that big right now. So I'm going to bring in a transform geometry node and plug it right over here. And then the scale, we can bring it down or upwards. And this is basically going to drive the animation. So let's go over to this mode for now, just to make it a bit more visible. As you can see, there are quite a lot of strawberries and kiwis going on there. So I'm going to set the density to 1 for now, maybe even 0.5. So we have a bit more speed to work with, and we have to randomize the scale. So let's go over here, random value, plug it in here, value in the scale. And now we can determine the scale of our strawberries and kiwis like so. It should have a minimum value because we do not want any very little kiwis, as that would be weird. So I'm going to increase this and just make sure it's a bit more randomized like so. Probably make it a bit smaller so they do not touch. You could choose to go to the Poisson disk and make sure they don't touch at all. But later on in the animation this might hurt us, so I'm not going to do it for now. I might switch it in the future. But for now I will go over to the collection, random value, and now we need to randomize our rotation. So I'm going to bring this upwards. I'm going to bring in an align Euler to vector node and drag this rotation from the distribute points on faces, rotation into the rotation of the align Euler to vector, then drag this into the rotation as well, and now everything is going to be rotated ever so slightly on a weird axis. But as you can see, if we play around with these values, it's starting to move around. And this is what we're going to be using in order to have a slide animation going like this. And it's not going to be hard. I'm going to press Shift A, scene time, bring it right over here. Then I will add a math node like this. Set it to multiply and plug the seconds into the second slot of the multiply. And as you can see, we have some random rotation going on for our fruits. Now this might be a bit too much, so what we can also do is duplicate this multiply, bring it right over there, and now you can slow it down depending on this value. So you can also make it very fast if you'd like. But I'm not going to do that. I'm simply going to set it to 0.5 for now, and I think this will work out fine. Now there might be some random rotation going on with these fruits, and the way to separate that is actually by bringing in a separate XYZ node, bring it right over there, Z into the value of the multiply, and now it will only rotate on that axis, which is already starting to look a bit better. And we can also play around a bit with these values in order to have something a bit more randomized. And of course, we can randomize this as well. So if we take a random value once again, set it to vector, plug it into the vector right over here, take a scene time and plug the seconds into the max, and right now everything will be a bit more randomized from the start. So this is what it looks like, not bad. So we've basically got a whole lot of our animation going for us. Now I'm going over to the transform geometry, and what I want to do is basically scale this up, and I don't like selecting all of these together. I think it's a bit of a hassle, and as you can see they are popping into existence, and the reason for that is the distribute points on faces node. And that's just a little mistake I made, so we only have to delete the distribute points on faces right over there and make sure it's removed from this line. And now everything will work out fine because we already set this up and this still works, so that is no problem. We are still going to use this. We're simply not going to use the distribute points on faces. So if we scale this up, we see that our fruits are moving out of the normals of the icosphere, which is very good, but it's very uniform and linear, so this will not make for a great animation. In order to fix that, we are going right over here and add a set position node, plug it right in here, and let's bring in a noise texture. Let's plug this into a vector math node in the subtract. So right over there, bring it in the offset and set this to 0.5. And now if we increase the scale or decrease the scale of this, we can drive some animation of this. So take the subtract, set this to multiply, and now you can see that we actually get some random movement right over there. And we want to drive this, so let's go ahead and make a scene time once again, plug the seconds into the vector, and now they are moving out of each other ever so slightly, which gives it a bit better result if you ask me. So I'm going to make a math node once again to control this as well. So we can go over here to multiply and increase the power of this if we want it to be stronger. Now this is way too strong obviously, but we can play around with the values in order to get what we like. First thing I'm going to do is heading over into the icosphere and making sure that it's not visible at all. I'm going to take this G and X and bring it out of the frame and make sure we have a camera. So Shift A, bring in a camera right over here. Camera. Let's have a look at this. Well, it's still square from the previous tutorial, so I'm just going to set it to 1920 by 1080. Sorry, I have to interrupt, but if you enjoyed this free course thus far and want more awesome content delivered on your digital doorstep, click on subscribe. Let's go over to the composition guides to see if it's in the middle, and I'm going to make this 100 frames. So we'll go over here, go into this window, and press I. And now we have a keyframe on our camera. Then I'm going over here, zooming in, maybe bring it a bit down, rotate it on the RZZ, like so. And maybe we can begin somewhere around this button. Press on I, and now the camera will move out like this, and we get a pretty cool looking animation already, but it's not done yet. As you may know from the previous free course, we can change some things in the graph editor. So I'm right here in the graph editor, and I will open this up, and if I reason on what axis we are, we can actually see it. It's on the Y axis, and I want this to move very fast in the beginning, and then I want it to be slower as it comes to a halt. So we'll take this line off the Y location, make sure it's unlocked, bring it down. And if you don't know what I'm doing right now, I highly recommend watching the other free course first, so you have some basics in animation. And right here we can see it pulling itself outwards and then slowly moving backwards to finish it off. I'm going into the Y Euler rotation, and I will open this up, take this, and I will take this line as well because I want the rotation to be fast in the beginning and then slow down as we proceed. So let's go over here, bring this down, and this should be a whole lot faster in my opinion. Like so. And actually I want it to be done somewhere over there, so I'm going to take this G and X and have it be very fast, like so. And this is starting to look pretty good. We can see it's moving a bit upwards as it goes, and I want that to be the same overall. So I'm going to select the Z location, open this up, take this, bring this upwards and have it be quick as well, and now it's already centered as it's slowing down. Something like this. So now that is the basis of our animation. By the way, my camera is set to 50 millimeters, and maybe we actually want to use 80. And it will be a bit more zoomed in, which is no problem in this case. And I think that the final keyframe should be moved a bit more backwards. So I'm going to take the Y location right over there, take it and bring it down. Somewhere over here, and now we've changed the animation for the camera to move even further backwards because we are now using 80 millimeters. I'm going to take this, make sure it's even faster, like so. I think the Y rotation can be a bit faster, so I'm going to the Y rotation, take this, make sure it's a bit faster. Alright, so we've already reached the end of the animation right here. So maybe we can make this 72 seconds, and I think 5 seconds is a bit long anyways. So now what we need to do is go over to the timeline, go to the icosphere right here, bring it back. And what I want to see is have it scale up and down like this. And we can do it like this if we want, but we're actually going to do it in the transform geometry right over there. So go to frame 0, change this to 1. Click on I, and now we have a keyframe, but you cannot see it. And the reason for it is that you have to click on this node in order to see the keyframes for it. Now, we can already see through the mesh that our fruit is neatly aligned behind the blender, ready to explode. We are going to have it explode when it becomes visible, somewhere over here. First, I will go and make this 72 frames. Bring it outwards, something like this. Press I. So if you're having trouble with these animations and it looks a bit janky, go into the noise texture that we made in the geometry node setups right over here. Change the scale to 0.1, detail to 15. You can also set it to 1, doesn't really matter in this case. And decrease the roughness to 0. And now everything will look fine. So let's see what this looks like without the noise texture. You can take it out. And now it's all uniformly going into the direction of the icosphere itself, which is not what we want. So that's why we created this part. And now it's a bit more randomized. And it's moving outward. We have a cool looking explosion, but we're definitely not done yet. So I'm going to select this transform geometry. And first, let's have a look in our render mode. Is this the size we want our fruits to be? Are there enough fruits? So if you want more fruits, we can also add a subdivide mesh or subdivision surface modifier if you'd like. So I'm going to add a subdivision surface right over here, plug it in, and now increase the edge crease. But as you can see, once we do this, it kind of looks a bit less randomized. And the way to fix that would be to go over here to our group input and add another set position node right over here. And then we can add a random value, set it to vector, plug it into the offset. And now we have to play around with these values in order to get to something that we like. So let's bring it over there, let's bring it over here. Maybe make it a bit less extreme. And now it will look a bit more randomized. So this is what it looks like right now. So we can fix the animation. So let's go over to the transform geometry. And now we've got our keyframes here. Go to the graph editor. And then we will see geometry nodes, open it up, and we get some values. So I will select everything because we changed the entire scale. Select it all. And once again, we want it to be fast in the beginning and then slow down. Maybe it would be nice to move this to the side and have it start a little bit later. So now for the lighting, let's go over to the HDRI. Let's turn the sky strength to 0.1. And now we have some light, but it's definitely not a lot. Pretty dark, but we can make an area lamp. So I'm going to bring an area lamp right over there. Shift A, light, area lamp. Scale it up a bit, increase the power. Let's see what we're doing. RY90. Let's move it over to this side. And I only want this to be operating on this blender. So I will go to the area lamp right here. Click on this little button, go to light linking. New. So now we've got our light linking right over here. And I'm going to select the entire blender, which is basically this entire part. So I'm going to select all of this, press M, call it blender, go to the area lamp and drag this collection in the light linking area. And now this light will only work on this blender, which is what we want. And now I will bring in a gobo, which is what I'm going to use. You do not have to use this, but it does add a little bit to the entire render. I will bring in abstract 1 from the ultimate gobo pack. And I will bring it upwards, increase the strength of this by a bunch because we scaled the scene up to quite a fair bit. Increase the spot size, increase the radius to make it just a little bit softer and have it located at our wall in the background. And this gives us some interesting looking results. I will bring in a black body as well, set it to 6000. You can make this a bit softer just for some background variation. Select our camera, viewport display, passepartout. This is what it looks like right now. I think this area lamp could be a bit stronger, and we can also bring back some of that HDRI. So let's click on the camera again, go to depth of field, select the blender with the picker tool, and decrease the f-stop until some of the fruits are still visible and some in the back are less visible. So now you might think, the fruit maybe is not entirely what I want it to be. And we can change that, of course. And we might even change the orientation of this, bring it closer to the blender and then play around with our depth of field, something like this. And what we could do is maybe make another area lamp on the top. It's very strong for now, so we see what we're doing. And then have only the icosphere be operating in it by using the light linking again. dragging our icosphere in the light linking, and now it will only work on the fruit. As you can see, if we click this button, it will be removed from the fruit, and we can choose to make our fruit a bit brighter if we would like to do that. But never have light come from the bottom, always from the top. Why? Well, because the sun usually shines from the top and our eyes are more accustomed from light coming from the top. Usually when you're at home, a light is also on the top, things like that, so we are more accustomed to that. So something like this looks pretty good. We can also add a volumetric, so let's scale this up quite a bit. Go to the shader editor, new, principled volume, volume in the volume, decrease this by a whole lot. See what it looks like, it's way too much, 0.005, hit upwards, and now let's see what it does for us. So let's turn it off and on, and it just adds a little bit of atmosphere, which I like. So I'm going over here and I'm going to select motion blur, make sure that's turned on. And now you can click on render and render the entire animation. And you can play around with the settings, of course. This is why we did it in geometry node, so don't follow exactly what I did. You can also play around with it, you can customize it. You can also use a different shape, so you don't have to use an icosphere. So you can play around with this some more. That's the entire reason we use geometry nodes instead of particle systems, where you're kind of dependent on your bake. I'm going to tweak some settings as well before I render this out, but I gave you the general outline of how to use this technique instead of a particle system. And now you can play around, customize it to your liking, and make sure it looks good. I've given you all the tips that you need. We've got our cool looking backlight, we've got a fruit explosion, we've got our camera animation that we all did in Blender just now. So I'm doubting right now whether I should make the fruits very big, which would make the blender seem a bit small, or whether I should use a lot of fruits. But I will keep you updated, and you've probably seen it in the final version, so I will see you in the next video. That's it for the fruit explosion. This one was pretty simple, but in the future we are going to do some tough geometry node setups, and I'm going to try my best to explain it as best as possible so you can use it in future projects as well. I actually want to project the knowledge into your minds. Check out my Gumroad to get all the assets from this course, or the Ultimate Kobo pack. Subscribe, and I'll see you in this video next. There are many ways to make good looking glass in Blender, so why not learn all of them? Let me know in the comments which type of glass you like best. If you only want to learn about the 3 glass materials, skip ahead to that chapter. So in this tutorial I'm going to show you how to model 3 glasses, and we're also going to use 3 different texturing methods to get the glass to look correct. So let's get started straight away. I'm going to delete the cube and I will bring in a cylinder. Now you could use reference images if you would like. I'm not going to do that in this case. I'm just going to keep it simple. So first of all, I will go into edit mode and take this, press I, and bring this upwards and maybe scale it to something that we like. I think this is fine. And then we're going to take this and delete it. Now that we've got this edge, we can press E, Z, bring it upwards, scale it outwards just a little bit, E, Z, bring it in there. And now all we need to do is add a solidify modifier, which I'm going to do right here, solidify, and this will give us some thickness for our glass. And we can also add a Ctrl 2 for a subdivision surface modifier. I'm going to press shade smooth, and I will take this entire edge and shift E until it's all the way at the bottom. Now the bottom side is not entirely what I want it to be. So I'm going to select all of this, delete the faces, select this bottom edge and search for grid fill. And then it will be filled up like this. And we get some harsh edges right over there, but if you click on the subdivision surface modifier, it will be gone. So then when we take this part over here, we can bring it inwards just a little bit using proportional editing as well. And now we have this part going inwards just a little bit, and the topology is pretty clean. So now all we have to do is make a lid for this. So I'm going to take this edge, duplicate it, click, P, selection, and now it's a separate selection. We can take all of this, scale it just a bit to the inside, click on one so we can actually see where our vertices are. It's right over there. And now I'm going to press E and Z, bring it down, Ctrl plus, scale it so it's not intersecting the other mesh. Select only the top part, E, S, bring it outwards, maybe just a little bit upwards, E, Z, bring it inwards, E, Z, bring it outwards, E, Z. Now select this edge and press on F. Now that will be filled up, press on I, give it just a little bit of a shape, and now it looks like this. So we've got some type of can with a lid on it. So I'm going to select both of these, press on M for a collection and call it glass 1. We can also add them together, but I'm not going to do that just yet. Now turn off the collection and let's make a new glass. And now for the second glass, I'm going to press Shift A, cylinder, G, C, hold Control, and then it will bring it upwards with just 1 meter. Then we can set this to 3D cursor and we can scale this up or down. I'm going to scale it somewhere like over here. Then take the top part and scale it as well. until we get the glass type shape that we like. Maybe this is a bit too much, so I'm setting it to medium point and scaling it back down again. Then I will add a loop cut, bring it right over there, add another loop cut, bring it right over here. And I will select this edge, press on 1, and now we can see the vertices. And we want to select every other vertice. So I'm going to select checker deselect. Now press GG, and we can move upwards these vertices. Now select every other face, like so. Press E, bring it inwards. And now we can press Alt-S to bring it inwards once again into the glass. We can do the same for all the edges that we didn't do. So let's take all of this. Inset, Alt-S, and now this looks like this. Let's delete the top part. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier. Now it looks like this. Control R, bring this upwards until we get this shape right over there. Now we can do the same for the bottom part. Control R, bring it down. Now let's select the bottom part, press I to inset, and now we have this type of glass. Maybe we can add another solidify as well. And maybe we can make a little lip as well. So if you make a loop cut right now, it will have those jagged edges. S, set, 0, and now it will be straight. GG, move it upwards, take it over there, select this entire loop, press I, bring it inwards, Alt-S, and scale it outwards just a little bit. And now we get this edge as well. So that's it for the second glass. Let's move this to the side. And now for the final glass, we're actually going to make a salt shaker. Shift A, mesh, let's add a circle. Set this to 16. Let's go into edit mode, press on 1. Now let's select these edges and these edges. Then scale it on the X, scale it on the Y, maybe use proportional editing as well. Until we get something like this shape. Very good. We can also do the same for this one. S and Y. Something like this. Let's E and Z, bring it all the way up. And this is already kind of looking like the shape of a salt shaker. E, Z, bring it up. Turn proportional editing off. Press on S, scale it towards the inside. E, Z, E, Z, S. Make some random looking variation just to give it some more texture. Like over here, S, Z, bring it inwards. Now I'm going to press I, E, S, bring it inwards. Now we need this to be a circle, so I'm going to Loop Tools, Circle. Now we've got a circle right over there. E, Z, give it some more variation. E, Z, S, E, Z, E, Z, S. Something like this should do. And then E, Z, scale it outwards. E, Z. Now let's select this entire edge loop again. Shift D, Z, bring it upwards. Scale it down. Press on 1 and make sure that it's somewhat on the same line as this. Now select this edge, go to your search menu, bridge edge loops, and now we've got a pretty rectangular shape over here again. So EZ, bring it inwards, EZ, bring it inwards, EZ, and now fill this up using grid fill, like so. Let's add a subdivision surface modifier to this. Let's see, maybe we want a hard edge over here, so let's select both these edges, Control B. So let's select this edge as well, and this edge as well, Control B, and make a bevel over there as well. Maybe we can select this edge, this edge, this edge, and this edge, Control B, and now we got this. Not bad. So we are moving along quite fine. So this should be our salt shaker, or something that looks like it at the very least. We can also make some circles in the top part. S, Y, bring them down and scale it, make it very small. I'm going to deselect these edges right over here and delete those faces. And now we've got some holes on the top, but I want some more. So I'm going to make some more right over here. I to inset, then take all of these edges, SX, make it somewhat more of a rectangular type shape. Select all of these faces and delete them. And now we've got something that kind of looks like a salt shaker. We could add a solidify modifier once again and make it go inside this time. Something like so. Bring it upwards. And now this should all be fine. Bring it over here. Let's enable our other glass. Salt shaker should be a bit smaller. This should probably be a bit bigger. So that's it for the modeling part. Now I'm going to show you 3 ways to texture glass. So before we do the texturing, let's first go to cycles. Let's add in an HDRI. Let's try this one for now. So I'm going to make 3 types of glass. I'm going to make this transparent, film, transparent. So let's drag this upwards. Go over here, shader editor. So this is going to be the first glass texture. In the Principled BSDF, we can go to transmission, turn it all the way up and turn the roughness down. And as you can see, now we get some type of glass. There are some problems with this type of material, namely that there is no light passing through it and it will block out shadows as well. Then for the salt shaker, we can select this, and of course the top should be, I don't know, like wood or something. But first we are going to give it a glass material. Going over here, type glass, plug this in, the surface, and we can play around with the roughness like this and the IOR like so. And now for the final glass material. Let's click on New, delete the principal BSDF. Let's bring in a glossy BSDF and plug it into the surface. Then we will add a refraction BSDF. This should probably be on top. Let's go over here, Fresnel, bring it upwards as well. And then select both of these nodes and press Ctrl 0 to mix them together. And now we're going to use the Fresnel as the factor. And as you can see, we've got some pretty interesting looking glass right there. Just for demonstration purposes, I'm going to add a plane. And now in the glossy, bring the roughness to 0. So this is basically what all the materials look like. And as a bonus, I'm going to show you the fourth method, which is right over here. So I'm going to duplicate this glass, bring it upwards. Let's delete all of this. Bring in a glass BSDF. Glass, bring it in here, set it in the top shader, add a transparent BSDF, plug it into the bottom shader. And now add a light pad node, plug the ray depth into the factor, add a matte node, and set it to 5. Switch these two if it doesn't work. So these are basically all the ways to make glass in Blender. So let me know out of all of these which is your favorite method. This free course cost me a lot of time to make, and I hope it's valuable for you. If it is, click on subscribe and check out my Gumroad or Blender Market for some free and paid assets. I'll see you in this video next. In order to make a kitchen, we first need kitchen assets. We're making everything ourselves, but if you want to skip this part, it's also possible to get the assets on Gumroad for a small price. So let's get started straight away. So first of all, I'm going to select this blender and I'm going to select the fruit as well right over here, and I will bring it into a new file so we can determine the scale of the objects that we need. Alright, so right now I'm in this file and I will paste this blender and the fruit right over here. Now we need to make a kitchen, but we need to have the right scale because otherwise the lighting will look weird and things will look out of place, so we are going to make it on scale. There we go. We're going to make a mesh. Let's bring this upwards. Open the panel right here, pressing N, and we can check out the dimensions. So 2 meters would be about 14 centimeters higher than I am, and I think my ceiling is just a little bit higher than that. So I'm going to do 2 meter 90 right over here, and this will actually be the size of this room. Now, as you can see, our blender is humongous, so it's very big, and we definitely don't want that in this case. I'm going to make the x-axis 5 meters. I think that's a nice and normal size for a room. And I will make the y-axis, let's say 6 meters. And it's a pretty big room. But as you can see, our blender is still bigger than all of that. So I will have to select all of this in the blender, including this plane. Press M, separate it, bring it into a new collection, blender. All right, so now we can select this more easily. And I will go over here, scale it down. And now we should probably determine what size our kitchen will be. So I will add another cube right over there. And this is 2 meters by 2 meters. I think that's a bit too tall. So I'm going to set it to 1.5. So I'm going to bring this down and let's remove this for now. So this is basically the size of our kitchen table. So let's select the blender once again. Bring this upwards. Would this be the correct size of a blender on this kitchen part? It could be just a little bit bigger. So I'm going to select the objects, just going to scale it up a bit. GZ. And I'm not using actual measurements for this. I'm just trying to do it by eye and what I think is logical. So something like this should work out fine. Now I'm going to bring this, duplicate it, bring it over to this side, make it a bit thinner, and stretch it all the way out until there, because it's going to be a separate plane. Let's press 1 first, and let's add the camera. Ctrl-Alt-0. But I think the lens of the camera is a bit too wide, so I'm going to zoom it in so we don't have to model an entire kitchen that looks perfect and all. We are just going to use a part of the kitchen. So let's do 85 millimeters. Now all we have to do is make sure we have some parts over here or over here, so we don't have to model the entire kitchen with a fridge and some cabinets right over here and stuff like that. We are just going to do it the easy way in order to deceive our audience into thinking that they are in a kitchen, but actually it's just a small set like they do on television. All right, kitchen assets. So we've got the fruit as well, so let's bring that over here. So we can bring that down. Oh, as you notice, when you scale the kiwi down, the particle for the hair system is going to be too long. So we are going to have to change that manually. But I'm going to scale this down first, bring it right over here, go into the particle system and decrease the hair length to something like this. It should be dark when we enter into this mode, and it is. We only have the world lighting, it's on Eevee, I'm going to set it to cycles, GPU compute, and now it's entirely black. And we don't want that actually, so I'm going to bring in a light for now so we can see what we're doing. So I'm going to open up this part right here, because usually in interior renders you have a light coming from the side. It's just a very popular thing to do. So I'm going to make a loop cut right over here, and maybe a loop cut right over there. Then I will select this, Control A, apply the scale, press I, inset this, E and X to delete the faces. And then I will add an HDRI. Now we're going to have to increase the strength of this by quite a bit, or else it will be quite noisy, because we are mainly relying on light bounces in the area itself, because the wall is all enclosed and there's light coming in from one side, and now this is basically what it looks like. So now we are going to decide on an HDRI later on. I'm just going to use this as a reference for our lighting, and this is what it looks like right now. We can always play around with light linking function in Blender later on if we do not like something, so it's not a problem at all. I'm going in here and we have to make some assets. So the first thing I'm going to place my 3D cursor right over here. I will add a cylinder, and this is going to be a very simple shape. It's not going to be hard at all. It's going to be the simplest shape that we are going to model today. As Z, bring this down, make it a bit smaller, like so. Then go into edit mode, take this, scale it outwards, something like so. Upwards just a little bit, press I, E, and scale it inwards until it looks like this. And now we've got some type of plate. I'm going to add a subdivision surface modifier to it. Bring it upwards, shade it smooth. So we've got a little plate right over here that we can use to place some objects into if we'd like. Now I'm going to make some olive oil. So I'm going to press Shift A, image, references, and go to downloads, where I've got my olive oil right over here. I'm going to bring it in here. It's a bit too large, doesn't really matter though. I'm going to press Alt R, RX 90, and now it looks like this. Let's click on 1 and into this mode so we can see what we are doing. Now this is the shape of the olive oil bottle. So I'm going to bring in a cube. Let's bring it right over there. Let's scale it. And now basically all we have to do is follow this shape until it is correct. E, G and Z, bring this down all the way over here. E, Z, S, E, Z, something like so. And then we'll select the top part. E, bring it over here. Now scale it inwards. Just follow the reference. This is a very easy asset to make. So I'm going to add 2 loop cuts. Then select all of this. Loop tools, circle. And now we've got a circle. I'm going to scale it down just a little bit. E, bring it upwards. E, bring it upwards. I'm not going to care about the reference too much. E and S, bring it in. E, S, bring it inwards, like so. And just play around with this until it looks somewhat correct. It doesn't have to be perfect. It's just going to be a small asset that we are going to be using. And now we've got a bottle of olive oil pretty quickly, not that hard. Just going to add a subdivision surface modifier to it, shade this smooth, and bring in an extra loop cut right over here maybe. So let's use this. Let's delete the reference image. Let's go over here into our camera mode, bring this down, set it on the table. It should be a bit smaller, I think. So I'm going to decrease the size. And we're going to texture this later, so don't worry. That is going to be done, and we're going to place an etiquette on it as well. So let's bring in a reference image, reference, and type cutting board. So I've got one right over here. I think this looks pretty cool. Dash, Alt R, RX 90. Let's have a look at this on 1. This is a very easy shape to make, so we are just going to do it easily. So let's bring in a cube. Let's scale it down. Let's scale it to this part, G and Z, bring it upwards. And now this is kind of correct. I'm going to do the entirety of this. Alt C, S and Y. It should be a lot thinner, of course. Let's add a inset. Press I to inset, all the way over here. Do it again, but this time all the way over here. I'm going to make some loop cuts, like so. A couple more like this. Take all of these, loop tools, circle. And before we do that, let's apply the scale first. Loop tools, circle. Then it looks like so. R, Y, I'm going to scale it down. Scale it on the X-axis. And I'm not going to care about this broken up mesh, because it is not the most important model, to be honest. I'm not going to spend more time on it. That is a great lesson for you as well. Don't spend time on stuff that doesn't matter, all right? Lots of people make that mistake. Let's delete the faces, and let's delete all of this as well, by the way, and maybe even this entire side as well. Just rid of it. And now we only got this plane with our cool looking stuff on it. Let's press Ctrl 3, and now it already looks a bit softer. Let's add a solidify, or actually let's just select all, E, and bring it over here like so. Add a loop cut, add a loop cut, and now we're pretty much done. Could add a loop cut right over here, shade this smooth, add a loop cut right over there, add a loop cut right over there. And on the inside of this, we might want a loop cut as well. All right, so this is our cutting board. Very easy, shade the smooth. Let's delete the reference image. Let's take this, bring it back into our scene, RX 90, RC 90, and it's on the kitchen table now. So now we already got 3 assets, and we're going to make a couple more. So hang in here, and we're going to be done very quickly because all of these assets are very simple to make. All right, so now let's model the final parts, and then we are going to texture everything and make sure it looks good. So I am going to make another one of these plates, but it's going to be a bit different. So in this case, I am going to use a cube. I'm going to scale it down, bring it over here, as Z, make it smaller. And now basically all we want to do is Ctrl A, apply the scale, select this, I to inset, bring it down, scale it just a little bit, then go into the modifier section, select bevel and add it. Increase the amount of segments and maybe change the amount to something a bit less drastic. Let's shade it smooth. Of course it doesn't work, so we need to add the normals, smooth by angle, and then ignore sharpness. Scale it on the y-axis to make it look a bit like this. Then go over here, select the entire inner edge and give it a small bevel with only one segment. Now select the entire outer edge in edge select mode, scale it outwards just a little bit, something like this, and now we've got a little plate where a lot of other things can stand on. So that's why we made that. Now I'm going to press Shift A and make a UV sphere, scale it down, bring it over here, bring it upwards, and maybe we can scale it on the Z axis just a little bit to give it this shape. Then I will go into edit mode, click on C. Now we can select this, right mouse click to disable it, click on C again for the bottom side, like so, and now we've got both of those parts selected. And we can Alt S and scale it inwards a bit like so. Something like this should work out fine. Let's give it a small subdivision surface modifier, maybe Ctrl 1. Shade this smooth, and now this kind of looks like a blue berry type of thing. It's not blue yet, but we are going to make it blue. Then let's make one more of these, but it's a bit different. So Shift A, add a cylinder, scale it down. Let's bring it over here. SC, SZ, like so. Go into edit mode. I to inset, E, bring it outwards, then scale it out like something like so. E, bring this inwards, all the way down, scale it in, I once again, E, and let's make a bit of a blade type thing. I once again, E to scale it inwards, like so. Give it a small subdivision surface modifier, and now it looks like this. Let's give it one more segment right over there. Select the inner part and press I. So now we've got one more plate that we can deal with. So bring it down, set it on the table, make sure that this is straight. So let's bring it down. So let's make one more bowl. So Shift A, cylinder, let's bring it over there, scale it down, bring this down, scale it, GZ, bring it upwards, E, S, and now we pretty much already have a bowl like this. Bring it downwards, scale it, and that's pretty much done. Press 3, I, make it straight, add an extra loop cut right over here. So now it's populated over here, which looks quite a bit better, and we are going to add a cloth simulation as well. I'm first going to select our original cube and give it a collision right here in the physics tab. So collision, right over here. I'm going to increase the friction to 10. Damping can be increased as well. The thickness outer should be decreased, and the inner can be decreased a bit as well. So now we have to add a plane. So mesh, plane, scale it down. Bring it over here, scale it on the y-axis to give it a bit more of that shape. Bring it over there, go into edit mode, one loop cut, Ctrl R, select all by pressing A, subdivide and subdivide it 20 times. So now I'm going to rotate it by 90 degrees, give it a cloth simulation, quality steps to 10, self collisions can be turned on, decrease the distance by quite a bit, and the distance of the object collisions can also be changed to 0.001, set the quality to 5. Now before we do the cloth simulation that we are going to apply, I'm going into edit mode, press U and unwrap, because now we already have this unwrapped, and later on when we apply this, things will look a bit funky if we unwrap it later. So Shift A, let's play this. And it looks like this. Not bad. I think somewhere over here can be nice. So I will go into the modifiers tab and apply this cloth modifier. Then I will shade it smooth, give it 2 levels of subdivision by pressing Ctrl 2. And now we've got our cloth simulation ready right over here. So now that we have all the objects, all that's left to do is to texture everything and make sure that it's in its place, ready for the next render. So let's start with the cloth first. I'm going to press on New, go to the Principled BSDF, and you need to have Node Wrangler enabled for this, but Ctrl Shift T, and then we can select the texture. I'm going to select Fabric 51, which you can get on Polyhaven. And now all we have to do is go into the UV editor, press A, select this button so we can see what we're doing. A, scale it up, and make sure it looks like a cloth. And that looks fine for what I am trying to do. Then we're going over to the cutting board. So I'm going to select the cutting board right over here, Ctrl Shift T, Wood 58. Let's see what it looks like. Unwrap it, Q projection. And we're going to add a hue, saturation and value. I'm going to increase the value just a bit because I want it to be brighter. I will then select this plate, press on New, go over here, increase the metallic, decrease the roughness a bit and call it a day. Then I will select this object right over here, which is a bowl. I'm going over here, press New, Principled BSDF, remove it, glass, BSDF, let's plug it in here. And now we've got a glass type of bowl. Pretty interesting looking. Maybe decrease the IOR just a little bit and increase the roughness. So now I will select this part and I'm going to press on New, going to make the color a bit bluish. Decrease the roughness. So now let's take this board, press New, Ctrl Shift T, bring in another wood texture. Let's try wood 60. Pretty decent to me, so I'm going to roll with it. So now let's texture this berry. Let's go over here, press on New. Let's add a noise texture right over here. Let's add a color ramp as well. Factor into the factor, color into the color. Let's make this a bit of a bluish tone. So let's increase this. Let's make it a bit more blue like so. Switch these colors. Take the entire left color, make it very dark and bluish as well. And now we've got this type of effect going on. Looking pretty fine to me. You can play around with the scale of this, so let's see what it looks like. Maybe make it a bit bigger, something like so. Increase the detail, increase the roughness to 0.58, something like that. Now all we have to do is texture the olive oil. So I'm going to take this, go into edit mode, and let's select these top parts and press Ctrl++ until we get the entire cap. Plus in the material, assign this, Ctrl I, give it a new material, and assign it as well. So let's first do the bottle cap. Select this material, make it red, increase the metallic, decrease the roughness a bit to make it look like this. And now we can go over into this material and perhaps we want to make it a bit more glass-like. So I'm going to add a glass BSDF, like so, glass into the surface, and this is now our glass. Now I want this to have an inside as well. So I'm going back into edit mode and I will select the part right over here, Ctrl++++++ until we get the entire part where we want the liquid to be at. So I'm going to duplicate this, Shift D, press OK, P, separate the selection, and now we've got an extra selection right over here. I'm going to press A on all of this, Alt S, and scale it down until it fits inside of the bottle, like so, and give it its own material. So I'm going to copy this, go over here, Alt C so we can look through it, select this entire edge and give it an icon by pressing F. Now let's give it a bit of an orange oily color, right over here, and we should increase the roughness. So I'm going right over here and I will press Shift S, cursor to selected. Let's add a plane, scale it down until it fits on the bottle. So RX 90, bring it over to this side, SZ, scale it upwards, and we could give it a modifier, namely solidify modifier, so it has a little bit of thickness. See what that looks like. G and Y, bring it outwards. And we should shrink wrap this to the entire mesh. So I'm going to scale it down just a little bit, add a shrink wrap modifier. Shrink wrap. Select our object right over here, and now it should be shrink wrapped to this object, but it doesn't really have enough geometry. So I'm going into edit mode and give it some geometry. And now as you can see, it is bending along with the object, which is what we want. Now I'm going to press A, U, Q projection, press New, give us a new material, Ctrl T, open an image, downloads, and take our olive oil image. You can take whatever olive oil you find. Let's go into the UV editor, select this, and let's make sure that it only fits on this entire plane. And now we've got a bottle of olive oil as well. So now let's add some of these fruits to the bowls and make sure that it looks pretty cool. I'm going to select this fruit, I'm going to make a new collection and call it berry. I will take this, scale it down to a reasonable size, something like so, duplicate it and rotate it and make sure that we do that quite a few times in order to fill up this bowl. So we can also select multiple berries, rotate it. You can also deform them just a little bit, so scale them on some axes, and maybe go into edit mode, select some of this, proportional editing, make sure it's just a little bit deformed. That's a bit different than some of the others, like this. You can add some more if you like. I'm going to add some more, but it's pretty boring, so I'm not going to show you how to do that. You pretty much know how to duplicate and bring in some more berries into this bowl. Make another one, RC. Let's go into edit mode, select some stuff and play around with the shape of the strawberry, and this will make things a bit more randomized and real looking. I'm going to speed up through this process because I think it's pretty obvious what you need to do. You just need to duplicate these strawberries and make sure that they are aligned and don't intersect with each other too much, and I trust that you can do this. So now we've got some objects to work with. In the previous tutorial we also made some glass, and we're going to use that to populate this even further and make sure that it looks good. And in the next video we are going to make a kitchen that we can use in our shots to have the actual product animation take place in. All of these assets were pretty easy to create, so now we have enough assets to make an actual kitchen. Have a look at the Ultimate Combo Pack in Geolights Pro, the newest and most unique lighting solution in Blender. Subscribe, and I'll see you in this video next. Sometimes you just need an environment to have your product animation take place in, and that will increase the production value by a lot. So in this tutorial I'm going to show how to make a kitchen the easy way without actually making everything from the kitchen. If you don't want to make a kitchen, no problem, you can also get all the assets on Gumroad for a small price. Link is in the description, so let's get started. So first things first, we're going to make some cabinets. So I'm going to press Shift A, add a cube, and here it is. Well, I'm going to scale it down and I'm going to bring it all the way over here. And let's go into this mode so we can actually see what we're doing. Place it against the wall, maybe make it a bit thinner, something that a cabinet should be looking like. So I'm going to apply the scale, go into edit mode, press on 3, select this part, press I, G and Y, bring it inwards just a little bit, press E, bring it inwards just a little bit, scale it, because I don't want it to be entirely straight. Press I once again, E, bring it outwards, I once again, and scale it just a little bit like this. And now we've got something that looks like a cabinet, and I think it's pretty cool. Shift S, cursor to selected, let's make a handle for this as well. So I'm going to add a cube, scale it down, bring it to the front, right over here. Then I'm going to make a loop cut right in the middle, select all of this, and delete it by deleting the faces, pressing on X. Then I'm going to add a mirror modifier right here in the modifier section. Mirror, and this should work out fine. Now I'm going to take this, scale it on the Y-axis, scale it on the Z-axis, bring it outwards just a little bit, and make sure that it looks like the frame beginning. So I'm going to take this, G and X, bring it towards this side, add a loop cut right here, scoop it over, and take this, E, and bring it towards this side. Now, I think this is around the right length for this, so I'm going to bring it closer to this part. And now all we have to do is bring it down, add a bevel modifier, bevel, and increase the segments for this, like so. Now that looks pretty cool. I do think it's a bit too big on the Z height, so I'm heading over into edit mode. With Alt-C, I'm going to select all of these, G and Z, bring it down until it looks something like this. I still think that this part is a bit too broad maybe, so I'm going to select all of this, Alt-C, take this, G and Y, bring it towards this side, and now it looks correct. Then I'm going to take this, convert to mesh, and this will apply all the modifiers. Then I'm going to select the cabinet, go to the modifiers, add a bevel, increase the segments, add normals, smooth by angle, ignore the sharpness. And this is what it looks like right now. Select the handle, then select the cabinet, Ctrl J, and now it's all part of the same object. Add a modifier, array this, and increase the amount. Something like this should work out fine for what we are trying to do. I think it could be placed upwards just a little bit. Now I'm going to add some wooden planks right here that we can add and stack all the way on the wall. So I'm going to press Shift A, add a cube, bring it all the way over here. S and X, S and Z, make it smaller. Let's take this and bring it all the way to the back side of the wall as well. Let's take this and bring this to the back side of the wall as well. Now array it, array 3 times on the Z axis, like so, and let's increase the amount. And now we've got something interesting going on here as well. I will select this part, Shift S, cursor to selected, Shift A, add a cube, let's bring it down, scale it on the Z axis, maybe just a little bit bigger, Z axis, and this will be like a stove. Press I, bring this inwards, and scale it just a little bit. And now this should work out fine for what we are trying to do. Maybe we can even add a bevel modifier once again. So next, we are going to select all of this, let's add some loop cuts. Let's add some loop cuts right over here. And now we can select all of this. Ctrl A to apply the scale. So press I, bring it down. G and Y, maybe a little bit towards this side. E, bring it down. And this will be the place where our water faucet will be located. So I'm going to add a cylinder right over here and start from here. E, Z, E, S, just make a random shape over here that kind of looks like it could be the beginning of a water faucet. So let's bring this upwards, like so. Press E, and now we probably want to do this. So click on the dash icon so it's isolated in its own part. Press on 3, place the 3D cursor like somewhere over here. Go to the spin tool and set this to X direction. Now we're going to make the rest of the water faucet like this. And this should probably be minus 180. And then we can play around with the center of the Y, something like this. Let's press I, E, bring it inwards, scale it just a little bit. And it's a bit underwhelming, I believe. I'm going to take this, press Ctrl B, just for one bevel segment. And then go all the way over here. Ctrl plus until we reach the entire top of this. G and Z, bring it upwards. And now I'm going to select this edge and scale it inwards just a little bit. Now I'm going to add some loop cuts right over here until we get some squares. And I will select a couple of these squares, approximately 16, and apply the scale first, Ctrl A, apply the scale. Loop tools, circle, and I'm going to deselect flatten right over here, so it follows the shape of the cylinder. Press E, bring it outwards, loop tools, flatten, and now this will be flattened. E, S, scale it inwards, E, S, scale it outwards, something like this, and bring it all the way over here. We can also bring it towards this side a little bit more, scale it down like so. Then I will make some more loop cuts right over here. And now I've selected all of these faces, and I will once again select circle, make sure it follows the radius. This time I'm going to press I, scale it inwards, something like this. Press E, bring it outwards, loop tools, flatten, and now it looks like this. Then I'm going to add a subdivision surface modifier, add an extra loop cut right over here. We can also add a loop cut right over here. So now this kind of looks like a water faucet, at least for in the distance. This is going to work out fine. One more thing we can make is an electrical socket. So let's go over here. Let's place our 3D cursor, hold shift, right mouse click. Let's add a cube, scale it on the Y axis. G and Y. Let's add some loop cuts over here until we get some squares like this. Then I will select this part, press I. Then I will select this part, I, inset it to around the same range. Then select all of this. Loop tools, circle. Now we've got two circles. They are a bit too big, so I'm going to set this to individual origins, scale it down, and E inwards. Then I'm going to select all of these edges and bevel it, and this will destroy the mesh, by the way. Now I'm going to make a loop cut right over here, then select this part as well, scale it upwards, then only take this edge and scale it upward just a little bit. Now let's add a subdivision surface modifier, like this, and add some extra loop cuts to support this entire structure. Let's select this entire part and add a bevel modifier. This will make sure that this part is rounded out as well. So let's increase the amount of segments, let's decrease the amount of the bevel in the first place. Now, one thing that we should do is select this cube, apply the scale, go over here, add a loop cut, select this entire surrounding area. So click on 3 for the face select mode, hold Alt, select this entire area, Alt E, and extrude these faces along normals, like so. Let's add a bevel modifier to this as well. Increase the amount of segments and decrease the strength of this just a little bit. So this is what it looks like right now. All we have to do is texture all of this, and then I'm going to bring in the glasses. We're going to populate this entire area and make sure that this environment looks good enough for the final product animation render. So let's first select these. I'm going to select this specific board that we already textured in the previous part. I'm going to copy the material to the selected, go over here, U, Q projection, and this should work out fine for the distance that we're working in. Now, one thing I want to do is go over into the camera, go to viewport display and select the passe-partout. Now we can see what's in the frame and what's not. I also want to change the depth of field already. So I'm going to select depth of field and select our blender, because the things in the background don't really have to be noticeable that much. We're going to decrease the amount of f-stop in here, maybe to 1.8, and this will blur out the entire background, so it doesn't have to be the best background in the world. We just have to make it look good enough so we can use it in a render. And this is a very important lesson. We always want to save time, because 3D is a very time-consuming process and you only live once, and I don't have time to waste to be meticulous about things that are going to be unnoticeable anyways. So with every project that you do, ask yourself the question, how can I save time on this? How can I bring this from 7 days to 1 day? How can I bring this from 3 hours to 1 hour? And it will greatly help you think about a way in 3D to save your own time and thereby be able to create more that's actually useful. So I'm going to select this board now, and I will bring this up, go into the shader editor, click on new, Ctrl-Shift-T, and I will bring in marble 12, which is the white marble. It is on polyhaven once again. Select all, Q projection, maybe it's a bit too big, so let's go to the UV editor. Something like this already looks a little bit better. So I'm going back into the shader editor and I will decrease the scale of the displacement to 0.01. Let's start with the water faucet first. I'm going to select it, I'm going to press on 0 because this is what we are actually seeing, so I'm not going to spend too much time on this. Increase the metallic, decrease the roughness, and make it a bit more of a grayish color. And what do you have? It looks like a water faucet. I'm not going to spend any more time on this. What I am going to do is going to material and call this simple metal. And then I will go into this material right here, select it, Then take this entire part, Ctrl plus, and give it that very same material. Ctrl I, make a new material, give this another material. Maybe it's a bit too dark for this area, so I'm going to select this, copy this, and make sure it's a bit brighter, like so. Let's go over here into this material, select it, add new, delete this. Let's add a glass BSDF into the surface. And I'm actually not going to do anything with this, maybe increase the roughness just a little bit. Ctrl I, plus, new material, assign. Let's make this black and increase the metallic, decrease the roughness. And this looks pretty good. I'm heading over into the cabinets. And by clicking L while holding our mouse over this object, L, it will select this object that at first was separated. So I will assign a new material to this, assign, give it the simple metal material, plus, and Ctrl I to select everything else, assign, and now we can do the cabinets as well. So first let's do the wall. So I'm going to select the wall, plus, new, let's add a noise texture right over here, plug it into a bump height, and plug this into the normal. It will be way too much, obviously. Ctrl A to apply the scale, Ctrl T, and set the object into the vector. Now I will increase the scale by a whole lot, 500, and then I will decrease the strength of this to a very low number. And what we can also do is go over here, add another noise texture, bring this vector into the vector of the noise texture, vector into the roughness, add a color ramp, let's see what it looks like. It's a bit too big, so I'm going to set it to 1 and increase the detail, maybe increase the roughness just a little bit. We can pronounce this by using the color ramp, something like so. And this means that we will have some areas that are a bit more reflective than others. And it's already starting to look a bit more like a wall. So all we have to do now is take this socket, make a new material for this, drag it over to a slightly yellowish tone, and well, that's pretty much it. Now all we have to do is texture this cabinet and texture this part as well, and then we're going to use some assets to populate this entire area because it still looks quite empty. Now let's go over to this side, right over here. Ctrl Shift T and give it marble 6, which is the black marble. A, U, Q projection, and let's go into the UV editor mode. Select all of this, scale it up just a little bit, and we go into the shader editor back again and change the displacement to 0.01. Normal map, 0.1. Select this part, Ctrl R. Let's add a loop cut right over here, bring it upwards. Then let's select this entire line by holding Ctrl E, bring it outwards just a little bit. Alright, so I am looking at this render right now and there are a couple of things that I really do not like and we are going to change that. So first of all, the texture of the cabinets right over here is not to my liking. We are going to change that later on in this video. But another thing that's even more annoying is the fact that this background is very empty and it doesn't seem very real because of it. So what we are going to do is we're going to add a little hanger with some of those spatulas hanging from it, and this will make the render look a bit more full and a bit more real, and that's what we're going to do right now. So there's a couple of things that we're going to change. So look over here, we've got a place where you can cook, but there's nothing to suck in the steam and the air that's coming from the cooking, and it will basically just make our cabinets very moldy and rotten, and that is not what we want. Another thing that I really do not like is the fact that this is too big, so we're going to have to scale that down, and we're also going to populate it with some assets later on that we made earlier before. Now here's the deal, we are going to model some more assets in order to make this look good. So let's go ahead and do that right now. So I'm going to bring in a reference image first to make the spatula. So right over here, image, reference, and I will place the reference on Patreon as well so you have it. It's right over here, Alt R, bring it upwards, click on 7. Let's add a cube. Let's bring this upwards, scale it down, SX, and this should be good to go. Now all we have to do is take this part, press on 3, click on 7, E, and let's extrude this and only scale it on the X axis whenever we go. So like this, SX, bring it over here, E and S, and start over here, SX, E, SX, E, like this, E, SX. So now that looks like that, and we've got this part pretty much done. Going to take this as well, E, and bring it upwards, E and SX. Make sure to follow this entire reference like so. E, SX, E, SX, E, SX. This is pretty simple stuff, guys. You should be able to follow this along quite easily. SX, and now it looks like this. So I'm going to add a subdivision by pressing Ctrl 3, and now it looks like this. And all we have to do is press Alt T and make sure that we have enough geometry to make these holes. So I'm going to add a couple of loop cuts right over here until we get something that looks like the shape of that hole. So we've got one right over here, we've got one right over here, right over here, this one as well. And make sure to select it like so, so we're actually getting the back side as well. Like this, like this, like this. So select everything where there's a hole. Maybe this part as well. X, delete the faces, and now it looks like this. Select the entire edge, so go click on 2 and select this with edge select mode. And then we're going in the search menu, bridge edge loops, and make sure that we've got the entire bridge edge loops for all of these parts, so that it's closed off in the middle. This is a bit too thick, so I'm going to scale this down until it's thin enough. Then I will take this entire part in Alt-C, select all of this, Control+, Alt-S, and make sure that this part is just a little bit bigger than this part. And the only thing left to do is to make this hole right here. I'm going to place a loop cut right over here, and I'm going to place 2 right over there. Click on Alt-C and make sure that we have a selection that encompasses the entire circle. So something like this, and this part as well. Right mouse click, loop tools, circle, and now we've got a circle right there. It's not the best circle. Reason for it is that we have to apply the scale. Control A, apply the scale, loop tools, circle, and now it's a circle. So let's scale this down, and G and Y, let's make sure that it's somewhat in the location that we think it should be located at. And I will delete it, all the faces, then take all of this, and once again, bridge these edge loops. And as you can see, we now got our circle here as well, and then bring some edges in the middle to support this entire structure. And now it looks like this, pretty good if you ask me. Another thing that we could do is maybe select all of this, Alt-C, click on 3, take all of this, G and Z using proportional editing, like so. Let's scale this outwards, and then we get that shape that is going on with the spatula. So I'm going to place this over to the side, and all we have to do now is make 1 or 2 more of those assets, and I'm going to make a big spoon that looks the same like this. And basically what I'm going to do is I'm going into this object, because I don't want to do any extra work than is necessary. Press Alt-C, take all of this and copy it. Shift-D, X, bring it over towards this side, right over there, and now I will make it its own collection by pressing P, selection, and now this will be its own geometry. So let's go over into this object, and right now it is open on this side, and I will make the spoon starting from here. So press on 7. I'm just going to interpret this in the way that I think it should look. So SY, SX, maybe that's a bit too heavy, SX, something like so, SY, SX, EY, EY, SX, EY, SX. Maybe bring it backwards just a little bit. But the inside should be going downwards just a little bit. So we will select only these 3, press on proportional editing, and bring this down. And now it's a bit more of a spoon shape. You can also fill this end up, grid fill, like so. And now we've got a spoon as well. So G and X, bring it over there. All that's left to do is to take this part once again. So let's take it from this one. Alt-C, 7, take all of this, Control+, Shift-D, X, bring it over here. And I'm going to make one of those little soup scooping spoons, you know what I mean? So I'm going to take this, press P, separate the selection. Let's go over here. And now all we have to do is select this, click on 3, E, and bring it down, just like so. Rotate it. E once again. Now Shift A, let's bring in a UV sphere. It's going to be right over here. I'm going to bring it to the side that I think is going to be a bit more correct. Let's select the entire top part, like this, Control+, delete this, and now we've got this part. So let's select it using L, G and Y, bring it towards this side, bring it upwards. And now all we need to do is connect this. So it should have the same amount of edges, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So I'm going to do that right over here. I will place a loop cut over there. I will place a loop cut right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, I think that's 4 edges, and this one should have a bit more. Now I'm going to click L on this, E and S, scale it inwards just a little bit, so now it has a bit more geometry, like so, as you can see. And we can take all of this and connect it to that. So the first thing I'm going to do is take these edges, connect them with those, bridge edge loops. Then I will take those edges, connect them with those, bridge edge loops. Now select this entire part and press F and do the same for this. Let's add a supporting loop cut right over there. And I think for the distance that we're going to be using this for, this will be fine. It's not the best, but it's also not the worst. And what we can also do is select this entire part right here, R and X, and make sure that it's a bit more located like this. It's not the best soup scooping spoon, but we're going to use it in the background, which is going to be in bokeh the entire time, and I'm not going to waste my time. Let's use all of this in order to place it on the background of our kitchen. So let's give this a collection, G and Y, RX90, RY180, like this. scale it down, bring it right over here. And it should be hanging on a place where I think the wall is too empty. And that should be right over here. I'm going to select this, Shift A, cursor to selected, bring in a mesh, namely a cube. Bring it right over there, GZ, GX. And this is going to be the place where it's going to be hanging from. Doesn't have to be too big. Now all we have to do is take all of this, R and X, make sure that it is hanging from this side. Maybe we could add some hangers right over here. That would make a bit more sense. So let's go over here. Let's add a mesh circle, let's scale it down. RX 90, see what it looks like, bring it forwards. Go into edit mode, press on 1, E and Y, let's bring this outwards. Let's do RX minus 45, E and Z, let's bring this upwards. RX minus 45, scale it inwards just a little bit and give this a subdivision surface modifier as well. So it looks like this. Now we can fill this up. So let's do a grid fill once again, and maybe we can scale this down just a little bit more. It's a bit too big, so I'm going to scale it down. Take this entire part, make sure it's sticking out. Then take this, E and Y, bring it closer to the wall, like this. Now let's select this and copy it over towards this side, this side. Now this part is a bit too big. So I'm going to scale this on the X-axis, bring this over towards this side, and now it makes more sense composition-wise. I'm going to select all of this, including the water faucet, G and X, and bring this towards this side as well. And there could be a place for the steam to be removed. So I'm going to take this, let's add a cube, bring it over there. Let's take the underside, E, let's scale this outwards like so. Take the underside, E and S, bring this down like so, G and Z, press I, inset. Let's make this go upwards just a little bit. It's not going to be noticeable, I think. No, not really noticeable. And add a couple of buttons. So maybe add a cylinder right over there. RX 90, SY. Scale it inwards. We could take all of this, delete it. Take this entire edge, grid fill. And maybe we can take this entire part, like so. And press I. And have it come outwards just a little bit. Give it a small subdivision surface modifier and make some supporting edge loops around the side for this. And now we've got a little button. Duplicate it, make sure it's rotated just a little bit. I think this is already a bit better. It's not entirely there yet, but we are getting to a place where I'm starting to feel content with what we are making. So all we have to do now is finish the texturing process and then add some more assets to the background, and then the kitchen will be done. So let's first go over here, add the material to this, and I'm going to select the brush metal. And you know what? Maybe I'm going to do the same for these. So let's copy the material over. Then take this part and select the same material that we've got over here. Copy material to selected. And maybe this can be the brush metal as well. So let's copy the material to selected. And then we've got this entire part done. Now we maybe need a black part for this. And I think the black plastic that we used for the blender is going to be fine. So I'm going to type black plastic right over here. Then select these buttons and copy the material over to this as well. But I think it's a bit too black. So I'm actually going to take this and make it the brush metal material as well. Might not be that noticeable, so I'm going to select this, Control J, let's make sure they're all together, and make a new copy out of this. Let's go over here and change the color of this just a little bit. I'm going into this color ramp and make it a bit darker. See what it looks like? Something like this. So I just made a quick render of this and I was still not happy with the way the cabinets looked. So I'm going to change that right now. So I will select the cabinet right over here, as you can see, and I'm going to press Ctrl Shift T right on this, and I will bring in the wood 58 texture. You can get it on Polyhaven once again. Now that looks pretty fine to me, but there's a couple of things I want to change. In the shader editor, I'm going to change the displacement to 0.01. And this should remove some of the hard edges that we've created using this displacement. The normal map can also be decreased a little bit to 0.23. And now we have those light looking cabinets that I think look pretty fine as well. And now I'm going back in an old render that we made previously in another part of this course. And I'm going to bring in the glasses that we made. So right now I'm back in my kitchen scene. I'm going to press Ctrl V and bring in the glasses. And they are a bit big, so I'm going to have to scale them down, obviously. Let's have it all sit on this little stand. So now let's copy this glass, for example, and bring this upwards, and let's give it a different color. So copy the texture, take this and make it red, for example. See, make sure that it is on the right side of the table, like so. We can also maybe take this plate and bring it over there. So duplicate it and set it on this stand. Let's duplicate it, maybe make it a bit bigger, scale it on a Z axis so it looks a little bit different. Bring it over there, copy the texture, blue. We can also take this glass, Shift D, bring it forward and set it on the table. Why not? So that's the end of this kitchen tutorial, and we are going to make a smoothie in the next one because we want that to be the focal point of this entire render. That's why we are making this in the first place, to show the blenders are able to make smoothies. So that's how you create a kitchen in Blender the easy way. This course cost a lot of time to make, so I'd appreciate it if you click on that subscribe button to receive more value in the future. And I'll see you in the next video. We are going to make a smoothie in Blender. This is going to be a very easy tutorial, but we are going to use some geometry nodes and procedural texturing. So let's get started straight away. I'm starting in this scene instead of the normal default Blender scene simply because we have to know the scale of the cylinder because we are going to use geometry nodes and I want the scale to be right the first time. So Shift A, add a cylinder, it's way too big as expected. So I'm going to scale this down, bring this upwards, and let's see how tall this is. Right over here in the items, it is 17 centimeters. It could actually be something like 14.5. I think something like this should be fine for our glass. So now I'm going to click on the dash icon right over here and we can see our HDRI. Perhaps we can turn off this film transparent. And let's go to this mode first. Heading over into edit mode, I'm going to select all of these simply by holding Alt and clicking on this while we are in phase select mode. Then I will press Alt S and make sure it's a bit thinner. Now I'm going to click on this top part, press on I, inset it just a little bit, E and bring it downwards until we're all the way down and it's moving outside of the frame. I'm going to press I, bring it upwards just a little bit to get that rounded off shape that you usually have in the glass. We can add a shade smooth. As you can see, it kind of messes things up. So we have to go to the modifiers section, add normals, smooth by angle, ignore the sharpness, and now everything should be fine. So the next thing we are going to do is to add another, you guessed it, cylinder. And now we're going to scale this down all the way until it fits inside of our glass, until it is nicely filled up. Now, before we can texture all of this, we also have to do some geometry node work. So let's add some of these little dots that you see in the smoothie. They could be seeds from a kiwi, for example, or some spinach or stuff like that. I don't know, I usually don't drink smoothies. So let's go ahead and add an icosphere. Let's bring this down, and this should work out fine for now. So let's duplicate this and make a different shape. Simply going to scale it on the Z-axis, maybe on the Y-axis as well. And let's make another one. Let's go over here, and with proportional editing, let's make a weirder shape, something that looks like this, a little less uniform than those other ones. So I'm going to select all of this, place them in our own collection. Let's call it seeds, shade it all smooth, give all of them a subdivision surface of 2. Control 2 is the way to do that. So now I'm first going to select the outer part and we're going to make a texture for this. So let's set it to new. As you know by now, there are 3 ways to make glass, but I'm just going for the simple version right now. I'm going to delete this and add a glass BSDF. I'm going to change the IOR to 1.49 and BSDF into the surface. And now this should be glass. Now we're looking right through it, which is exactly what we want. Then I'm going to select this part. And now we have to open up our geometry nodes section because we have to add the materials in the geometry nodes or else it will not work. So let's go over here to the geometry node editor, press on N to remove this box. And now I'm going to press on new. We are going to work with this cylinder and now we want to distribute some points to have our seeds located in the smoothie. So I'm going to bring in distribute points on faces, bring it right in there. Instance on points, bring it right in here, and a join geometry. First of all, our cylinder has disappeared. That's why I added the join geometry. So we can take this geometry from the cylinder, this group input is the cylinder, and drag it into the join geometry. And now we've got it back right over here, which is exactly what we want. So I'm going to place this upwards, bring in a set material node and place it right in between because the cylinder should be a different material than the icospheres. Now I'm going to drag in our seeds collection right over here. Drag it in, set it to relative, separate children and reset children. The reason why we do that is because things will be offset if we place it in like this. So click on this and now it should be over here. So now you have 1 point and all of those 3 icospheres will be instanced on that point and we don't want that. So I'm going to click on pick instance and now it will be only 1 icosphere per point. I'm going to drag this to the side, set material, bring this in here as well. I'm going to add a random value node. Why? Well, I don't want all of these icospheres to be the same size. So I'm going to plug this into the scale, which we can use a float for because scale only works proportionally and not in all factors. So it doesn't really matter if we use a float or a factor. So I'm going to use float. Max, bring it down, but I can't see anything. So we have to make some materials for this in order to make this work. So let's go over here, drag this upwards, press on new. Let's make a new material, going right over here. And I will call it pink smoothie. Going to make it a pink smoothie. So let's bring in a noise texture. Let's set this to object. Plug the factor into the base color. Bring a color ramp right in between. And now change this color to a pink pink orangey kind of tone, something like this. And we cannot see anything changing yet. And the reason for it is that we need to set a material. So I'm going to select the pink smoothie. Pink smoothie right over there. And now these black parts really don't look that appetizing. So I'm going to change this color to a bit more of a pinkish tone. Somewhere over here. Could be pretty light as well. No problem. You can increase the scale, increase the detail, do whatever you like. Something like this, I think, looks pretty cool. Now I'm going back into the geometry nodes section, select our cylinder and change this to a new material. So I'm going to make a new material and call it seeds. Let's make it a bit of a darkish pink tone. Let's select it right over here. Seeds. It could be darker. It shouldn't be too dark. Something like this. This is something that I am trying to go for. So I'm going to decrease the scale of this because it shouldn't be that big. It should actually be very small, like so. And if you want more of this, just increase the density on the distribute points on faces. But one thing that's kind of messing with my head is the fact that they are all pointed in the same direction, and I kind of want to fix that. So I will bring this to the side, bring this to the side as well, and we have this normal and rotation point right here in the distribute points on faces. So what we can do is bring in an align Euler vector, which basically determines the rotation, bring the rotation into the vector, into this rotation of the rotation. And now if we set this to Z and play around with the vector, things should turn around a bit, as you can see right over here. So let me do that. Things are turning around. Now you could drive this as well by using a vector set to randomize, but I think this is good enough for what I'm trying to achieve right now. So I'm just going to play with this vector, and I think this looks pretty nice. So for the scale it is 0.02, and for the vector I used 0.292, and everything should be fine like this. But there's one thing missing, one thing very crucial. Because who drinks a smoothie straight from the glass, right? You need a straw. That's what we are going to make right now. So I'm going to place my 3D cursor right over here, holding Shift, right mouse click, 3D cursor right over there. Look at this smoothie, by the way. Let's add a cylinder, scale this down until we get approximately the right size for a straw. Scale this up, let's bring it in here, maybe rotate it so that we can lay it against the top of the glass. And we need to give this a procedural texture. So let's click on new. We've got a principled BSDF right here, and I'm going to use a wave texture. So Shift A, wave texture, let's bring it in here, color in the base color. That doesn't look very good. So Control T, set it to object, but they are all stretched out going from this side to this side. So what I want to do is change it to Z. And now they will all go in the Z direction like so. Bring in a color ramp and make sure that we have the bandwidth that we want. Something like this. Should look fine. Let's decrease the scale because I want less of them. Something like this should be fine. And now all I want to do is make sure that they are skewed over to the side just a little bit, so it's a bit more diagonal. So let's use the X rotation for it, and we can change the face, bring it down, make it look a little bit more interesting. I'm going to keep the white color white, and I'm going to change the black color to, let's say, a yellowish tone maybe reddish. I think this looks kind of cool. So all we have to do is go into our glass. I'm going to select it right here. Control 2, let's add a subdivision surface modifier. Let's bring this to the top, all the way over there. And let's bring one to the bottom. Select the bottom side, press I, make sure it looks like this. And now it's all clean. And the top side, I think it could be a bit better by adding a loop cut right over here. G and Z, bringing this upwards just a little bit, so we get that weird looking edge that you always get on the glass. Select all of this, press on dash, and let's see what it looks like. Pretty cool if you ask me, but there's one thing missing, and that is a strawberry. So I'm going to duplicate this strawberry, G and Y, bring it upwards. If you don't know how to make a strawberry, it's in the previous part of this course somewhere, so you can find it. Scale it down, let's bring the strawberry in the glass and have it be a nice part of this smoothie. Shouldn't be too big, just a little bit smaller. And I'm also going to take one of these that we made in a previous tutorial as well and bring it inside of the glass. There we have it, a smoothie. Check out my Gumroad for some valuable free and paid assets. And watch this video next. In this part of the free Blender in Blender course, we are going to light a kitchen. So let's get started straight away. We have made our assets, we have made the kitchen, we have made a smoothie, and everything is done for this render. So we only have to light it to make it look a bit better. So right now I have an HDRI right here. I'm not going to change it at all. I think it's fine. So it's the Sunset JHB Central, and this is the way the setup looks like. So it's basically a cube, and we've got one hole right over here, and the HDRI is shining its light through this side, and it's going to be pretty powerful. So I set the sky strength to 13.7. So let's see what happens if we place this on 1. Way too dark, you get a lot of noise, and that is because there's some light bounces going on in the cube itself, but it won't be enough if you don't crank up the strength. So I'm going to set it to 13.7, and I think this looks fine. So now we have this edge light coming from the side, and it already looks pretty good, but it could be a bit better. So this is what I tested around, and I just think this looks a little bit better. So I'm going right here into the asset browser, and I'm going to use the Ultimate Gobo pack, which is a light textures pack I made myself, and it's on Gumroad or Blender Market. If you do not have the Ultimate Gobo pack, I recommend getting it because it will upgrade your lighting game for the rest of your life. But what you can also do is go to the other video called How to Use Gobos in Blender, the Ultimate Guide, and in the end of that video I will explain how to make this square shaped light. So you can follow along just fine, just follow that tutorial first, come back, and you won't have all the assets that I'm going to be using right now, but you will be a long way. And first I'm going over to windows, and there's a lot of them. There's windows with animated trees, there's windows still. I'm going to use the window still. Only windows, and then we have all of this. And I'm going to use window 3, which is the window with the arch. I think it's a very cool model, so I'm just going to use that one. I'm going to drag it into the scene. R, X, 90, have it face towards the wall, like that. G and X, bring it over to that side. R and Z, let's rotate it just a little bit to have it skewed a bit. G, Z, Z, let's have it move backwards a bit. G, X, and I will place it somewhere over there to get a cool looking result. I'm also going to increase the radius because now it's pretty hard, and we can increase it to 0.013, and that looks a little bit softer, and I think that's quite nice. We can also add a black body node right over here, so add a black body, and now change the temperature to 8355. And that's the way I'm going to use this gobo. Now I'm going to add another one. I want to add window 4. So let's drag this in here, and I'm going to place it on the wall like that. G and Y, let's bring it outwards, something like this, maybe a bit more to the side. And we can also increase the radius of this to make it look a bit softer. And I also want to add the black body node right over here, set it to 8355. Make sure it's the same color as the other one. And now this looks pretty cool, but there's one light missing, and that's the one that's going to be right over here. So I'm going to take this same light, place it right over here, R, Y, and now it will be faced on the table like this. Let's see what it adds. Just a little bit more texture on the table. I think that looks nice, but we can also increase the scale of this. So let's go to the shader editor and maybe increase it a bit like so by bringing this value down. Something like this should look pretty cool. So let's turn that off. Okay, very nice. Let's turn this one off and that one off. So this is what we had before, and now we have this. So that's the way to increase the quality of your lighting in a matter of seconds. If you do have the Ultimate Gobo pack, play around with some different styles and see what you like the most. I think this works pretty fine for my render, so I'm going to use this. Once again, you can get the Ultimate Gobo pack on Gumroad, Blender Market or Patreon. In the next part of this free course, we are going to make another product animation, so buckle up and I'll see you there. Thanks for watching, and if you're interested in getting the Ultimate Gobo pack, you can get it on Blender Market or Gumroad. Link is in the description. In the next video of this free course, we are going to make this shot, so I hope you're excited, and I'll see you there. The amount of messages I've received on this channel about AI are on the rise. People are scared of whether 3D is still a viable route to follow with the coming of AI. And my answer to that question is, abuse it. And that's fun and all, but AI is not yet at its full power, so we can hop onto it quickly. So let's make a very simple render in Blender using AI. Now I'm going over to Leonardo AI. You can create an account right over here and you get 150 credits that you can use to generate images with. I'm just going to launch the app. I already have an account. So right now I'm in Leonardo AI and I'm going to click on image generation. There's a bunch of other tools right here that you can use as well, such as motion, real-time canvas, you name it. Play around with this if you like. We're not going to do that in this tutorial. I'm going to click on this, and right here we get a bar that you can select and make some changes to. So you can select 1024 by 1024, but it will cost more of your coins. So right here you always have 150 coins each day that you can use to type prompts and generate images. So type a prompt. I'm going to use the Absolute Reality V1.6 model. You can also use Dream Shaper V7 or Leonardo Diffusion XL if you would like. I'm going to use Absolute Reality. So right here we can type a prompt. As you can see, I've already generated some kitchens, and I'm going to generate a kitchen with dark gray tones and white, 80mm lens. I'm just going to press on enter and it will generate some images for us. All right, so what we've got here is an image that I think suits our scene. So if I look at this, we want the background to be flat like this, because otherwise it will not work if you change the perspective. So I'm going to select the images that I think look good enough to use in order for us to get the right result in our render. So I'm going to download this one and maybe this one as well. Going to generate some more images, but first I'm going to show you how to up-res this, because this image dimension is in 640 by 832, which is a very weird dimension, but it has something to do with how the model is trained. I'm not going to dive too deep into that right now, but what we can do is click on Leonardo AI once again. Then right over here you have universal upscaler, and you can add images to your upscaler. So what I'm going to do is simply select an image right over here, and now we've got a source image right over here. Upscale, it will cost 30 of those coins, so do keep in mind that if you want a higher quality for this, it's going to cost you, and maybe you have to do this in 2 days if you make some mistakes. And as a matter of fact, what you can also do, go over here, AI, upscale, and then you have free image upscalers that you can use and upscale by 400% entirely for free. Just drag and drop your image in here, so you don't even have to spend any coins on Leonardo AI. But I just want to show you this. So upscale, and we can select this image. Don't change this, just upscale it. All right, so we get a slider right here, so you can see what the quality change entails. So right here, we barely have any detail, but as soon as you slide it over, it's going to look a bit better. Now all we have to do is go over here and click on download the upscaled image, and it will download it with the name Universal Upscaler. So I'm going to do that for a couple more images, and then I'll see you back in Blender. I recommend you do the same. And let's say we do about 5 to 10 different of these images, okay? So I'll see you back in Blender in no time. So right here I've got a couple of AI images that I'm going to use to replace this background with, and we're going to animate the camera forward. So this is our Blender scene, and I am going to remove this for now just by pressing on H. Then I will select all of this right over here, like so, and it doesn't matter that we've got the gobos selected as well. I'm going to place this in a collection, background, go all the way down. Let's see if we got everything. So Alt H, and now we've got our original cube back. It's right over here. I'm going to call it house. Then I'm going to duplicate this and call it house backup. And I will remove the backup house, then go to the camera view, select the house, take this plane, and delete the faces. So now we still have approximately the same lighting setup. Our HDRI is kind of flowing in from that side, but we're going to fix that simply by bringing in Shift A, image, images as planes. I'm going to bring in this one first, scale it up, G and Y, bring it over there. And now we've got a kitchen right over there. This is the universal upscaler. I'm going to turn it off. I'm going to turn the background back on. And I will also turn on the house back up instead of the normal house, because we need to animate the camera first. Let's go over to the camera, Shift S, cursor to selected, Shift A, curve, path, and now we've got a path right over there, and it's not very visible, but it's right over there. So RZ90, and I'm going to drag this outwards, E on the Y-axis, then I'm going to select this camera, go over to the Constraints tab right over here, select Follow Path from the menu, and select the path we've created. Now the camera will be on some funky place, so press on N, go over to Item, Location to 0. And now it should be on the utmost length of the path, right over there. And if we offset this, the camera will move on this path. Now, what I'm also going to do, I'm going to add another constraint called the Track To constraint. Select the blender right over here with the camera, and now the camera should always be focused on our blender. Take this, let's bring this backwards just a little bit, so we have some more space for the camera to move in. Then I'm going to drag this upwards, go over to the timeline, first frame, press on I right over here, and go to frame, let's say 100, let's make it 5 seconds, 100, and move the camera forward all the way over here, something like this. And now we've got a pretty cool looking camera motion. I'm going to make it linear, like so, press T and select linear. And now the camera is moving forward in our beautiful looking scene. We want to calculate the amount of frames that we have according to the amount of pictures. So I have 8 pictures, and there's this original render as well. 100 divided by 9, which is 11. So we need 11 frames to render for each of these images. So I'm going to do that for this one, and I'm going to swap it out for the AI picture, and I will show you what I mean. All right, and now it's very simple. We are going to take our background that we've got right over here. I've just finished the render from 1 to 11. I'm going to take the background, I'm going to turn it off right over here, and I will turn on the AI image. And this will give us a different background. I'm going to do it from frame 11 to frame 22. And right over here it will look like this. So now we've got a different background. And the name of the game is we are going to repeat this over and over until we've got the entire 100 frames filled. Now, I'm not going to show you how to do that each and every time. One thing I would like to show you is to go over into the image and then swap it out for another image. So that's the way to do it. You can simply swap out the image in the shader editor, render it out. Now I've given you everything that you need. I'm certain you can figure this out for yourself on how to finish this render all the way to the end. So basically it's just swapping images so we have a different background each time the camera moves forward. You see, was that so despicable? Of course, AI is not perfect and a lot of people overplay the use cases at this point in time. But I'm sure that in the future it will play a bigger role in society. My personal strategy is to pick up some small bits of information here and there about AI, but not jump into it like a fool madman and just wasting my time on some useless programs that people are just making and pumping out right now. You don't want to be one of those guys spending all their time on the new developments in AI and this program is going to be the new future and then next year it's gone. Oh wow, a new shiny object. Wow, wow, wow. Don't be like this. Be smart and assess the value of your time. Use what's useful and discard whatever is not, which you are already doing by following this course. But that being said, if you want the ultimate non-AI lighting solution, then I highly recommend checking out my Gumroad and afterwards watch this video next. In this part of the free Blender in Blender course, we are going to make this animation. You'll learn how to easily make this scene using some clouds, some assets that we made before, and some camera animations as well. So let's get started straight away. So I've already brought in the blender and the fruit from the previous render that we made, and it's actually quite simple what we have to do. So I'm going to start straight away. I'm going to press Shift A, add a plane, and it's going to place it right over there because that's where I've got my 3D cursor. Make sure it is sitting on this blender. Scale it up all the way over here, make it quite big. And now I'm going to press Shift A, Image, Images as Planes, and I'm going to bring in a sky texture. I can scale this up right now, bring it all the way to the back, press on 1, add the camera, bring it a little bit closer. So scale this plane upwards until it's stretched out all the way across over here. Bring this down, scale it upwards, and maybe place the sun right behind our blender. We can open this up, take this, and plug it into the emission shader. Color into the emission, and increase the strength just a little bit so it gives off some light as well. I'm going to take this plane, make a new material, increase the metallic, decrease the roughness, and now it's going to be entirely reflective. Now the idea is that we can set the scene by placing some large fruits over here to show what you can use the blender for, and it has this fruity experience. I'm going to add a noise texture right over here, Ctrl T, object into the vector. Plug the vector into a bump height right over here, normal into the normal. And it will be kind of blurred out because we have a scale that is too big. So I'm going to set this to 200 and we can see what it looks like by going over here, and it will create this type of water rippling effect. So let's plug this into the height of the bump, let's see what it looks like. And maybe it's a bit too strong. So we can decrease the strength by a whole bit, something like this. Bring in a color ramp and have it be a bit more randomized. By bringing in the whites and the blacks closer, and as you can see, it will make sure that we have some random areas right over here that look a bit different. I think that looks pretty cool. There's only 3 more things that we have to do. We have to make some clouds, we're going to distribute the fruit, and then we're going to animate the camera. So right over here, we've got our 3D cursor. I'm going to press Shift A, add a meta ball. It's right over here, meta ball, and add a ball. Duplicate it a whole bunch of times and make sure that it has this randomized shape of a cloud. Something like this. Do with this whatever you like. You can make your own shape, do something funny with it. Select all the meta balls right over here, right mouse click, convert to mesh. And now all of this is one object. So we've got a cloud right here. So now let's press Shift A, volume, empty. And we've got a volume right over here. You cannot see it in the viewport. Then we're going to the modifier stack, press generate, mesh to volume. And in the object, select our meta ball. Now you can't see anything, but as soon as you turn the meta ball off, we get some clouds. Now these are not the best looking clouds, so in order to improve this, we can go over here and set the voxel amount to 150, and that will already give it a bit more detail. But this is not all. We can also add a volume displace, which is right over here. We're going to add it, make a new texture, click on this little icon right here, and it will take us to the texture tab right over here. Set this to clouds and increase the size of this, or decrease the size of this. Make it a bit more interesting. Go over to the modifiers. We can increase the strength or decrease the strength. Let's go over here to the meta ball, select the meta ball first, then select the volume, and now you can move it around. Now this is not the most interesting looking cloud as of yet, so what we have to do is bring in an area lamp right over here, bring it upwards, increase the power by a whole bunch, make sure that we can get this cloud to be wide. But of course it's also shining on our other objects, which is not something that we like, but at least we can now see what it will look like. go over to the texture tab and make sure that you have the scale and the size that you would like it to have. And now this is a beautiful looking cloud for our blender to sit in. Now one thing you may notice is that this cannot move around. So if you press G and you try to move it, it will not work. And the reason for it is that we have a metal ball right over here, which is determining its position. So basically if we select both of these, we can move it around. Now in this case, I'm going to bring it slightly towards this side to make sure that the blender sits in the clouds perfectly. Now one thing that's kind of wrong is the fact that this area lamp is also shining on our Kiwi. So I'm going to take this area lamp, right over here it is, and I'm going to the Object Properties tab, Shading, Light Linking, New, and then drag in this volume. And now it will only work on this volume. Now as you can see, the metal ball is obstructing it. But the light will at least not shine on the Kiwi anymore, and we get some pretty nice looking clouds. I'm going to select the metal ball and the volume, and I'm going to press Shift D. And I find it quite annoying that I cannot move it around. So I'm going to select the metal ball first, then the volume, Control P, Object, Keep Transform. And now when we select this volume, we can just move it around. All we have to do is open this up, go to the metal ball and hide it. So now we've got a cloud over here as well that we can move around freely. Now all we have to do, set up our camera, which we've got right over here. I think it's a bit too far. I'm going to move it upwards. It's not entirely in the middle. I'm going to press G and X, make sure that our blender is sitting in the middle. And now all we have to do is distribute some fruit in our scene. So I'm going to duplicate the strawberry, going to bring it all the way over here, maybe rotate it a little bit, scale this one up, rotate it to the other side and place it behind right over here. We can also take a kiwi, for example, duplicate it right over there, G and X, scale it upwards until we get some interesting looking fruity scenes. Basically the name of the game is to distribute this entirely in the scene. And I will take this and I'm going to do something risky. I'm going to bring it all the way in front of the camera. Somewhere over here. And maybe we can have a little corner that goes like this to give this more depth in the scene. And now this already looks a bit more cinematic. Of course, you can also add other fruits that you've made. I am not going to make that for this tutorial because this is not a how to make fruit course. It's a Blender animation course, but the more fruit you add, the cooler it will probably look. And now we've got a pretty cool looking scene. We can also take some of these clouds, like this one, make sure that they have an interesting position for this as well. Then we can select this area lamp, duplicate it, bring it over here, and make sure that volume 1 is also in the light linking properties for this one. Now select this light and make sure that our cloud is white. Now we can do this a couple more times to give this idyllic vibe as if we are living in a fantasy land. And you can add some more of these if you'd like. I'm just going to leave it at this and I will animate the camera right now. So I'm going to select the camera right over here. And let's see what happens if we bring this all the way to the front. This is actually quite nice. So I'm going to use this. I will go over to the timeline, press I, then go to frame 72, then go all the way over here. And now we can see it's not exactly in the middle. So that is a problem. So I'm going to press G and X, bring it into the middle, like so. Press I, delete this keyframe, GZZ, bring it backwards until we are all the way over here, and then press I. So first we want it to go a little bit slow because people need to be immersed in this environment, and then we're going to zoom into the blender real quick and make a transition out of it. So I'm going into the graph editor, Control Tab, and I will open up this camera. Now this is of course the Y location. So I'm going to select the Y, close everything off except for the Y, select it, A, dot, and it's right over here. So first we want it to go slow. There's actually an interpolation mode that does this. So right mouse click, interpolation mode quadratic. However, the problem with this is that we lose our handles. So now we can't change anything with the speed of this animation. So I'm not going to use the quadratic interpolation. I'm just going to do it by eye. So I'm going to take this, bring it down, and we want it to be very fast near the end and quite slow near the beginning. So something like this should probably work out. So we're moving forward slowly and zooming into the blender. So let's see what it looks like. So I'm going to take this G and Z just a little bit. So now we've got an animation that looks like this, and it's going to zoom into the blender and we're going to transition it to another shot. So now all we have to do is turn on motion blur and render this out. So go over here, turn on motion blur, and now you can play around with the rest of the render settings, and I'll see you in the next video. As you can see, renders like this can be made quite easily. We use some images as planes, we use some assets that we made before, and we did some very simple animations. So if you want to become an undeniable force in the 3D space, then I highly recommend watching this video next. In this video, we are going to make a simple animation. It's going to be the easiest tutorial of this entire free course, and I'm going over some of the main concepts that I've already touched upon in the previous free course where we animated a can. Check that out if you want to learn more about animation in the graph editor, or follow this tutorial to refresh your knowledge if you've already seen it. So let's get started straight away. Alright, so right now we've got this blender right here, and I am going to make some new blenders that are going to appear from behind this one. So I'm going to take all of this, select the blender, select all of it, like so, Shift D, Y, bring it over here, and now we can see that this is a separate blender. Place it into its own collection, new collection, Blender 2. So now we've got Blender 2, Shift S, cursor to selected, empty, plane axis, and scale this up. Now I'm going to click on Blender 2, right mouse click, select objects. This will select every object in the collection. Control, empty, and now we've got the empty selected last, which means that it is the active object. Control P, object, keep transform, and now if we move the empty, the blender will move as well. So we are going to change this color. Head on over into this object right here, shader editor, go to the brushed metal, copy it to make a new texture out of this, otherwise this texture would change as well. We don't want that, only this texture should change. So I'm heading over into this color ramp that we made before, take it right over there and make it blue. So this will be a light blue color, and for this one I'm going to select a darker blue color. And now we've got a blue blender. Now we also need an orange blender, but first let's animate this. So let's take this empty, go over to the timeline, go to frame 1, press I, go to frame 72, which is 3 seconds. Adjust this timeline. We might make it 50 frames or 48, it might be 2 seconds. We'll see later. Move this empty to the side on the X-axis, somewhere over here, and press I. So the first thing I'm going to do is check whether we have the composition guides, because we want to have this happen on the thirds. So click on 1, Control Shift 0, and now we have our camera right over here, which is exactly in the middle as it should be. Let's double check that. So go over here into the camera settings, go down to composition guides, select center, and this is definitely not center. So I'm going to GX, bring this to the side until this line is crossing this blender circle perfectly. And now this is in the middle as it should be. Now in the camera composition guide, we can go over to thirds and uncheck center. And now we have the thirds right over there. So let's make sure that this one is somewhere in the middle of this third section. And actually, we did it quite perfectly. Something like this, press I, and now it is standing in the right location. Now this animation is going to be very boring. It's just going to move linearly towards the side. So let's go ahead and change the empty animation in the graph editor. So I'm going to press Control Tab, that's a little shortcut for you. If you press Control Tab right over here in the timeline, you will go over to the graph editor. So that's a really easy way to switch around. Which location did we move on? Obviously, we moved on the X location, which is the red line right over here. So I'm going to lock all of this off, go into the X location and press A and dot, and now we have this fully in our screen. If you do not see this, go over to Edit, Preferences, go to Animation right over here, and then select only Show Selected Curve Keyframes. And then you will see the curve like I do. Let's bring this upwards because we want it to be fast in the beginning and then slow down as it enters its final stage. So I'm going to take this, G, and just move it upwards. Let's see what this looks like. Still a bit too slow. Why? Well, this curve over here is already slowing down. So we should take this line as well, G and X. Do you remember the video called The New Way to Understand the Graph Editor in 149 Seconds? Well, that's going to be this part. So right over here, it's going to be very fast in the beginning, and it's going to be slowing down near the end. And that's exactly what we want. So I'm going to take this, G and X, and it will move around very quickly, and then it will slow down, and this always looks smooth, which is why we do it. This is the first animation. And now we need an orange one as well, but we also have to animate the camera. So let's go over to frame 0. Let's take the entire Blender 2, select Objects, Shift D, M, Blender 3. Very good. Now I'm going to take this empty, I'm going to duplicate it, and it's empty 003 right now. Now as you can see, our other blender is still moving along with the original empty. So we have to select all of this, go to frame 0, Alt P to remove its parent. And right now you can see it is standing still. So move back to frame 1 once again. Select empty 003 because we want to parent the empty when the origin point is at the right position. So don't parent it when it's right over here, for example, because it will mess things up. Go over to frame 1, Control P, Object, Keep Transform, and now it should move along once again. But if we change this line on the empty, you will be able to see that one of the blenders is moving and the other one is not. We want to make this blender go to the other side. So how can we do that? We're going to press on N, and right here we see the location. So if we go over to frame 72, this is the final location on the right side. So logically, if we place this towards the other side, so in the minus, then it should go to the exact same distance, but then on the opposite direction. So I'm going to take all of this, Control C, the X location, minus before it, like so. Make sure that we have all these boxes disconnected, so there's no locks on our keyframes. Press I. We also want to change the interpolation of this. And now as you can see, it is still moving around. So it's first going to the right and then it's going to the left. And that's because we've got this handle right over here that we changed. But simply what we got to do is bring it down. And now we have the correct animation. I'm going to select this one because it should be orange. I'm just going to use orange and blue like I always do. I think it suits very well for my channel. But I'm going to take this, copy it, go over here, select an orange color, then take this one and select a darker orange color. And right now we've got this. So the animation of the blenders is done, but there is no camera animation, and we should probably add it if we want to make it look even more cool. So Shift A, curve, curve circle. We're going to let the camera follow a path. Right now we've got a curved circle right over here. I'm going to scale it up so you can actually see it. It's right over there. R, Y, 90, because I want it to be like this. So we can move the camera like so. Select the camera. Now go over to the object constraints, which is this one. Select follow path right over there. Select this, Bezier circle. And now the camera is all the way over here. And the reason for it is because of its location data. So we can see that it is on the Y minus 22. So it's going to interpret that in a different fashion than we actually like. The simple solution, select all of the location data, press 0, and now it should be on the curve exactly. And that is what happened. So I'm going to scale this curve up. Let's have a look in our camera. And it's rotated. Well, the curve is rotated. So it's following along with the curve in the specific axis. So we just take the camera, RZZ 90, and now it is supposed to be straight. And that's exactly what it does. So if we take this offset, the camera will move along on the curve. But if we want this camera to focus on the blender the entire time, it's not going to do it like this. And animating it by hand is going to be tough. So the way to fix it, add another constraint, track 2, track 2, and what do we want to track it to? Well, let's select the blender 1 again. So select all of these circles and this thing, Shift S, cursor to selected, and now we've got a cursor right here. Shift A, add an empty. I'm going to select the sphere simply because I can see it better. And then I will go to the camera, select it with this picker tool. And now, if we animate this offset, it should be following that curve the entire time. Of course, we didn't do the thirds for nothing. So right now, our blenders are kind of in the wrong direction, and we should probably change the scale of this circle, because this was the way I intended it. Now go into the camera, and we want to start right over here. So basically with offset 0. Go to the timeline, go to frame 1, press I. And now all the blenders are hidden behind this one, because if we were to start over here, you can already see there's really no magic, it's all a trick. And we don't want that, it must seem like magic. So go to frame 72, bring this camera upwards, like so, and place a keyframe. Then take this empty, go to frame 1, place a keyframe, 72, and maybe we can place it somewhere a little bit more over here so all the blenders are in the screen. And now our camera is moving a little bit towards the top. So let's go click on Control Tab and let's change the animation for this. The offset is only one single line, so all we can do is make it go faster, like so. In the beginning, by bringing this towards the side as well. So it's going very fast. Our skier is moving down the slope or the mountain, and it's slowing down as it's nearing the end. Like this. And we can probably do the same for our empty, which should move along with approximately the same pace. So let's close everything off, open the Y location, which is the location going straight to our screen. Press I, dot, let's see what we've got. Press A, dot, let's make it go fast in the beginning and slow down near the end. So I don't want the blenders to run out of screen. And everybody knows I like to be economic with my time, so I'm not going to spend any more time on this. I'm simply going to cheat it by going into the camera, change the focal length by a little bit. And now everything will work out fine and the blenders will remain in screen without me spending any more time. So that's a little trick that you can use. Always save your time, don't be a doofus and spend hours on useless tasks. Always make sure to ask yourself the question, how can I do this faster? And you will always come up with a solution. Alright, so this was the final animation. We repeated some knowledge from the previous course. If you haven't watched that one yet, go ahead and do so, because it's very important to know all the basics. That's it for this tutorial. As I said, it's quite easy. You can play around with the settings if you'd like and make something of your own. I hope you're having fun with this free Blender and Blender course, and if you do, click on subscribe. Also, check out my Gumroad or Blender Market for free and paid assets that are worth your time. Click here to watch the next video. We are going to make a growing strawberry animation using geometry nodes, and I'll show you how it's done step by step. It may seem complicated, but it's actually quite simple if you know how it's done. This is not going to be one of those tutorials where you just sit and go along like a mindless robot adding these nodes not knowing what the hell you are doing. You are actually going to learn something. But if you don't want to do this animation, it's also on my Gumroad for a small price. So let's get started straight away. So this is what it looks like. We've got our strawberry right here, and as you move it backwards, it's growing outwards. The strawberries will change color because we can add that easily. This will basically be the animation that we're going to be recreating today. Now, this is what the geometry node setup looks like, and I know it may seem very daunting at first, but actually it's the same process over and over again. And once you understand what happens, it's very easy, and I'm going to explain step by step what is going on. I'm going to open a new Blender file, so don't save. I'm going to delete this, and the first things I am going to bring in are my leaf and my strawberry. You can get the leaf for free on Patreon or Gumroad, and there's also different selections of stuff, so if you want everything from this free course, it will have a price, and some things do not have a price. Go ahead and check that out, but I actually recommend following this tutorial so you learn a thing or two. So we are going to start by bringing in a curve Bezier. So Shift A, curve, Bezier, and right here we have this curve. I am actually going to do RY90 and make sure it goes upwards. I will bring this to the side and I will make some drawings for you to understand what is going to happen at first. I'm going to press on new, and right here we have this geometry. I'm going to bring in my drawing tool, and the way I like to approach geometry nodes is by thinking to myself, what do I want to have happen? So I ask myself these questions. The first thing is, naturally, I want to make a growing fruit. But from there on, we really don't know what to do yet. So we have to break this up in smaller questions. And I'm going to explain that soon, but first I want to go over some basic knowledge for geometry nodes. So let's say you have a painter. Now this painter has all types of different colors. He has red, he has blue, and he knows those colors. He knows it's red, he knows it's blue. The same goes for geometry nodes. We need to know what some of these nodes do before we can use them, otherwise you have no basis in trying to go about this. So we need to know the properties of some nodes if you want to learn geometry nodes properly. And the best way to do it, of course, is by following tutorials, having used the nodes before in some other projects, and now you know it exists, and then you can use it in your own project. But it's basically the same as the painter. Now, the painter might be lacking some knowledge, because if you have blue and red and you combine it with each other, then you get purple. Well, the same goes for geometry nodes. Sometimes there are nodes that need to be combined in order to get to a certain result, and we have to know this, and there's no simple way to just know it automatically unless you know how to ask the right questions, which is what we're going to do right now. So basically what a growing plant with a fruit animation is, it's a plant. This is a plant. It has some leaves sticking out of this. So this is a leaf. Right over here we have a leaf. And we also have some fruits growing out of this. So this is our beautiful looking strawberry. Now if we break this down and ask ourselves the right questions, what is actually happening? We have a curve. This curve is going to be the plant. The curve needs to have some thickness. So we should probably want to give a radius to this curve. Now this curve has points. So right over here we have all these points in the curve, and we can select those points and make sure that another curve grows out of it with our leaf on it, for example, or our strawberry. Beautiful looking strawberry for you guys. Now if we approach it like this, we already know what questions to ask during the process. Okay, so we need a curve. We've got a curve right here, so that is done. Now, how do we give this curve some depth? And you have to ask yourself these questions throughout the process all the time in order to get to the result. So I want this curve to have some thickness. How do I do it? Well, I go over here, I type curve, and I just have a look. Curve tip, curve root. Now naturally, as I said before, you need to know what some nodes do. So I'm going to add a node set curve radius. And now we've got this right over here, but it still doesn't have a radius. Well, why not? Well, because this information is not enough. Here it doesn't have a radius, and the reason for it is because it's just a thin line with points. There is nothing to be radiused, to say it like a dummy. But we can change that, because we can change the curve into something that we can work with. Now what is something that is not a curve? It's a mesh, obviously. So I'm going to take Shift A, curve, to mesh. And now we can change this curve into a mesh. But still nothing happens. Why? Well, we have an extra option right here, profile curve. This will determine the profile or what it looks like in this node. So what we need to add is a curve circle. And we can use the curve circle as the profile for this curve. And now we actually have something to work with, which is very interesting. Now watch what happens if I increase the radius. It is going to increase the radius of the entire curve. So let's follow this thought process for a second. We've got a curve. Basically it's non-existent because a curve doesn't have any geometry. So we told the curve to get some radius. We don't have a radius yet because there's no geometry. So we have to turn this into a geometry. Now how do we do that? By using a curve circle to give it some depth. And now that we've given it some depth, the set curve radius node will work. One thing I do not like about this curve is the fact that it is all straight. Now if you look at plants, they usually become thinner near the top. I think the reason for this might be because they are consuming from the soil. So the closer it is to the source, the more food it will take, and the longer and more energy it requires to go all the way to the top. So it becomes thinner, and that is more efficient. That's my personal reasoning for it. I'm not sure if this is correct, but it sounds logical. So we want to change this. So we want this to be pretty thick over here, but thin over here. And this is where the knowledge about the nodes comes into play. But it's also very important to know which questions to ask if you do not have this knowledge. So just for example's sake, I'm going to Google curve radius at the end of a curve in geometry nodes Blender. This is a valid question, so let's see what answers we get. And here we have a Reddit post trying to change the radius of a curve in edit mode, and right here in the description I can already see you could change the radius using a float curve node with the curve parameter as input. The result would go into your set curve radius node. So now we know that the curve parameter is something. It's actually got a different name right now. It's called spline parameter. So I'm going to bring that over here, spline parameter. It used to be called the curve parameter, and you have to be wary about this, that in new versions and new updates in Blender, it might change the name, but it's called spline parameter. And basically what the spline parameter does, you get my beautiful looking pencil. Spline parameter basically says, this is a curve, and this has a 0 and a 1. And we are going to interpolate the values in between this. So it's going from 0 to 1. And this will be thin. And it's very thin in the beginning. And as we move upwards, it will become thicker and thicker and thicker. This is what the spline parameter does. And this is what our curve will look like as soon as I plug the factor into the radius of the set curve radius node. There you go. It is now thin. It is now thin at the top and thick at the bottom. And now we want to find a way to adjust the parameter of this. So the first thing that you might come up with is to drop in a color ramp, which is not a very bad idea. I see how this makes sense, but it doesn't work at all. So we have to delete this. And then we ask ourselves, how can I decide a range between 0 and 1? Well, we have a node for that. It's called the map range node. And it's basically deciding between 0 and 1. So map range node. Plug it right over here, and we can change the values of this, and you can already see that things are happening with our little curve. If you are finding problems, deselect clamp, and then things will work out. Sometimes the clamp might result in a problem, just so you know. So this is basically the setup that we are going to use for our plant, and I want to show you something. The group input is something that we can redraw. There are other parts of this node that we cannot redraw. We have to make them from scratch in geometry nodes, but this one we have the freedom to recreate. So let me show you what I mean. I'm going into edit mode, select all of this, vertices, delete it. Then I'm going to select this little drawing tool, and I will go from the bottom to the top. Now the first thing you may notice is that the 0 value is at the beginning. How do I know it's the beginning? Well, I started drawing from the bottom to the top. So I know this is the beginning and this is the end. And that is going to give us some problems in the future. So I want to be ahead of the curve. I'm going into the map range node, and I'm going to change the 2 min from 0 to 1 and the 2 max from 1 to 0. And now we've basically inverted the spline parameter. And now we can use the from max and from min values to change this curve and the way it looks. And that is the way that we can manipulate our curve. But one thing that might annoy you, it annoys me, is the fact that it is very sharp around these edges. And as we make our plant animation, you don't want it to look like that. You want it to be smooth. And that's why we can change the amount of points in this curve. And as you can see, we have 3 points, but we actually want to tell the data as if there are more points. So I'm going to use a node for that. Shift A, resample curve. It's basically recounting how many points are in the curve. So I'm going to drag this on here, and I'm going to increase the count. And I'm going to draw this like so. And if I decrease this count, you will be able to see that our plant would be very ugly looking if we only have 9 points. But if we have 100 points, for example, it's very smooth. So I'm going to delete all of this for now. I'm going to draw it back in, just make it like this. And the next thing that we want to do is ask ourselves the right question. So now basically we've got our curve. It has enough points for us to work with, so it's smooth. It has a radius, it has some mesh that actually shows up in the viewport. And now we want to animate it. So how can we make this curve animate? That is already the question in itself. You can ask that on Google and you will find the answer. It's going to be a trim curve node. Trim, curve, and let's place this right over here for now. And you will see that we actually get a problem. Why? Well, we've changed the curve to a mesh. And this is not a trim mesh node, which doesn't exist. So I'm going to take this, hold Alt, you can drag it away from the line and bring it right over here when it's still a curve. And watch what will happen if we animate this end value. The curve is being built up. And that is exactly what we want. So this is the basis of our curve. I hope this was all very clearly explained so you know exactly what happened. And we're going to move on now. I'm going to make a curve that has a strawberry on it so that we can spawn it on our actual plant. Because this is redrawable, which means that if I delete all of these points and I draw in it, then we can make different setups with strawberries on them later on. While if we were to do a different method, it just doesn't work out. I'm going down. So I'm going down and I'm actually even going to cut this line, hold Control, right mouse click. I'm going to cut the line. I'm going to take the group input, bring it down because we want to make a new curve. Shift A, Bezier. We're going to add a quadratic Bezier right over here, which is basically a node that is a curve in itself, but we cannot draw it. But we are going to use it anyway. So I'm going to plug this in. And as you can see, it is right over here. So it's a very small curve. And things can be done very simply right now because we've already got the original setup that we need for this. So I'm going to take all of this, duplicate it, delete the group input, plug this Bezier into the curve, and the curve to mesh into the geometry of the group output. And as you can see, we now have a pretty interesting looking curve. So right here we have the quadratic Bezier, but one problem that we are going to run into later is that it starts from -1, which means that this point is not going to be located on the curve of the plant. That is a problem. So we can solve that simply by setting this to 0. And now when we have our original curve, which is going to be right over here, it will be spawned on the correct location. Now we might have to change some things in the future, but I'm not going to do that right now. It's much easier when we can see what we are doing. So continuing, we have our curve right over here. It's the exact same setup, except that we cannot draw it. So now we need to add our strawberry. So I'm going to press Shift A, instance on points. I'm going to drag it right over here. As you can see, our curve disappears. And that is because there's nothing to be spawned on this curve. So I'm going to take the strawberry and drag it right over here. And now we've got our object. But before we are going to drag this geometry into the instance, we are going to spawn 100 strawberries on these points. Because we have 100 points, this will instance it on the points, so that will be 100 strawberries. Your PC might not be able to handle this. Mine can, so I'm going to drag it in there anyway, just so I can show you. So we've got this right over here, and of course it becomes very slow. And what we have to do in order to fix this is to make sure that we have only one strawberry, because the strawberry should be at the very end of this line, and there's a node for it. And we can plug that node into the selection. Basically what the selection does is that it looks at the points that we have over here. We can take a selection of those points and do all of those things in that selection. So I'm going to press Shift A and point selection. I've got it right over here. I'm going to drag the selection into the selection. I'm going to set the start size to 0. And as you can see, we run into a problem. But this problem can be solved very easily. The reason why it does this is because we have dragged in the curve to mesh. And now it's actually a mesh going into these points. So the easy way to fix it would be to take the trim curve and drag that one into the points. And now we have the strawberry only at the end of our selection. But we cannot see our selection anymore because we disconnected it. So we have to bring it back. I'm going to hold Shift, right mouse click, drag it right over here. I'm going to make this a bit more organized. Have this line go over there. Take the curve to mesh, bring it over here. And now I will add a join geometry node. Join geometry. I'm going to drag it right in between here. And we basically want our curve and we want our strawberry. So I'm going to take this mesh and join the geometry. And now we have our curve, which is right over there. And we have our strawberry. But as you can see, the strawberry is very big. If we change the scale of this, you can see it is actually being spawned on the end of our curve, which is exactly what we want. But there are a couple of other problems now. The strawberry is definitely not aligned on the place that we want it to be. So if we animate this, you can see that the strawberry is kind of moving along with the endpoint, but it's facing our direction. Now, of course, you can change this by changing the rotation right over here. It will work out something like this, but as you can see, it still doesn't move along with the curve. So I'm going to show you how to solve this problem right now. I'm going to set this to 0. So we need some space. And what I want to do is make an align Euler to vector. So I'm going to press Shift A, align Euler to vector. And basically this is a node to change the rotation. So I'm going to plug the rotation into the rotation. And as you can see, something already happens. We can play around with these values to rotate our strawberry around. Now, if you want the strawberry to follow the curve directly, there is a node that we can add. However, it's going to bring us some more problems. And I'll show you what I mean. I'm going to bring in a curve tangent node right over here. And basically a curve tangent, if I take out my little drawing board. So let's say we have a curve like this. A curve tangent basically looks at all the vectors of a curve. So this is going like so, and this is going like so, and like this, and that is the direction that the curve is headed in. And you will see very soon that as I plug this into the vector and change this to Z, our strawberry will be aligned with this curve throughout the entire animation. So if I just work it like this, it is moving along with the tangent of the curve. However, the problem with this is that it doesn't give us the smoothest animation. As you can already see right here, when it becomes a bit jittery, it is moving ahead frame by frame like this, and I have not found an actual solution to have this work well during animation. But if you want to make a still render, this is a very good node to use, because in that case we can just draw a new curve and the strawberries will always be aligned correctly. But for the animation, we have to do it manually. So I'm going to delete the curve tangent, and I will bring in a rotate rotation. I think it was called rotate Euler before. I'm going to bring it right over here, set this to end, and now I am going to change the strawberry. And then later on, when we've decided what our curve actually looks like, we can animate it, because now it's not going along with the tangent. We have to animate it by hand going along. And that is the best solution that I found for this in order to make it look good. But I just wanted to give you that little nugget of information as well, if you simply want to make a still render. So this is the setup for our strawberry. It's very simple. It's basically the same as this, but we added a couple of new nodes. Now we need to combine it. And what I want to have happen is that on the points of this original plant, we spawn our new creation right here, which is basically the curve with the strawberry. I'm going to drag this upwards as well. And I'm going to add a new join geometry node right over here. And now we want to instance on points this entire setup. So I'm going to take an instance on points, duplicate it, but I don't want it to have 100 points because our PC will definitely crash. So the way to fix this problem is to drag this upwards. I will take the trim curve and set it to curve to points. Right over here, curve in the curve, points in the points. And now we have only 10 points for this. And in this way, we retain the smoothness of our plant, but we also have another set of points to work with in our instance on point node. So that's why we do that. I'm going to take this join geometry, because this is the entire setup that we've made. And I'm going to plug it into the instance on points. And the instance can go into the new join geometry. And as you can see, we now have our line, which has different points that we can spawn our strawberries on. And if we increase the count of the curve to points, it will bring more of those strawberries, which is exactly what we want, but we lost our plant, which is why we brought our curve to mesh right over here. And we can plug this into the join geometry as well. So now we basically have our plant with those strawberries on it. But as you can see, the rotation of this is all going in the same direction. And the way to fix that is to go over here, add an index node. Then I'm going to add a combine XYZ, index into the Z, vector into the rotation. And now it will be rotated all along this curve. And we can play around with these values to have them move in a different direction. So what I'm going to do right now is draw a curve that I think is to my liking. So I'm going into edit mode, delete all of this, and draw a curve that I think looks pretty cool. So let's do something like this. And now we can already see that our strawberries are a bit too small. So we can go over to the quadratic Bezier and increase the endpoint of this, because then the strawberries will move further. I also think that the middle doesn't have too much randomization. So we can change this by taking the X and Y values and making sure that we give an interesting looking shape to this plant. Of course, I also think that this is a bit too linear. So I want to change this curve to be a bit more randomized, as if it's an actual plant. And the way to do it is by adding a set position and randomizing it using the noise texture. So I'm going to bring all of this down. I will bring this to the side to make some more space. Add in a set position node, and this decides where the position is of our curve. And we want to randomize each point in the position. So I'm going to bring in a noise texture, and I will also bring in a vector math node right over here. The reason why I add this is because this operates from 3 values, but it's only in the positive, but we have to get it in the negative as well. So we wanted to go from 0.5 to minus 0.5 instead of 0 to 1, because then it will be skewed towards one side. Don't want that. Color in the vector, change this to subtract, and set this to 0.5, because we are subtracting it by 0.5, and set it into the offset. And as you can see, we already get a pretty interesting looking curve right here. But we want to change the scale to something very low. 0.2, maybe 0.5, something like this. And we can play around with these values later on. So there are 2 problems that we run into now. Trim curve nodes are both separated, and I don't want to go in there and animate it exactly at the right timing. So we're going to do it using geometry nodes anyways. And the way to do it is by taking this group input, and I will select this little box that has no value, and I will bring it into the end value of the trim curve. And as you head over to the modifier panel right over here, it says end. And if I animate this, we actually get the curve. But we want these to grow as this one grows. So we also have to take this end and bring it into this trim curve. And now everything will grow at the same time, but there's still a problem, namely the scale of our strawberries. We don't want the strawberries, so for example, I'm going to increase the scale. It's going to be the same scale all the way from over here, but they need to grow through time. And the way to fix that is by actually using math nodes. So I'm going to add a math node right over here. I'm going to set it to multiply. I'm going to take the end value from the group input, which we've got right over there. And let's just make a new group input so it becomes a bit more clean. And into this value, and this value can go into, let's bring it right over there. And this value can go into the scale. And now if we animate this, the scale will also animate. And we can increase the size of our strawberries right over here. So in this way we can scale the strawberries and the plant at the same time. So let's take all of this and press Shift P, and now it will be in its own group. And we can move everything around easily using this. And we can also press on N, and this is called frame. I'm going to call it strawberry, and the label should also be strawberry. Now I want to change the color. I'm going to make it red, because in this fashion we know that this is our strawberry. First, let's clean this up a bit. We've got 2 lines going from this geometry to this join geometry. So I'm going to hold Shift, click right over here, and now it just is 1 dot. And that makes it a bit more clear. I'm also going to take the curve to mesh, do the same thing, and make sure that we can see where the lines are actually going, and this is a bit more organized. Now for the next part we are going to make the leaf, and it's going to be the exact same as the strawberry. So bear with me, we're almost there. So right now we have got our strawberries, we've got the main plant, and all that we need to add is the leaf. So we are going to do that right now. We've got the leaf right over here. I'm going to drag it in here, but I'm also going to take all of this because the setup is basically going to be the same. So I'm going to take all of this, Shift D, bring it down, and make sure that it is not in this group. So I'm going to make a new group for this, and I will call it leaf. Now I'm going to take our leaf, and I'm going to bring it right over here, and switch it out for the strawberry. This one into the instance. Now let's move this to the side. Let's duplicate these 3 nodes. Bring it right over here. I'm going to duplicate the join geometry as well. Take this curve, bring it right in there. Take this and set it into the instance of the instance on points node. And now let's drag this into the join geometry as well. Now let's increase the scale of this. And let's have a look. So what we are missing are the stems for this. And that's because we do not have this curve to mesh. So in order to get that done, let's take this join geometry, let's bring it right over here. Let's plug in this curve to mesh as well into this join geometry. And now as you can see, we will also have some leaves. Of course, we have to play around with the align unit vector right over here. And make sure that it has something that looks a bit more correct. And we can make it a whole lot smaller. So I'm going to take this size. Now the leaves are a bit too small as well. So I'm going to take this multiply and increase the size of this. Let's have a look at this. So let's go over here to Eevee, set it to cycles, set it to GPU. I'm going to take this, bring in an HDRI right over here. I've added in an HDRI, and this is starting to look pretty cool. So we've got our leaves, but the problem is that it's going through this mesh. And the reason for it is that the origin point of this leaf is probably not at the right location. So let's go over to this leaf, dot. Let's have a look at this. Ah, there you have it. The leaf does not have the correct origin point. So I'm going to scoof this over to the side, G and Y, G and Z, and make sure it starts right over there. And now we have some leaves. And of course we can also change the amount of leaves by bringing in a curve points right over here. Since we are using the same curve points in this one, what we can also do is take this, Control-Shift-D and bring it down. Then take this and use that one as the points. And now we can increase the amount of leaves that we have right over here. So the only thing left to do is to give this a material, and then we're going to set up a scene so that it looks cinematic. And there's a couple of tricks that we can use to do that. Then we have to animate everything and make sure that it looks cool. So everything is scaling up, the leaves are scaling up, the strawberry is scaling up, like this. And everything is starting to look pretty nice. I don't like that the leaves are all growing from one side. So I'm going over here to this instance on points node. Perhaps in this case, we don't want to use this node. We actually want to use a different one. So I'm going to unplug it from the rotation. And I'm going to bring in a random value right over here, set it to vector. I'm going to take an align Euler to vector. Make sure you plug it into the top rotation, by the way. And now we can play around with these settings in the line Euler to vector to have our leaves go in whatever direction we would like. All right, so let's give this some materials. I'm going to add a set material node. And the first place I'm going to plug it in is all the way at the top here. Make a new material in the shader editor. Let's select this material, it's material 003. And I'm going to add a noise texture. I'm going to add a color ramp, plug this in there. Control-T, use the normals, plug the color into the base color. And now we need to make it some type of green. So I'm going to make this a green color right over there. And this should be a darker green color somewhere over here. This of course doesn't look very good as of yet. Play around with the scale, detail and the roughness. And then we're going to increase the scale on the Y and also plug in the normal into the vector. So now we get those type of edges that we see right over here. We can pronounce that a bit by bringing these closer together. And this is starting to look like one of those stems. It's a bit too green and CG-like. So right over here, I'm going to add a add shader, add a translucent BSDF, plug it in here, take the color for this and plug it into the color. And now also bring in a hue, saturation and value node, decrease the saturation and increase the value. Something like this should probably do the trick. But I still think this doesn't look very good, so I played around with the values a bit and I used the hex color for the light side, BOE708. And for the dark side, I'm going to use 176F00. Like so. For the hue, saturation and value node, I'm going to set this to 0.5, saturation to 2 and the hue to 0.44. Then I will go over here, change the scale to 5 and change the Y to approximately 39. Now I'm going to duplicate the noise texture. I'm going to bring in a color ramp, factor into the factor, and this will go into the roughness. Then the black color I will bring upwards just a little bit. Now if we want to change this color, we can also add a hue, saturation and value node right over here. And now we can easily change the hue of this and the light values of this green piece. I'm heading over into the leaf texture as well, which we've got right over here. And I have added a hue, saturation and value and a color ramp. And now we can change the color of this in the exact same fashion. So it's a translucent with an add shader, hue, saturation and value, same over here, and the color ramp into the roughness, in order to make sure it doesn't look that shiny or too bleak. We can change the hue of this to 0.6 or whatever color you like. I think 0.54 also looks pretty good. And now we can play around with this. So bringing this down again, we've got our material now. So go over to the geometry nodes editor, go to set material and place it in between every curve to mesh. And I'm going to take it over here as well. So now it is all the same color of green. So we've added all the materials. There's one right over here, there's one right over here, and there's one right over here. And now everything should look pretty good. You can play around with the values of the colors if you'd like. And now I'm going to teach you some tricks on how to make this more cinematic looking. So I'm going to pick this HDRI, it's called Industrial Sunset. One thing that's annoying me is this big strawberry here at the bottom. And the reason why this happens is because of our quadratic Bezier which spawns from this point, and we can easily fix that by taking this, going into edit mode and dragging it upwards or in whatever fashion we would like it to be. So right over there there's a blue sky. I think that looks pretty interesting, and I think the lighting will look fine over there as well. So I'm going to place my geometry node setup somewhere over here, and now I'm going to place a camera, let's say right over here. So Control-Alt-0 to place the camera, and I'm going to increase the focal length for this. So I'm going to increase the focal length to somewhere around 110. So I'm going to the strawberry and I'm going to increase the amount right over here in the length of our curve. And in this way I can manipulate where the strawberries will end up. There are too many leaves. And actually I'm not going to show all of this. We made a geometry node setup for a reason. So now you can access all of these features right over here. I think it's very clear and simple what's happened here. So this is our main branch. We've got our strawberry and we've got our leaf. And you can access all of the different features right in here. So I think you should be able to do this for yourself. So let's go to the leaves right over here. Maybe we actually just want to use a random value straight in the rotation. And then we can change this around as well. Let's add some more curves to this. So subdivide it, take this, and now we can shape it in such a fashion that it actually looks the way that we want it to. Now let's go into the camera and go to depth of field. I'm going to add a empty. So I'm going to add the empty right over here. And I want the camera to focus on this empty. So take this picker tool and select the empty. And now this strawberry will be in focus, while the ones in the back will have a higher depth of field. This already looks a bit more cinematic, but there's another trick that we can use. So I'm going over here. So I'm going into pixels and I'm going to type 3, and I'm trying to find an image that has a lot of things like this, for example, or something like this. So let's download it just straight away, and you can find whatever picture you would like. I'm going to press Shift A, image, bring in images as planes, and now it's right over there. So I'm going to bring it backwards by a whole bit, and I will scale it up. And now I'm going into the camera, go to the depth of field, and decrease the f-stop until we get a circular type bokeh. And this will already make it look a whole lot more cinematic. Let's bring this upwards, and let's drag this into the emission as well. Color into the emission, increase the strength a bit. Maybe there's a better picture. All right, so I'm going to use this picture. Then I'm going to add a light area lamp, increase the scale of this, bring it right over there to the side, and increase the power by a bit. And then we will have a nice edge light on our strawberries, which adds a whole lot to this render, by the way. So just make sure to locate it with a slight angle towards the front of our strawberries. And as you can see, we will have some highlights over here as if the sun is shining. Go into the camera, view per display, passe partout. And this is what we are actually seeing. We can play around with the bokeh and make sure it looks pretty cool. Maybe something like this. And this is already a pretty nice looking render if you ask me. We can play around, of course, with the settings in the geometry nodes. So if I think this strawberry should be a bit more located in my direction, I can definitely do that by playing with the rotate rotation in the align unit vector. And this is now the way our render looks. As you can see, the bokeh makes it look a whole lot more cinematic, even though we didn't change that much. So there's only two things left to do for this tutorial. We have to make a texture animation for this strawberry so that as it approaches, it will change its color because it's ripening. And we also have to make an animation out of this, naturally. This is already starting to look pretty good if you ask me. It's starting to look kind of photorealistic. So let's go over to our strawberry and make an animation for this. So basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to take all of this, everything except for the displacement. And I'm going to bring this upwards. And now I want to change the color of the strawberry. So I'm going to take this, make it a bit more yellow. Take this, make it a bit more yellowish, greenish. And maybe make this a bit more greenish as well. We can play around with these values until we get to something that looks like it hasn't finished ripening yet. So all we did is change the color, but now we need to make a mechanism that allows us to change from this to this. So I'm going to select both of these, Control-0, it will make a mix shader, and I will basically drive the factor of this using a gradient texture. So I'm going to add a gradient texture right here, Control-T to get the mapping node. I'll plug it in here, and let's see what it looks like for now. Bring in a color ramp. And let's play around with this. It is coming from the side. We actually want it to be coming from the bottom. So change the Y rotation to 90. And now it is coming from the bottom. But it's very linear right now. So if we were to animate this, it's not going to look entirely in the way that we want it to be. So I'm going to add a noise texture. I'm going to bring in a math node right over here. Plug the factor into the math node. And I will also bring in a mix color right over here, value into B, and let's set mix to linear light. And now this is what it looks like. But if we increase or decrease the add, it will give us this cool looking animation. And of course we can change the values of the noise texture as well to increase the detail, for example, and maybe play around with the roughness a little bit. Something like this, play around with the scale, and do whatever you like and whatever you think looks good. I think this is randomized enough, so I'm going to work with it. And we can now transition from one texture to another. I will show you by clicking on this mix shader and play around with this. And now it becomes a strawberry slowly over time. It's a bit noisy, but right here we have the half value and it is moving away, becoming a strawberry, exactly as we want it to. But we can only make the keyframes for this once we know how our curve will progress. So that's what we're going to do right now. I'm going to click on the geometry node section, I'm going to change this to timeline. And right here on the very first frame, I'm going to take this and set it to 0. And then right on frame 200, let's say, I'm going to set it to 1. Let's see what it looks like. Of course, we have to take the empty, selection to cursor, make sure everything is aligned. And we can rotate all of this and make sure that it looks good. But this is basically the way that we make this animation. I'm not going to fumble around with this too much during this tutorial because I don't want to waste your guys' time. I'm going to play around with it in the end, but this is the way it works. So you make the curve and then you make the animation and just time it using these keyframes right over here. Now, if you wanted to go faster in the beginning, Control Tab, go over to the graph editor, select this, A, dot, and take this line, bring it upwards, and then it will grow fast in the beginning and slow down as it progresses. And I will start our coloring animation somewhere over here. So I'm heading over into the shader editor, drag up the timeline from here so we can actually see what we are doing. And I will go over to the strawberry, go to the add node that we've made last, right over here, click on it, make sure it is green first, so bring it down, press I, and as soon as it reaches like frame 180, it should be a strawberry, something like this. And this is going way too fast, and that is because the values are lying too far outside of each other. So I'm going to have to change this until it turns green, really subtly, right over there. And now it is going too fast, because we can change this to a subtle value like 0.96. And now it will be going a lot slower. So as you can see right here, it is still green. And as it's coming towards the camera, it is turning red. And we can, of course, change the animation for this by dragging our keyframes further away. And now there's one more problem that we should animate. Strawberries have these lines that they come from, but they are not moving along correctly. They are just standing still the entire time. I actually want to rotate them in the process. So I'm going to click on our geometry node setup and scroll into our strawberry section right over here. And we've got the rotate rotation, and we're going to click on it. And now we can make some keyframes for this as well, because right over here, this is good. So I'm going to press I, because this is the way that we want it to look. And then right over here, perhaps, somewhere around here. And now we can rotate it around, something like this. And make sure, press I, bring this all the way to the beginning. And now we can also see that the strawberries are slightly rotating during this animation, which is going to look a whole lot better. So this is the animation, and I'm going to play around with these values some more to get to a result that I would like. I recommend you do the same and try to find your own way in this and make sure that it looks really cool. That's the entire reason we made a geometry node setup, so you can change things easily. I'm going to fiddle around with this just a little bit more. Now for the ending, all you need to do is go over here and make sure that you make a file for this. And then I actually recommend rendering out approximately 50 frames transparent, and then the entire render not transparent, so that we actually have this background. Because I want this animation to start from the previous animation, so it's going to come in and then it will change to this background. So we have a transparent strawberry coming in, and we can transition nicely to our next render. I hope you enjoyed this tutorial, that you learned a lot and that it was easy to follow, and that you now have a pretty good looking setup just like this one, where you can access these functions easily and make changes. I hope I've explained this part of Geometry Notes very well so you can use it more freely in upcoming projects. If you're interested in all the course assets or maybe the ultimate lighting solution, check out my Gumroad. In the next video we are going to do something that has never been shown in Blender before, and it's actually one of my favorites, the strawberry slice animation. So click here to subscribe and click here to watch that video next. This effect has never been shown before in Blender history, and you're going to be the first ones to learn it. I'm going to explain everything step by step, so let's get started straight away. So as I just said, this is going to be the toughest tutorial in the free course yet, and we're going to combine several different disciplines together in order to make a coherent render. So let's start straight away. I've got my strawberry right here, and this is the only thing that we're going to need for this render for now. Now the first thing we want to do is make sure that we can slice this strawberry in half so we can actually use it to be sliced. Because now it is one big mess. And as you can already see, it is not possible to select a loop right over here and go all the way through the middle and have it be nice. And the same goes for if we just try to delete this. I mean, this doesn't look very appealing now, does it? So I'm undoing all of that. So I'm going to press on 3 on the numpad, but first let's get this out of the way. So delete the cube, go to edit mode, A, select all, go over to the knife tool, which is right over here, and set it to bisect. And right now if we select everything and make a sharp line right over here, hold and drag, we can make a cut right in the middle. And that's what we've got right now. But now we actually want to select everything underneath this line. I'm going to select loops, select the loop inner region. And now we've got this selected, but there is a problem, a very big problem, as you can see. All of these are not selected. So we're going to press on 3, Alt-C to see through it, press on B and make sure to select it all the way over here. And that basically solves most of our problems, but not entirely yet. So we have to do some manual work. We're gonna have to press on C, select some of this and deselect all of this. And we're going to have to do that multiple times in order to get clean topology. And that is the annoying part of this. And I'm just going to do that right now. And beware, you also have to do this on the inside. Because as you can see, some parts over here are not selected. So we have to select those on the inside as well. So make sure that you do that and deselect this part on the inside as well. And that's what I'm going to do right now. I suggest you do the same, and I'll see you in a bit. So I've selected everything, as you can see, so now we can continue. I hope you've done the same. We can now click on P, separate the selection. Right over here, we now have 2 different parts of this strawberry. So we have the strawberry top, this is the bottom. I'm going to call it strawberry bottom. So we want to add the inside of the strawberry. So I'm going to press on 2, hold Alt, select this edge loop, press F, and now we've got this filled up. So all we have to do is give this a texture. So go over to the material, plus, new, assign, drag this upwards, go to the shader editor, right over here, Control-T, add an image texture. I'm going to include this image texture either on Patreon or on Gumroad for free, so you can get it. And let's go over to the viewport, UV, editor, view, unwrap. And now let's bring this over to this inner side of the strawberry, like this. Let's go over to the shader editor, drag this to the side, add a bump node, bump, color into the height, normal into the normal, and it's way too strong, so decrease the power of this. Let's also add this to the roughness, add a color ramp right over here, and we can play around with the values. I'm just going to do something like this. Then I will also add a hue, saturation, and value right over here, because I think it's a bit more orange, but it should actually be more red. So I'm going to change the hue, bring it to the left side just a little bit, make sure it's red. So now we have the inside of this strawberry as well. It's not going to be very noticeable, so we don't have to pay that much attention to it. Go to the bottom side of the strawberry, select it. Let's do the entire process once more. So select all of this, press F. Let's add a new material, new, assign, Control-T, drag it over here, bump in the height, normal in the normal. Let's drag this into the roughness, add a color ramp. Let's bring it to the side, just a little bit like this. Strength down on the bump until it looks like this. Hue, unwrap, add a hue, saturation, and value. Bring it right over there. Let's first go over to the UV editor. And now let's take a different strawberry. I'm going to set it right over here. And that looks pretty good. So go back to the shader editor. Let's decrease the hue to 0.46. Saturation up a little bit. And maybe in this case, 0.46 is not the best one. So there you have it. 2 sides, and now they also have an inside. So basically the next thing that we are going to do is to make some shape keys for this so we can animate the slice. So let's go over here. I'm going to select the top part of this, and I will go over to the Data Object Properties tab, go over to Vertex Groups, add a new group, go into Edit mode, select all, and press Assign. Back into Object mode, shape keys. Let's add 2 of them. Then go back into edit mode, and now we need to think. Because we have to change something on the axis. Geometry nodes is way easier to work with if we work on the X or Y axis. If we do something diagonally, we're going to run into problems later on. I'm going to press on 3, and I want the slice to be happening on the Y axis. So I'm going to place my 3D cursor right over there. So I'm going to click on 1, select the dot right over here, Shift S, cursor to selected. Now turn on proportional editing. I'm going to set it to sphere, and I will press on 3, set the pivot point to 3D cursor, Alt-C so we can see through the mesh, select a part of this, RX, and now we can actually slice it open like this. Let's see what it looks like. Whee! All right, very good. Now, all we have to do now is to make our slice animation and make sure that the shape keys align with it. Afterwards, we can add the particle system. We also need to make sure that it aligns with the animation. But first, let's make the knife. So I'm going to press Shift-A, mesh, add a plane. I'm going to scale it down on the Y-axis to make sure it's more of a knife shape. SX, make it a little bit taller. I'm also going into edit mode, press E, Z, bring it downwards. Maybe we can add a loop cut right over here. Select this part, G and X, without proportional editing on, like this. Control 3, and add some loop cuts to make this a bit more sharp. SZ, make sure it's a bit thinner. And then we're going to give it a material, right over here, new material. Increase the metallic, roughness down. Change this color to a bit of a darker gray tone, but we can do some more with this. So let's drag this up, add in a noise texture, Control T, object into the vector into the roughness, add a color ramp, increase the detail, apply the scale, Control A, apply the scale, roughness, bring the blacks a little bit closer to the whites and the other way around as well. So now this looks a bit more like a blade. It shouldn't be entirely reflective, so I'm going to turn the black upwards just a little bit, and I'm going to turn the white down a little bit as well, like this. And now that looks pretty cool. Now, all we have to do is change the pivot point of this knife, because now it's rotating from the center. I want it to rotate from right over here. So I'm going into edit mode. I'm going to select this part right over here. Shift S, cursor to selected. And now click on object, set origin. And now when we rotate this, it is rotating from this point. Sorry, the battery of the camera died just now, but we are back again. So we've already changed the pivot point right here. So I'm going to select our knife, G and Y, bring it over to this side, and make sure that we can now slice through our strawberry. It's a bit too low, so I'm going to bring it upwards so it makes a bit more sense. So let's make the animation for this. I actually want it to be happening fast first. So let's say from right over there. So let's change this to medium point, and let's rotate this from right over there. Press I. So now we have a keyframe being located right over here. Then I will move to, let's say, frame 15 and move it right in the strawberry, like over here. Press I, and now we want this to be really slow. Think approximately 3 or 4 seconds might look good. 90. And then I'm going to press RZ, bring it all the way to the end, somewhere over here, I, and then all the way to frame 100. I want it to be going fast again. So let's see what it looks like. It's basically coming to a standstill right here. So I'm going to select all of this, T, linear, to make sure it's linear. All right, I think it could use some work, especially the last part. I think the last part is very slow. Let's bring it over here, I. Let's press on Control Tab, go over to the graph editor. We are moving on the Z rotation, so I'm going to close everything off except for the Z rotation. See what it looks like. Naturally, it's all linear, so I'm going to press T, set it to Bezier. But then we had the problem where it's practically standing still here and then it's moving further. So we don't want that. This one should be linear. T, linear. All right, this looks a bit smoother. And then right over here, I'm not entirely sure what I think about this. I think it should be faster. So let's select both of this. Interpolation mode, Bezier. Let's take this handle and let's bring it upwards so it moves a bit faster. Yeah. Slow motion, slow motion, slow motion, flats. All right, so we got that done. So now we have to make the animation for the slice itself. Let's go over to the timeline, select our strawberry. Let's go over to the Object Properties tab, set this to 0. And on frame 15, that is when the knife hits. On frame 14, let's say. So let's place a keyframe right over here. So let's place a keyframe on frame 13, right before it hits. And then it's going through here in slow motion until frame 90. So this should probably be this part. Press I, and it's going a bit too fast. So we have to go into the graph editor because this is basically the animation for the slice. And the rest of this we are going to do in geometry nodes. We're actually going to have them like rotate like this and fly away. So let's go over here, the value key, A dot, let's see what it looks like. And it looks like this. And it's already opening up, slicing, but you can actually see that it slices up too much already right over here. So let's make sure that we bring this down. Ah, that's a lot better. But now it's too slow over here. So we have to bring this up as well. Something like this. So, yeah, we got it. So that's actually the first part of this 3-step process where we are going to make this cool looking animation. Now the second process is going to be the geometry nodes part. Buckle up, we're about to learn some cool stuff. Cursor to world origin. Let's add in a plane. Then I'm going to bring this down, press N, remove that. Let's open this up. You can also go to the geometry nodes tab right over here, but I'm just going to do it like this. Open the geometry node editor, press N, and press new. So now we've got a new group input. We don't actually want to use it. We want to use our strawberry bottom and our strawberry top. Let's start with the top first, because that's the one where the particles are going to be spawning from. And we can set it to relative as well. And now it's basically shooting to the location where it was in the world space. And if we turn this off, you can actually see that the strawberry is still there. All right, cool. Set this to relative as well. So if you wanted to do this in the past, you would basically take the dynamic paint brush, use this as a canvas, then make sure that you have a nice vertex group going along so you can render that out as a wet map, and the wet map can be used as a mask to spawn some particles on. Naturally, this is not the best method anymore. Since geometry nodes, we have the simulation zone. So we're going to use that in order to spawn our particles, and it will be a lot more versatile. We can change things in the process. But we do have to make a mask, so that's what we're going to do first. But that is the explanation of what is going to happen. We're going to make a mask, we're going to tell the simulation zone, only spawn particles on this mask, and we're going to animate this mask at the exact point of our knife. So in that way, the droplets will only occur when the knife is going through. So the first thing I am going to do, we want to separate our Y location on this strawberry. So let's add in a position node right over here. Let's add a separate XYZ, because I want to separate the vectors and only one output should be left. Then I'm going to add in a math node. Set it to greater than or less than. Maybe we can use less than. So let's use the Y. Let's use the viewer node as well and use this as the geometry node so that we can actually see what's happening. Ah, there it is. So this is basically the mask that is going to be animating. But the first problem that we run into is the fact that it's going all the way to the top. We don't want particles to be spawning from right over there. It should only be happening right over here. So we need another setup like this to cancel it out. I'm going to separate this once again. I'm going to place it above this one. And this time we want to use the Z. So I'm going to use the less than Z in this value. And this should be mixed together. So I'm going to use a compare node. So type in compare. Right over here, we're going to set it to greater than is probably fine. So let's plug this into the A, this in the B, and let's see in the viewer node what this looks like. It has now inverted it, and that's probably because we didn't change the threshold of this one. So, as you can see, we now have a way to animate this mask. And it's going from the right to the left, which is kind of annoying me actually. I'm going to set it to greater than. And now it should be going from the left to the right. Exactly where our knife is coming from. It really doesn't matter for me that this looks all jagged and stuff, because you're not going to notice when we add the particles. But basically, the name of the game is we need to animate this mask exactly when this hits. Let's drag this upwards, go over to the timeline, right before frame 13. So I'm going to take this, place it all the way over there, press I, and then the animation should occur all the way until frame, well, let's say 93 or 4. And now let's change this. Make sure that we get our whites right over here. Press I, see what it looks like. Select this node. It's going a bit too fast. So let's go over to the graph editor once again. And if you cannot see the keyframes, make sure you also have the geometry nodes right here selected and this specific node selected as well. And now if you open this up, you can see the default value, press A and dot, and there it is. So now we can change this and make sure that it's following along with the animation nicely. So something like this should probably work out. Now it's a bit too slow over here, so bring it upwards. So let's place an extra keyframe right over here, because then the blade is speeding up as well. So place a keyframe and make sure that it's going a bit faster. So something like this should probably do the trick. Could be a bit faster. So G and X, let's move it to the side. All right, that is entirely fine. So I'm going to place a keyframe on frame 90, right over here. Then go over to the last keyframe and let's bring this down. And now it should be removed afterwards. So flop, and it's gone. We're not going to notice the mask anyway. The mask is simply going to be used for the particles. So before we add the simulation zone, let's first explain what happened. So we said this is the vector of our object. So it has this vector, it's moving in directions. And then we told this object, all right, only give me the y-axis, which is this one. And then we animated this, making sure that the whites and the blacks are going entirely over this part. Then we made this one and we compared it to each other, which basically means if this value is 0.8, then don't show white anywhere above 0.8. And make sure that you only output whatever is our threshold. So that is basically what we changed here. Anyway, over to the simulation zone. This is the only node setup we need right here. It's very easy. So simulation zone, let's bring it in there. I'm going to have to explain this for a little while because I am not going to assume that any of you have played around with simulation zones before. So I have the group output over here. Let's plug the simulation zone in there. So let's add a set position node. You don't have to follow along with this. I'm just making an example. I'm going to add in a, let's say, join geometry. Let's bring it right over there. And let's bring in a cube as well. Cube in the join geometry. And let's set the set position to 0.2. Let's reset this. Let's go all the way to the beginning. And now there are cubes spawning on the join geometry. I think a better way to visualize this, by the way, is just to delete this, mesh in the geometry, geometry in the geometry. Now, as you can see, the cube will move upwards by 0.2 on the z-axis every single frame. Basically, it's just repeating whatever happens in the middle. So if I were to set this to 1, then you will see the cube will go a whole lot faster. And if I set this to -1, it is repeating the action on -1, so it's going down. That's basically the way the simulation zone works. Let's delete this. Let's delete this as well. Geometry in the geometry. And now we basically have to make some particles. So I'm going to make a distribute points on faces. I want to use a join geometry right over here because it should be added every single frame. It's not going to be added one time. Let me show you what I mean. Let's bring this right in the middle. What is going to happen? Nothing. There's no geometry. So let's just select our beautiful looking strawberry right over here. It's simply going to spawn distribute points on faces right over here, but there's nothing to repeat. So we have to take this out, join geometry right over here, and these points can go into the join geometry. But now all we have to do is change the geometry from the simulation to the distribute points on faces, and now watch what happens. Ah, it's actually spawning on every frame, but it's not moving outwards. It's not looking very particle-like. So now I'm going to use a store named attribute. Now a lot of people have trouble understanding what it does, but basically it's a container for information that you've acquired elsewhere. I've used this in GeoLights Pro, for example, my procedural lighting setup, where I make a connection between the shader editor and the geometry node itself. But besides that, we want to store the normal information and we want to offset its position because it's now being spawned on the same space each and every time. So first of all, let's add a set position node right over here because we want to change some things. If we were to increase the Z, what will happen? Well, this will happen. The particles will go upwards infinitely, which is not what we want. We actually want them to go outwards from the normals of our strawberry. In that way, it will move in every direction. So let's store the normal. Store named attribute, bring it right over here. Give it a name. I'm going to call it direct for direction. It's going to be normal. I'm actually just going to call it normal. And normal in the value, because the distribute points on faces automatically calculates the normals. So we can just store that value right over here. So we have now stored the normal information in the store named attribute, but we have to spawn it on the set position as well. Otherwise, it will go upwards infinitely. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's add a named attribute. But before we do that, I actually noticed that this is still on float, but it should be a vector because it's going in all directions. Vector, and for the rest, everything is fine. So let's set this to vector as well. And let's call it normal. Now, if we plug this attribute into the offset, watch what happens. And now it is shooting outwards like this from all parts of the strawberry. But there are two problems. First of all, it's shooting out way too quickly, going into each and every direction, and we want to have it a bit more contained. So the way to fix that is going to be a vector math node. Right over here, plug it in and scale. Select the bottom one. And now we set this to 0.1, for example. It's going to be way slower. But the next problem is that it's all pretty uniform. So if I press on 3, this is actually following the shape of the strawberry perfectly, which is not what we want. We want it to be more randomized. So we can do that. Let's go over here. Let's add a random value. And we don't want any particles to be sticking on the strawberry itself. It should all move outwards. So we definitely don't want to use 0. So let's use 0.01. And let's use 0.1. Then let's place this into the scale of the scale. Let's play it again. And now you can see that some of these lines are a bit shorter, some are a bit taller, and we've basically randomized this entire process. Now, of course, it is still shooting out from all sides, which is not what we want. So we're going to change that, which is why we created this initial setup in the first place. So go over here, and this one is our mask. We're going to use it as a selection in the distribute points on faces, right over here. Now let's see what it does. Flats, and it's shooting out in different directions. And this is now the point where I realize I made a mistake. The problem is, there is this flat plane of the top strawberry, but we actually cannot use it like that. So let's bring the strawberry top back. Let's select it right over here. Let's go over into edit mode. Let's select this, and let's select the bottom plane right over here. P, separate the selection, and now it's not part of the strawberry anymore, even though it's moving along perfectly fine. Let's go back to the geometry node setup, and let's see what happens now. Yeah, so it's actually starting to shoot out from all these sides, which is exactly what we want. But as you can see, it's still a bit weird looking. They just shoot out like that. And of course, we can crank up the density to like 100. It will already look a little bit better. This is kind of the way it's going to be. So all we have to do is make sure that this is not as straight as it is right now. And the way to fix it is actually by using a scene time. And then we're going to plug the frame into the seed of the distribute points on faces. And you will see what it will do. Bam. Bam. I love it when a plan comes together. Very cool looking. So now we actually want to make sure that we can animate the speed of this. So how can we do that? Well, the speed at which it occurs is basically this part right here. So all we have to do is add a math node, plug it right in between the random value and the scale node, multiply, and you will see that if I put this to 0.05, it's going to stay right over there. So if we want this to be slow motion, here it hits, and it's being in slow motion. I'm going to set it to, let's say, 0.6, and then on frame 90, I will place a keyframe. Let's go over to frame 95, and let's increase this to like 3. So now we give the illusion, this is in slow motion, flats, and everything goes in real time. Maybe this one can be a bit faster. Let's see, it should probably be on frame 91. Let's redo it. Very slow, very slow. Bam, yeah. Now from here on out, there's actually a couple of different things that we can do. You could try to turn this into a volume and then return it back into a mesh and make a fluid out of it. I think that would look cool as well. I didn't actually try that out, just came up with it. But what we are going to do is use the instance on points, because we have to turn this over into a liquid. So instance on points. Now let's add a UV sphere right over here. Let's add it to the instance. Of course, it's way too big. So I'm going to add a random value, change this to 0.1, for example, value in the scale. And now it looks like this. But the thing that annoys me is that all of these balls, let's increase this, are the exact same shape. But we want it to be a bit more bubbly like so. So I'm going to add a set position node, set position, and let's offset this using a noise texture. So add a noise texture, vector math as well. Set this to subtract. And the reason for this, I'm just going to explain it one more time, is because usually everything goes from 0, 0, 0 to 1, 1, 1. But we actually want to shift that by 0.5, so it becomes minus 0.5, 0.5. So that's the way that works. just so you guys know. And now we have these distorted shapes. Set this to 4D because we are going to have to animate it to get this bubbly vibe, as you can see right here. Because as it moves through the air, the wind is acting on the liquid, making sure that it moves around like this. So we've got that taken care of. So I'm going to turn this back down all the way to like 1.2. I think this looks pretty cool. We have to shade this smooth though. So set, shade, smooth. Bring it right over here. So now it looks like this. It's way too big, of course. So I'm going to change the scale in the radius of the UV sphere. Maybe increase the random value and decrease the scale of this. So let's see what it looks like. All right, very cool. But one problem that we run into now is that all the rotations are the same. So we have to change that as well. So let's duplicate this random value. Let's turn it into a vector because rotations are vectors. Value into the rotation. And now let's just play around with this stuff until it looks a bit better. I really don't even look at this, just make sure it looks a bit cool. Very nice. So let's give this a material. So go over to the shader editor, right over here. And I actually want to see what I'm doing. So let's add a set material node. Set material node right over here, right behind the set shade smooth. So material 005 is what this one is called. And I will drag this upwards. We'll turn this up, roughness down. Increase the transmission. Let's bring in a glass BSDF. Let's mix them together like so. And let's make this a little bit more of a soft reddish tone. And this one can be a harder reddish tone like this. Let's play this. All right. It kind of looks like the blood from 300. Like, rah. If you guys are using this for a movie and making blood like 300, send it to me. So let's play around with the IOR for this. And let's do it separately. So first do the glass. I think 1.33 should be fine. Let's bring it right over there. And let's set this to cycles as well to see what it actually looks like. Because we are still in Eevee. Set it to the render mode. Like this. Very cool. Let's delete this light. Let's add an HDRI. Oh, it's also very cool if you play it in reverse. So look. So let's place our camera for now somewhere over here. I already want to see what the bokeh looks like. Go into the camera settings, depth of field. Let's select our strawberry and let's decrease the f-stop. And now we can get a better sense of what this will look like. I will go over here, go to the shader editor and maybe play around with the colors a bit. Maybe this can be a bit darker. Ah, that looks a little bit more like the strawberry color though. Very nice. We're almost there, guys, but we're definitely not done because there's 2 more things left to do. First of all, as soon as the knife actually cuts through the strawberry, we want to make sure that the strawberry also moves like that. Then we also want to make sure that we have a cinematic environment and that all the camera motions look smooth. So those are the only tasks left for this tutorial and then we will be done. The hard part is over. I am going to turn this off, the strawberry tops. And as you can see, we have no more strawberries. We actually don't want to use these ones because then we have to animate it separately from the geometry nodes editor, which is going to be a bit more troublesome. So I'm going to add a join geometry right over here. And then I will take this, let's take this geometry off our strawberry, bring it right over here. And now the top one will reappear. And let's do the same for the bottom one. So I've been thinking that in order to smoothen out the transition, we can add a droplet later on as well that moves towards the camera. So the camera can go into the droplet and transition into the last and final shot. So the way to animate this final part is actually by using a transform geometry. I know, very boring, but it's just the way it is. So the first thing I'm going to do is take our strawberry top that we created and bring it in here as well, because otherwise it's kind of hollow on the inside and we don't want that to happen. So I'm going to connect this to the join geometry output as well and set this to relative, and now it should be filled up once again. Now we can animate this using the transform node. So let's go over here, add a transform geometry, and starting from frame 90, we want this to happen because that's the moment the blade speeds up. So I'm going to add a keyframe right over here on the translation, then go over to frame 130 and let's set this to the side. So let's use Y and maybe use the Z as well and bring it over there. So press I, and now we've got our keyframes for this as well. But as you can see, our plane remains at the same location. So I'm going to duplicate this transform geometry. Then I'm going to press I, then go back to frame 90 and set all of this to 0. Press I again, and now it should move along together. And now I'm going to add another transform geometry right over here, go to frame 90, press I, go to frame 130, and this one should move to the other side. We're going to do the rotation later, and press I. So let's start with the top one. We're going into the graph editor, Control Tab, and now we're here. Close the X and the Z, go to the Y, press A, dot, and now we can only see this part. I'm going to select this handle, I'm going to bring it upwards because I want this to move quickly, so it should be moving towards the side very quickly. Now we cannot see this happening as of yet. As a matter of reference, we can see our original plane and it has become a little bit faster, but it's not entirely what I want. So I'm going to turn it up, then take this handle, G and X, and bring it over here. So now it should be very fast. As you can see, it has some weird Z-axis motion, so we have to go into the Z value as well. So lock this, go over to the Z, select it, A dot, and do the exact same thing. Now the trick is to select both of these, and then I want to lock all of these off, except for the Z value first, and I want it to look the exact same as this one. So I'm going to take this, bring it upwards, bring it down, then take this, G and Z, and now let's do the same for the Y value, and now it should be following the other one well enough. Now let's select the bottom one, let's go over to the Y value, let's lock everything else off, select it, and this one we should bring down. Take this one, bring it to the side, very cool. Also do this for the Z value, take this, bring it down, G and X. But this still looks pretty janky, so I came up with an idea to transition into a droplet, which is what we're going to do right now. So I'm going to add a droplet. Let's go over to this frame. Let's place our 3D cursor right over there. Shift A, Mesh, and let's add a UV sphere. We're going to give it the same material as the other one. So go over to the Material tab, Material number 5, and now it should be the glass material, shaded smooth. I'm also going to add a displace. So displace right over here. And maybe we also want to add a subdivision surface modifier. So Control 2, and place it above the displace. Now click on New, go over to this tab by clicking over here. It will automatically bring us to the Texture tab. Set this to Clouds and increase the size so it's not as prevalent anymore. Go back to the modifier panel and decrease the strength just a little bit and set this to Global. So now as it moves through space, it will have a wobbly motion, just like a droplet would have. So do I want my camera to be located over here? Do I want my camera to be 50 millimeters? Maybe I want it to be a bit more zoomed in, like so. So I think for this frame, we actually want to move it backwards. I've got it on 80 millimeters, and this is the final place where the camera will be located. Let's bring our droplet right over here, G and X, and let's place a keyframe where this is supposed to happen. So around frame 110, I'm going to place it in the camera frame. Press I. I'm going back to frame 90, G and X, move it backwards till it is in the strawberry, and then I'm going to scale it down as well, bring it somewhere over here, press I. We shouldn't be able to see this. All right, very good. But then it is coming towards us and we can transition into the droplet. And this also takes a bit away from the jankiness of the animation itself. Speaking of which, let's select it and now also give it some rotation. So I'm going to do the bottom one first. On frame 90, it should be exactly this. Same goes for this one and the same goes for that one. And then on frame 130, we can rotate it on the Z axis, something like so maybe. Maybe a bit on the Y, like this, and press I. I'm going to do the same for the other ones. So that's it for the animation. Now all we have to do is set up a cinematic background and animate our camera as well. I'm going to select this camera, I'm going to duplicate it, turn it off, go back to the original camera, just in case we mess something up. So let's place our 3D cursor right over here. Let's add a curve circle. I'm going to scale this up, and now I want to connect my camera to the curve circle. So select the camera, go over to Constraints, Constraints Follow Path, and Constraints Track To. Now the follow path should be the circle, and it will offset our camera all the way over here. Now the reason for it is because it has data stored in a location. So we have to set this to 0, and now it will be placed somewhere on our circle. And if we play around with this, we can actually move the camera on this circle, as you can see, like this. But we also want to have a focus point, otherwise the camera will look at nothing. So let's increase the scale of our circle, bring it down halfway to the strawberry, click on the camera. We actually want the slice to happen somewhere over here. So the camera should probably already be here at this point. So I'm going to press I right over here. And now we can play around with some of these settings. So I'm going to select the curve, press I as well. So first I'm going to add an empty because we want the camera to be tracked to that empty. So I'm going to press the 3D cursor right over here, Shift A, add an empty, plane axis, scale it upwards. Now I'm going to select the camera, select the picker tool, and now select the empty. And as you can see, the camera will be pointed at this empty. And then it's zooming out. We've got a droplet coming in. Slicing through, I kind of like this angle. Slicing through. Maybe it should be a bit further away, something like this, so we can actually see the blade. Let's take the Bezier circle, zoom it out just a bit, press I, and then it will zoom out for the final shot. And this one shouldn't be as scaled outwards. We want it to scale in just a little bit. Press I, go over to frame 110, and then scale it outwards just until this droplet fits right into it. So press I. So now we have to do the beginning. So go all the way to frame 1. And maybe I just want to rotate this on the Z axis or on the Y axis as well. And then take the empty, move it upwards. Take this, scale it outwards. So press I on this one, then press I on the Bezier circle. Go to the camera and maybe change the offset just a little bit over there. Now right over here, the empty should move down so we can actually see the blade. And I think at frame 30, we want it to be somewhere over here. So press I. And at this point, I want the empty to move to this side. So we have the strawberry in the middle. I do find that this animation right here of the zooming out is way too slow. So we should probably speed that up. Let's go over into the graph editor. Let's close everything off except for the scale. Let's select this, press A and dot. Then I will take these handles, set it to free. And now we can make sure that this goes upwards a bit quicker and this goes to the side a bit quicker. And now the scale is a bit faster. So let's see what it looks like. Whew. This means we also have to change the rotation, in this case the Y rotation. So let's unlock this. Let's take this, set the handle type to free, handle type to free. Let's take this, bring it upwards, take this, bring it to the side. And I feel like it's kind of standing still right now, and it has to do with the scale. So I'm going back into the scale. Let's see what's happening. We actually want this to be a continuous motion. So I'm going to bring this down a bit. G and Z bring this down as well. Now all we have to do is give this a background. So let's go add a background, Shift A, image, images as planes. I'm going to add a blue sky. You can add whatever you like. I think this will look pretty cool. So I'm going to scale it up, bring it back, rotate it on the Y, scale it upwards, and make sure that it is in the frame the entire time, which is the case. But what we can also do is maybe add some more strawberries in the background. So Control V, let's add our strawberry back in. Bring one right over there. Let's rotate it. Let's bring it over there. And perhaps we want to rotate this the entire time. So press I, then go over here to the final frame, which is 110. R, Y, Y, R, X, X. Rotate it like this. I, and make it linear. So select all of this, T, linear. All right, pretty cool. And maybe we can add another one of those right over here. Delete the keyframes, go to frame 1, press I, frame 110, R, Y, Y, R, C, Z, R, X, X, and make sure it has a bit of a rotation. Select both of these, T, linear. And I think a way to make this even better is to add in a light area lamp, scale it upwards, bring it to the side like this, rotate it ever so slightly, increase the power, and now that looks a bit more cinematic using those highlights. Right now it's 2 o'clock in the night and I want to go home, so I might change some of these things tomorrow to make a little bit of a better render, but I've given you all the ingredients you need in order to get this render done. So I recommend playing around with these settings, maybe use some different fruits or different background colors, stuff like that. I've given you everything that you need in order to get this render done. Welcome to the final animation of this free Blender in Blender course. If you're new here, either watch the free course from the beginning or check out my Gumroad to get all the assets so you can follow along. So let's get started straight away. So right now we are going to do the final animation, and it's going to happen in the kitchen. As you remember, in the previous tutorial we entered a droplet, and we're going to transition into this shot where we see the blender and the smoothie comes rolling in. It's going to be a very simple animation, and we're going to be done very quickly. So I'm going to select all our objects of the smoothie because they are still separate objects. And I also noticed that this straw doesn't have a hole in the middle, so I'm going to fix that. Press I and now E, and make sure it has a hole like this. So I'm going to select this glass, Shift S, cursor to selected, and right now it's straight in the middle. So I'm going to add an empty right over here, plane axis, and we've got this little plus icon. And now we'll select everything, the glass, the smoothie, the straw, this thing, and the strawberry. Select the empty last. Control P, select object, keep transform. We can move around this empty and the glass will follow along. So this is basically the final position where we want it to be at. So I'm going to the timeline. This should probably be a little bit longer because we are transitioning into the droplet of the previous shot. So this one should have some time to move towards the happening of this event. So let's say frame 30 is technically frame 0. That's the frame from which it's all going to start, and our glass should probably be over there. But I want the animation to occur approximately over here. So 50 frames, that's 2 seconds. Maybe we can play around with it in the graph editor. I think this is going to look fine. So I'm going to press I right over here. And then I'm going back to frame 30, and I will move this with G on the X-axis and press I. And now it's going to scoof over to the side. And it doesn't really look spectacular or professionally animated, but we're going to fix that later. Now, I want it to topple over just a little bit. So let's go over to the 3D cursor right there. Select this glass, select this bottom vertex, Shift S, cursor to selected. And now we should animate this empty on the Y-axis. So R and Y, and it will topple over like this. Press I, then take this keyframe, copy it, and bring it back here. Hoppa! Now that doesn't look very smooth, and the reason for it is that we actually used a rotation keyframe on this one as well, so the rotation is only starting from this frame on, and I think that looks a little bit janky. So we're going to change that. Remove these rotation keyframes. Whew, now it's coming in, and it's kind of sliding inside of the table, which I think is very annoying. And that actually solved the problem. So if we place it on the same keyframe as this one, it solved the problem. So all we have to do now is go over to the graph editor, right over here. We're moving this on the G axis. So I'm going to close everything off except for the X axis. Select it, press A, press period. And now we can see what it looks like. I want it to come in fast at first. So I'm going to bring this upwards. I'm going to take this, bring it to the side, G and X. Very nice. Now we also need to do that with the rotation. So let's go over to the Y rotation, A and dot. And let's select both of this, S and X, scale it. All right, so I'm going to keep it like this. And now it slides in from right over there. And maybe it should have come right outside of the frame. Actually, that might have been better. Let's go ahead and do that. Let's open everything up, Control Tab. Let's go to frame 30. Let's take this and bring it right over there. Press I. And I also want to move the camera forward to give it this extra effect. So I'm going to place a keyframe right here. I'm going to select the keyframe and bring it all the way to frame 0 in this case, because we do want the camera to be moving when we are moving inside of the droplet. So 110 is going to be fine. GZZ, let's zoom this in. Maybe a bit downwards as well. Press I. Make it linear, T, linear. Maybe take the strawberry, scale it up, let's hide it right over there. Press I, and right over here, let's set it to frame 130. Let's bring it up, press I, go into the graph editor. Let's go to the Z location, close everything else off, select it, A dot, make it go fast in the beginning. RCZ, let's rotate it as well. Okay, rotation, all right. Cool, now all we need to do is make sure that this progresses. So I'm going to add a modifier. Right over here, select the Z rotation, go to the modifiers, add cycles. Don't set this to repeat motion because then it will do the same thing over and over. Set it to repeat with offset, and now it will just continue turning around. So I'm going to copy this by clicking on this button And do the same for the Y, which is right over here. So simply select the Y, unlock it, go to the modifiers, paste it. Same goes for the X, unlock it, click on it, go to the modifiers, paste it. It's going on indefinitely. And we can do the same for the Kiwi. So let's take the Kiwi as well. Let's duplicate it, bring it right over here. Things should be at 130, right over here. So press I, and then go to frame 44. Let's bring this down, press I. And then right in the middle, we want to do some rotation. So RXX, RZZ, RYY, something like this, and then K, rotation. Go into the graph editor. Let's select the set location. So unlock that, a dot, and now we can see it should probably move faster in the beginning. This to the side. Boom, now they're both coming at the same time, which is nice. Now we're going to open up the rotation. Let's do the X rotation first. So let's delete the keyframe right here. Go over to the modifiers, add a modifier, cycles, repeat with offset, and copy it. Now go to the Y rotation, delete this keyframe, add a modifier, so click on this, modifier, paste it, repeat with offset, and the same goes for this one as well. All right, very cool. Alright, so that's it for this tutorial. It was very easy. We just simply made some animations in the graph editor for the smoothie, for the camera, and maybe some fruits in the backgrounds if you like. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to click on like and subscribe. Also check out the Ultimate Go Pack, link is in the description. This was the final animation of the free Blender in Blender course, but we're far from done yet, because in the next two parts we are going to edit everything together. You're going to learn about text animations, color grading, and transitions. So make sure to check that out right now by clicking here. In this part of the free Blender in Blender course, you'll learn how to edit a product animation. And this is only part 1 of the editing. There's also going to be a part 2 where we're going to do some more advanced tricks. So let's get started straight away. So right now, all we have to do is bring in our shots into this timeline right over here. And I'm going to treat this as if you have never touched Davinci Resolve before, so you can follow along just fine. I've got my PNG renders right over here in all separate folders, and I'm just going to add them to the timeline, simply dragging it in like this. And that's the way we're going to do it. So I recommend you do that, and I will see you in a bit. Alright, so right now I've added all the renders that we've made together in this free course, and they are stacked like this. So first I did the intro shot, then we are doing the fruit explosion, then we are doing the normal animation right over here, which is just some colored blenders moving aside. Then we've got the Abuse AI video one where the background changes from different kitchens. Then we have the strawberry growing animation right over here. And we have the strawberry slice, and eventually the final smoothie animation right over here. There's a couple of things we need to do. First of all, this is not going to play well. So if you want to increase the playback speed of your video, you can go right over here to playback, timeline proxy resolution, and set it to quarter. And this will make sure that the render quality that we made it in, which is 1080p, will actually be 4 times less. So it's going to be easier to play this out. I still find it to be quite slow. And the reason for it is that PNGs by itself have a very large file size, and it has to move frame by frame, and it will be quite slow. So another method to do it would be to go to playback, render cache, and set it to smart. And this will practically make sure that it's being loaded into the cache. I'm not sure why we're not seeing it right now, but we are seeing it right here where the red line is. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to render this out as an MP4, so you can follow this tutorial easily. I can just play it back and it will go smoothly. Otherwise I would constantly have to wait, and it's not a very pleasant experience for you as a viewer as well. So I'm going to press I, which is going to be our in point, and it's going to render starting from here. And I'm going all the way over here. Then move 1 frame backwards and press O. And now we will have this entire timeline ready to be rendered in MP4. But before I actually do that, I would like to color grade this original image. It's not going to make that much of a difference, but I do feel like it is better to do it that way. So we are going to do the color grading first, and then we are going to make some transitions, make sure everything flows over into each other real nice. So we've got the intro shot. I'm going to place my playhead right above here on a nice looking frame, and I'm going to the color panel right over here, which is shaped like a painter's palette. So I'm going to click on it, and now we get a couple of nodes and things that we can work with. I'm not going to make this too advanced. I have other videos on Davinci Resolve where I go more in depth about certain things that I do in the color grading tab, but for now I'm just going to use these nodes to get a better look out of this image that we've got right here, because it's a little bit washed out and I want it to be a bit more saturated, maybe a bit more contrasty. So I'm going to press Alt S, and this will allow us to make a new node. Then I will press Alt S 2 more times, so we have 4 nodes right now, and it's kind of in my habit to leave the first one untouched, because that is usually where I place my noise reduction. If you work with actual footage, you usually get some noise and you want to remove that, etc. But in this case, the cycles noise really isn't the same as the film grain noise that you get from filming with an actual camera, so we're just going to leave this untouched. I'm going into the second node right over here. And I will go to this tab, which is the third one, and we can play around with the gain, the gamma, and the contrast, etc. So we have several different options right over here. And what I'm using the first node for always is the exposure. So we're going to do the exposure, then we're going to do the contrast, and then we're going to do the balancing of this. And afterwards I will add some saturation and some other stuff to make it look a little bit better. So right over here in this node we can work on the exposure. Now there's a couple of different methods to do this. I've went over this before. You can increase the offset slider right over here, but actually I don't think this is the best way to add exposure. So I'm going right over here to the HDR tab, which is the fourth one, and I will play around with the global exposure. It's EXP right over here, and you can play this upwards, bring it downwards to make it darker or lighter, and I think it just looks a little bit better than the other method. So I'm going to do it like this, and we have a little bit of brightness being returned. Then I'm going into the second node, and I will go over to this tab right now, and I will play around with the contrast. So I'm going to increase this just a little bit, and I will increase the pivot in this case. So this is what it does for us. It brings back some of those shadows, and it removes some of the highlights that we've got over the entire screen. So you can press Ctrl D when you are on a node to turn it off, and you can press Shift D to turn off all nodes. So Shift D, and this is what we've done thus far. It already looks a whole lot better, but right now we can go into this node, and this is for balancing. So basically when you have something white in your shot and it turns orange because the temperature of your camera is on a different setting and then it's a little bit weird looking, you can turn it back to white. In this specific case I don't think we are going to need it because we have clouds and they are entirely white. But right over here there's a picker tool, and if you select this and select something white in your scene, right over here, it should change the color. Now in this case it doesn't change the color because our whites are white. But let me show you what I mean. So let's add a node right before this, Shift S, and I will turn up the, let's say, orange gain. So now this is definitely not white anymore, it's a bit orange. So if I select this and I tell the program, this is actually white, please change the temperature. So I'm going to select this, and now it's going to turn the clouds white, which are actually white, and it changed the temperature in order to not make it seem orange. So that's basically what's going on here. But I'm going to delete both of these nodes because we don't need them. So I'm going to press Alt S, and I'm going to leave this node untouched, simply to follow my own structure, so I have clarity over what is happening. I'm not going to change the name of all of these nodes. So I'm going to press Alt S, and I will place one right over here. I like to work in fours and then move my way down. I think it can be a little bit darker in the shadows. So what I'm going to do is I'm heading over to gamma, and I'm going to turn this down because I like doing it with the gamma. If you do it with lift, it tends to become a bit more aggressive. So I like to do it with gamma first, see what we can achieve. And I think this already looks a little bit better. So I'm going to roll with this one. Then I'm going to press Alt S, and now we want to add some saturation. I think it's pretty saturated already, but we can do something with this. So there are like 4 methods to bring in saturation into your shot. You have a slider right over here, which is called saturation, and you can increase that. But the way I like to do it is by going over here to this tab, increase the red, increase the green, increase the blue output, and then it will be fully saturated, which is way too much. So we have to go over here, which is called the output node, and we can go to the key output and change the power of this node, so to speak. So if this is 0, the node actually will not do anything, but if we increase this ever so slightly, it will bring back some of that color. And as you can see, it is starting to become a bit more vibrant. And I think this shot looks pretty cool. Now there's some other things that we can do. So let's press Alt S, and you might want to sharpen this. So if you go over here, type sharpen, drag it on here, you can see, if you zoom in, you can see that it's bringing back some detail. Now, I think it's always way too extreme because it starts at 1.8. I'm just going to set it to like 1.2 or 1.3, something like that. It should be barely noticeable, but it gives it this extra sense of sharpness, and I like that. So I'm going to press Alt S once again, and for this next node, I am going to add a film grain. Film grain, because we want to make it look like it was filmed with an actual camera. It's going to be very subtle, but I like to add it anyway. So zoom in very deep, right over here, and you are not able to see anything. But if we increase the grain strength, which is located right over here, you will be able to see that something happens. This is way too extreme and it looks pretty ugly. You can see it in the water. It's basically as if we didn't shot this right. So we have to decrease the strength of this, but I'm also going to change some settings in the film grain presets. So on the top here, we have a drop-down menu. I'm going in there and I will select 16mm 500T, which is right over here. So increase the grain strength until we see exactly what it does. Then I'm going to bring it down ever so slightly and make sure that we just have a little bit of that camera quality. Now, for the final node, what you could add, I'm not sure if this is going to work out for this render specifically, but I'm going to press Alt S and I will bring in a vignette node. So right over here, vignette. Then we can play around with the settings. It basically means that we have these darkened edges right over here. So I'm going to increase the size. I'm going to increase the anamorphism, which means that it will be stretched out a little bit like this. like so. Then I will increase the softness. And finally, I will go into the global blend and bring this down. So something like this is to my liking. Maybe a little bit less. Yeah, just a little bit. Let's go over here, let's remove this. Control F to go into full screen. And I will press Shift D. So this was what we got straight out of the render engine. And now if I press Shift D, we get a whole lot more color and a whole lot more depth in this shot. So that's the way I like to do it, and this render thereby is done. But there's a problem. So we added the vignette last, but actually the film grain happens in the entire shot. So that means that the film grain should always be the last one. So I'm going to disconnect this, like so. We'll bring this over here, then take this, connect it like so, and make sure that the film grain is the last node. Before the vignette, we can add something else. So in this case, I'm just going to add 5, going to make it a little bit messy, doesn't matter. I'm going to press Alt-S on this third node, so we get a new node that's going to be placed right in between. And then I will add a glow from the effects menu right over there. I'm going to drag it on here, and as you can see, it kind of blows out the entire image. So we have to play around with some settings. I'm going down first to the gain, and I will decrease the gain just a little bit. We don't want those blown out whites right over there. And then I will increase the spread just a little bit, see what it does for us. Does kind of give this extra vibe to it. The shine threshold decides where the glow will be applied to which light values. So obviously right now, when it's very high, only the brightest light source will give some glow. But if we bring it down, even less brighter light sources will be able to have glow. But I'm not going to do that. I think something like this is pretty fine. Then I will go to global blend all the way at the bottom and move it downwards in order to decrease the glow strength. So something like this just gives it that little extra vibe that I think we needed. So now I'm going over to the second clip and I'm going to find a part where we can actually see what's going on. So this is the render and I want to color grade this as well, but I don't want to do the work again. So what I'm going to do is I will click on clips right over here, which will enable this middle bar where all the clips are located, just in case you aren't seeing that. And then I will select the original clip, so like this one, which is not graded yet. And then I will go over to this clip, hold my mouse over it and press middle mouse button. And this will copy the color grade that we just made for this clip onto the new clip right here. Now, we only have to change the nodes that we are not happy with. But the first thing I'm noticing is that this color is pretty dark and I want it to be a little bit brighter. And the first thing I'm noticing is that it's probably going to be the gamma that we brought down. So that's this node, and let's turn it off. So it's bringing back some of the light values, and I don't think we actually need this node. So I'm going to leave it turned off. Now I do think we could use a little bit more brightness. So I'm going over into the second node, which is the HDR. You can actually see the sign right over here. Go over to the HDR in this tab and go to the exposure and increase it just a little bit to make it a bit more bright. So this is before and this is after. You can always play around with any of these settings if you like. Now all we have to do is copy the same settings to this one. But as you can see, it's way too bright. So now we need to go back into the HDR, decrease the exposure until it looks a bit more correct. And maybe the more contrasty one is a bit better. So I'm going to turn this node back on. So before and after, and now we've got that done. Let's do the same for this one. Let's go over here, let's copy all the settings. Let's go to a certain part in this render. I'm just going to do the first part right over there. And I think it could be a little bit brighter. So I'm going to increase the exposure. We'll go over here, see if the contrast is working out for us. Maybe we can play around with it, increase it. Nah, it's too much. Just going to do something like this. Let's have a look at our gamma that we removed. That's fine. So decrease the power of the glow. So it will be really subtle. I can see something happening right over here, but it's not going to be extreme. So let's go over to the next one, right over here. And this also looks pretty good to me. I think this is a pretty great looking render. So now for this one, maybe the saturation is a bit too strong. Saturation is a bit too strong. I don't like the blue to be that blue. So there's two ways to change this. We actually have our saturation right here. And if I turn this off, it looks like this. And we can decrease it just a little bit right over here. Maybe the blue is a bit too blue. So I'm going to teach you a new trick. So I am going to add a node right in between those. So I'm going to move this. Sometimes I press G when I'm on these nodes just because I'm used to Blender. But Alt-S. And right here we have a new node. We can go over here to the curves. And here we have several different options. They're kind of hidden away, really small. But we can change the hue, the saturation, the luma values. And in this case, we are going to change the saturation. So I'm going to click on this button. And with the picker tool, which is automatically selected right over here, if you do not see this, you can select it right underneath this tab right here, qualifier. And then I will select the blue part right over here, just swipe across it because that will decide the range. And as we can see, the blues in this render are quite high, and that is correct. So we have a lot of blues in this render, and there's some red as well, which we can see right over here. Now, if you want to change this saturation, all we have to do is drag this slider down. So if I were to drag it down entirely, it will become gray. Now that's not good, so I'm going to bring it down just a little bit, have it be subtle. So this is the difference, and maybe I like the popping blue better than this result, even though it looks a bit more real. So I'm just going to turn this node off, but you do know a new trick. Go over to the next render, and this one is actually pretty much the same as this one. So I'm going to hold my mouse over this one, middle click, and then we got this render right over here. And of course, we also have the strawberry, which is transparent. I'm going to select it and make sure that it's the same color grade as this one. So now we've color graded all our images. Oh, there's our blue line and the red line. So if you can see, it will play out. That is the animation. So now we're going to make smooth transitions between all of these and make sure that it's just a bit more pleasant to look at. So in order to get this to work, we actually run into a problem right now. Because if you try to add in a video transition, let's say across the solve, and you try to drag it on here, nothing actually happens. Now the reason for it is that we are using PNGs, and you can't apply video transitions to PNGs. So make sure that your color grade is exactly the way that you want it to be, and then we're going to render it out as an MP4 and work from there. So press I, one frame backwards right over here, press O, and now we've got this entire timeline selected, which means that we can render it out as an MP4. Don't include the transparent strawberry, because if you render that out as an MP4, it will lose the transparency, it will just be a black background. So don't do that, leave this one out here. I'm going to render it, so go over to the rocket icon right over here. I'm going to click on browse and I will select a folder for this, give it a name. Then I will go over here to the format and change it to MP4. And now we can press on add to render queue, render all, and it will render this out. So I've rendered the MP4 out, so I'm heading back into the edit tab right over here, and I will go to the video folder where I placed this, and I've dragged it in here right now. As you can see, it is the exact same size as everything that we've got right over here. And now before we actually remove this on the bottom, let's first make some cuts. So click on B for the blade tool, so we can cut this up. Now you want to make sure that this is enabled. The hotkey for this is N, and it will make sure that it snaps to a certain part in the clip. And in this case, it's going to be where the line is right here. So we're just going to simply cut it exactly where all the clips end and begin. And now we have all our clips separated. So I'm going to select all of this, bring it to the side, bring back this little black one because that is the transparent. Then I will bring all of this, hold shift and bring it down. And now everything is on the first line of video. So now we can start adding transitions and make sure that this entire edit is a bit more smooth. Right over here, I actually think the transition looks pretty good, but there's a little extra that we can add. Go over to video transitions, click on this button and type glow. So now we have the fusion transition called glow. So let's place this right on here and it will make it brighter as it gets closer. So we are going to decrease the length of this because I don't want it to be this bright already over here, around here. It's going to be a really bright flash. Bam, like that. So right now, let's go over to this transition. It's quite harsh. So the way I'm going to do it is I'm going to drag this upwards and I will bring this to the side and I will actually take this handle which allows us to fade it in. So it's basically like opacity already built into the clip. So I'm going to bring it right over there. Let's see. And that's just a little bit smoother as well. Whoop. Like this. I think we can do the exact same trick for this one. So drag this underneath, then take this side and drag it to the left. Just a little bit smoother. So right now we're over here and the strawberry is coming in, but it's kind of janky going over into the next shot. As you can see, bam, it just changes. And we want to get a smooth transition out of this. So the way I'm going to do it is I am going to type in brightness flash right over here. I'm going to drag it on this clip and let's see what it does for us. And now the transition is a bit more smooth. We go over here to the strawberry and this part is a bit too slow. So I am going to drag this one over and maybe have it start all the way over here. Drag this out for some opacity. It's going over right into the cut. Pop. Now this is the drop that we're going to be transitioning in and it's going to transition to this shot right over here where the smoothie comes sliding in, we get some fruits in the background, and this is going to be the final shot. But we are going to do that in the next tutorial. So right now we have edited this together, I've shown you how to use some simple transitions, and we also color graded all the shots. And in the next video I'm going to show you how to add text effects to this entire product animation. I'm going to show you how to enter this droplet, and I'm also going to show you how to use AI voices if you would like to use that, and we're going to add some sound effects as well. So I'll see you in the next one. So we've now got the basis for our product animation, but we're not done yet. In the next video, you're going to learn some more advanced techniques like text animation, tracking, and finishing everything up to complete the free course. In the previous part, we edited our product animation together using transitions, color grading, and some other techniques. However, in this video, we are going to learn the secret sauce to spice up our production quality and make the product animation a whole lot better by adding text effects, tracking, and a more advanced transition. If you want to follow along using the course assets, check out my Gumroad, link is in the description. But for now, let's get started. So the first thing I did is adding in this song. This came from a YouTube channel that actually makes no copyright music, and I tested this out by trying to upload it on YouTube and checking whether it's copyright free. And it is. The channel is called No Copyright Electro Swing. It has 1.47k subscribers, and this song in particular is called Electro Swing, Mr. Lex Immersing. Alright, so now you should be able to hear the music through the microphone. Alright, so what I want is that right over here in this transition, we want this beat to start. So I'm going to make this smaller, bring it right over here, zoom in, holding Alt and scrolling, and then we can bring this towards this side. That's what we want it to look like. So now I'm going to drag this out to the beginning, and we have something that looks like this. But I do think the music is a bit too slow, so I'm actually going to speed it up by 115%. So I'm going to click on this clip, right mouse click, change the clip speed, and right over here I will type 115 and it will make it faster. But it has also shifted the place where our beat drop is happening. So I'm going to shift it over to the side. All right, and now it has a bit more bump to it. So before we cut into the beat some more and actually finish this song, we are going to do the transition in the droplet. So right over here, the first thing I'm going to do is click on unlink, which is right over here. And I will select all of this because it doesn't actually have any sound and it's just in the way. So I'm going to delete that. Then I will select both of these clips, hold Alt and move them to the side. I will bring it upwards and upwards until it aligns, and we can see the gray line happening right here with the previous clip, like this. So basically what we want to do now is make sure that this clip is already starting right over here. Maybe one frame faster, like right over here. That's nice. And now I'm going to bring this upwards, duplicate this one again, just leave it there. Then I will select those two and make a fusion clip out of it by using my right mouse button and adding it as a new fusion clip. And now it's a fusion clip. So let's go over to Fusion, which is the button right over here, and it will automatically bring us to this tab. Here we have some nodes. We're quite familiar with that in Blender. And this one is the top one. If I press on one, you can see, and this is the bottom one. Now, since this is the top one, we cannot see the bottom one, and that is a problem. But we are going to fix that simply by adding an ellipse tool, which is right over here. Click on it, and it will automatically add it to the selected clip. So I've got it selected right now, and we have to move backwards all the way over here. And I kind of made a mistake because this one is the top one and this one is the bottom one. So we have to switch the green and the yellow line. So I'm going to plug this one right over there and this one into the green line. So I'm going to this frame right over here. And I will take this ellipse tool and I will add a center, width and height keyframe right over there. And I will bring it at the location so that it just fills up the red drop like this. Then I will go a few frames forward all the way over here until it covers the screen. And I will make sure that this covers the screen as well. Then we'll go a few frames backward, make this really small. Have a look at where our drop is coming from, it's right over there. Make it even smaller, like this. Bring it backwards and make it really small until it fits right in there. And from here on out, I'm just going to scale it practically to 0. I'm going to take this both to 0. So now we should have a transition, but this doesn't look very appealing yet. And the reason for it is that we actually lost our droplet. The first thing I'm going to do is get rid of these harsh edges. I think it's too hard. So I'm going into the ellipse and I will increase the soft edge by moving this slider just a little bit towards that side. Now, going into the merge node, I will go back all the way to this frame, set the blend to 0, add a keyframe, and go over here until we have got the screen entirely covered. We should know the keyframe for this if we enter the ellipse. So it's this one. Go into the merge and blend all the way to 1. So let's see what it looks like. Ah, there you go. Yeah. And now we still get the idea of the droplet, but it's slowly fading in. Maybe we can do the fade in a bit later. So I'm going to set the blend to 0 on this frame. There you go. Now it's cutting off right over here. And I have no explanation for why it does that, because we added this entire clip and I'm not sure why it's cutting it off. But that is the exact reason why we added this one earlier. I'm going to move my arrowhead to the right until it becomes black, which is right over there. So I will move this to the top and bring this backwards to the playhead. And now, if you play this, everything should look fine. So let's bring this all the way over there. Make sure it aligns with this one. So now we can finish the music off and it should end like right over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going all the way to the end of the music and I will listen to what it sounds like. It sounds like an ending. So I'm going to make a cut right over there. And then I will bring this part somewhere over here. And it's right over here. It's the exact same place. Almost there, almost there. Maybe one frame delayed. 2 frames to this side. That's cool. So now we've got that done. We've added the music and we made the transition into the droplet. So now I'm going to show you how to make an AI voice to spice up this entire product animation. Maybe you're going to use it, maybe you're not going to use it. I don't know. But right over here, we can go over to an AI tool called 11labs.io. Do beware, you cannot use this in commercial projects unless you have a license, but you can play around with it for free, which is what we're going to do right now. Thinking about our text. Who is our ideal customer? So in this case, we are selling a blender and I'm going to be very specific about who this blender is for. So we are talking about Suzanne, not the monkey, but a woman who was born in the year 1984. Now Suzanne has a husband and she has kids, but she's quite unsatisfied with the extra kilos she put on after giving birth. And she's also quite unsatisfied by the fact that her husband is quite lazy and is gaining some weight as well. So she wants to live a healthier life and maybe a blender can help with that. We are trying to sell a lifestyle, not a blender. Sell the sizzle, not the steak. So we are not going to try and sell the blender in a way that says like, yeah, it has 3000 rotations in a minute and it is very clean looking with the chrome texture. Sell the result. The only thing that matters is what can you get out of the blender? What's in it for me? So a good way to go about this is to ask yourself some questions. And it's a very simple question. It's actually, so what? So let's say a salesman comes up to you and he tries to sell you this blender. Sir, would you please buy this blender off of me? And you're like, why? And he goes, well, this is the best blender in the market. It's such a good blender. It has 3000 rotations. And you're like, so what? Well, it will actually make you more healthy. So what? Well, being healthy and losing some weight will actually make you more attractive. So what? So that you can get a beautiful looking girlfriend, you'll get married and have 3 beautiful kids. Okay, now we're talking, maybe I'm interested in the blender. And then he's like, well, there's only 24 hours and luckily you've got this ad. So in the next 24 hours, we have a discount for 30%, bam, welcome to marketing. So this is the way that we do it. We actually ask the questions about the product. So what? So what? So what? What is the ultimate end goal a person is trying to achieve? A person doesn't care about 3000 rotationary moments of a blender in any type of situation. Really don't care. What is it going to bring for them? Will their family and friends and kids respect them? Will they get more status by acquiring this blender? Will they get a beautiful looking girlfriend? Hell yeah. That's what this blender is doing. Now in our case, we are dealing with Suzanne, who's a woman who was born in the 1980s, has an overweight husband and is busy with the kids, so she doesn't have a lot of time. So what are we going to use as our focal point for marketing? We're going to convince her that it's going to be easy, that it doesn't cost a lot of time. We're going to convince her that she might become more attractive, and we're going to convince her that she's a good person for trying to inspire her family to live healthy. So that is our marketing angle right here. And I just wanted to give you that piece of information because it's quite important. I personally work together with a business for over 8 months who is now doing 5 figures using my advertisements. There are several different types of clients. So some of them know the data and they know which client they are trying to focus on. However, you also have clients that don't know their specific customer avatar simply because they don't have enough data or they are targeting a general audience anyway. So That's just something to take into account. Don't just do this willy-nilly. I'm just using this as an example. So Suzanne is our target audience. So what I've written right here is this is not a blender. This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle. Make your family healthy using your favorite fruits in smoothies. I don't like using the word favorite 2 times. It comes in all colors because it's stylish in any kitchen. Fruits are good for your skin, sleep, and facial beauty. Taking the attractiveness approach here. Get your blender by Philips. Just called it like that because I don't want to use the actual Philips name, at your local kitchen supply store, or click on the link for a discount. Now, this is also client dependent, whether they have a discount or not. So this is our text, and at one point it says, get your blender by Philips at your local kitchen supply store, or click on the link for a discount. We actually want to be more specific than just saying a discount, because a discount doesn't really say that much about what the discount is. So we're going to say for a 30% discount. And while we're on the topic of discounts, since you followed this entire course all the way until the end, you get a 30% discount on Lighting Ultimate Pro, which consists of Geolights Pro and the Ultimate Gobo Pack. Trust me, you will become more attractive and you will have a legion of girls waiting in line to touch your hand. Just kidding. But use this discount code. It's special only in this video for people who watched all the way until the end of this course. So click the link in the description to my Gumroad to get Lighting Ultimate Pro. On to the video. So I'm going to copy all of this. Control C, and then I will go over to a website called 11 Labs. Now you might have to make an account. Now for the first couple of tries you don't have to use an account. Later on you would have to make an account, sign in, and you get a couple of free credits. And otherwise, if you want to use it commercially, you probably need a paid account. So right over here, I'm going to paste it right in there, and I'm going to select the voice. And one thing that I wanted to let you guys know, Freya, she has got one of those voices. Let's download it and let's listen to what Freya has to say.
This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle.
I think this voice is hilarious.
This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle.
I can just see her saying
Make your family healthy using your favorite fruits in smoothies.
All right, so that's Freya. What you usually get with this AI is that some sentences sound pretty cool and others sound pretty bad. So we have to do this a couple of times and just click on the reload version right over here. Say it differently. And maybe we can add some exclamation marks in order to have her change the intonation.
This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle.
Pretty cool. Let's try another voice as well. So let's have a look at some other girl voice. Nicole. Okay, Nicole, let's see what you've got.
This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle.
I like Nicole. Nicole's pretty cool as well. Let's have a look at this.
This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle.
Now let's cut this up, bring it all closer together. All right, so that is a possibility. You can use AI voices in order to spice up your product animation, and it's also just fun to play around with, so give it a try. Anyway, I'm going to move this to the side. It's called 11 Labs, and let's play this off one more time.
This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle.
All right. Cool, cool, cool. We've had some fun with this. Now I'm just going to turn it off. And we can actually add some more sound effects in order to make this even better. So right over here, we've got a zoom in motion, which makes for a nice whoosh. You can get some free sounds on YouTube. So right over here, I've got my whoosh sounds. Just going to add it right in there. And let's just use this one. Let's take this one. Right over there. And right here we can add like a typewriter sound effect. So you get the tick, 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 or clicking. Maybe there's some clicking. Okay, and we have to time this. Now we can add like a camera sound effect, like a shutter. I think it's called shutter. Rapid camera shutter sound effect. This should probably do the trick. Yeah. Now we need like a cutting sound effect, like a knife sound effect. Fruit Ninja slicing sound effect, probably should do. Going to take this one, bring it right over here. Cool. Now we can have some water sound effects maybe. Let's see what this looks like without the AI voice. We are missing this sound effect, I feel. We are missing that sound effect. You can find that. I think it is called pop sound effect. Yeah. Now all we have to do is add some text and then we're finally done with this animation. You can add some more sound effects if you'd like. I just wanted to show you some possibilities. We used the pop, we used some whooshes, we used some slicing sound effects from Fruit Ninja. And now all we have to do is add some text effects. So let's get started straight away. So I've got this right over here. I'm going to type in text. And you won't see anything if you're on video transitions. So click on Toolbox and then you will see the text plus icon right over here. You can drag it on here. And now we can type some text. As you can see, this is our font right now, which is the Sans or Open Sans. And I like to use a couple of different fonts. I like Impact, which looks like this. Looks pretty cool. I usually use this on my channel. I also like to use Trade Gothic, which looks like this. It's a bit more, I don't know, professional looking, I guess. And we can type something here. This is not a blender. Has some shock value because it is a blender. This is not a blender. I'm going to bring that upwards using the settings position slider. Then we go into title, we can go to shading, and we can change some things right over here. So if you want this to be, let's say, see-through, you can select this, and now you have a text that looks like this. And that looks pretty cool to me. But what we can do is go over to the Fusion tab, and right here you will have a template. And after this template, we can add, for example, a soft glow. And this will make sure that the text glows a bit. We'll play around with the threshold and the gain, and make sure that it's popping out just a little bit more. Play around with the blend as well. Something like this should probably look a bit cooler. And we can animate this as well. And I prefer to animate in the Fusion tab. I think it just looks a little bit better. So let's go over to Fusion. Let's add a transform node right over here. It's called transform. And now what we can do is click on the center and size on the first frame. And go over to the last frame. And maybe what we want to do is increase this size by a bit. Like so. And then right over here, we have the spline editor. You can select it right over here. Click on this little button to show what type of graph we have. And this is basically like the graph editor in Blender. And right now you can select this, ease, and I will select out cubic. I think that looks good.
This is not.
Okay, it should probably be reversed. So we can click on all of these, right mouse click, and here you have a button called reverse. And I think it's a bit too big maybe. Let's go over to the Fusion tab. Let's go to the very first frame, decrease the size. This is not just a blender. We should probably change this once again to out cubic.
This is not just a blender. It's a lifestyle.
You can also make it fade out using the opacity slider. It's a lifestyle. Let's go ahead and type it's a lifestyle. And make it Trade Gothic once again. For this one, maybe we can just add a black shadow like this. And then go down and change the softness. Make it more soft, so it's less harsh, but still very readable. It's a lifestyle. We can also go to option number 2 right over here, which is the red outline. You can click on enabled and you see a red outline. But here we have to change the color. I don't know why it's not on black by default. It's quite annoying actually. I always have to change this from red to black. Whoever uses red as an outline for the text? Nobody. So let's see what this will look like. We can increase this, use the thickness slider right over here. And you can increase the thickness, but I think it looks a bit shabby. So I'm going to bring it downwards until it's barely noticeable. It just adds a little bit to the text for its readability. Maybe we can have this one come inwards.
Blender. It's a lifestyle. Make your family healthy.
That is the way to make a text effect like that. But I actually think that it's a lifestyle. Maybe it's not the best animation that we can come up with. We can maybe make a better one for this. So let's go over into Fusion. And we've got this template right here. So I can just copy it, Control V and Control V. So now we've got 2 of them. And I am actually going to place them right over this one and this one. So now we have 2 of the same types of text. So I'm first going to disconnect this one. Then we'll select this one. I will add a transform node and I will add a keyframe on frame, let's say 8. And then I will place a keyframe on the center. Then go over here to template number 2. Let's add it, transform. Let's also add a keyframe on the center. And then on frame, let's say 34, which is 16 frames, I'm going to move this one upwards, like so. And I'm going to move this one downwards, like so. And it will automatically place a keyframe. Pretty cool. So now all we need to do is change this text, because I don't like the black shadow. So let's go over to the element 3, select the color, and set it to white. I think it's a bit too much. So I'm going to select this outline instead of this one. Looks a little bit better. Now all we have to do is change this one. And maybe we can just simply make it the same. So shading, go to number 1, select this one. And maybe make the color black for this one. then go over to the shadow, select this shadow type. Now let's go over to the transform node, and I want this to look like an out cubic. I think that looks good. So out cubic, this one as well. I'm going to select it, out cubic. So let's see what it looks like.
It's a lifestyle. Make your family healthy.
Pretty cool.
Your favorite. It's a lifestyle. Make your family healthy.
One thing that's annoying me is that it's coming from the top and not from the bottom. I'm going back into Fusion, and this one should be on top. So I'm going to hold Shift and make sure it comes loose from the entire stack. Move the media out, then I will bring this on top. But now we don't see anything anymore, and that's because nothing is being fed into this merge node. So I'm going to press Shift Space, and I will add a background, BG, bring it right in here, and now it's a black background, but we want it to be a transparent background, so simply go over here and move the alpha slider all the way to the left, like so.
It's a lifestyle. Make your family.
All right, so for this one we are going to do something special. So I just taught you how to make a text effect. We use some transform so you can make a cool looking animation out of it. We also add a simple text right over here, and you've already learned quite a bit about text already, but here we are going to take it up a notch. So I'm going to select this one, go over into Fusion, and we actually want to track this in order to add some text to it. So first I'm going to make a text. Let's say stylish in all kitchens, not chickens, kitchens. Let's add it on top, go over into the text node and remain consistency in the font. You don't want to use like different types of fonts and stuff like that. So I don't think this looks very good. Basically, I'm just going to break this up. So I'm going to Shift Enter right over there. I'm going to remove this space. Then it will look like this, which is also not entirely what we want, but we're getting there. So now I'm going to teach you guys a new trick. Right click in this box, character level styling. This basically means that we can adjust, because if you look at this, you can select certain types of words, but if you change the size right now, it will simply change everything. But if you use character level styling, you will get a modifier right over here. It's just like Blender. You get a modifier, go over to this tab, and now if I select this and change the size, it will only change the size of this text. Now this is something that I like to do a lot. So I'm going to bring this upwards and make sure that it aligns with kitchens. So then we have the same size for all pieces of text. Then I'm going to do the same for this one. Now we can go back to Tools, Shading. Let's add a black shadow for this. And maybe we can even add a color. So go to Modifiers, select Stylish, and maybe make it the color yellow. Something like this. Stylish in all kitchens. So now you've learned a new trick. You can separately change the elements of a text. But this is not tracked to our Blender yet, which is actually what we came here to do. But it's 2:30 a.m. in the night and I'm not that tired, but I have a schedule to follow tomorrow, so I will have to go to bed. Just in case you're wondering why I'm wearing a different shirt all of a sudden. All right, I'm back. Good morning. So I'm going to try and track this to the Blender. And the way I'm going to do it is by clicking on this link, Shift Space, and adding a planar transform. So I'm going to add that right here. And basically you have two options. You can either use the single point tracker, but it will bring us in some trouble. So I'm going to use the planar tracker, but we have to change some settings in order to make it look right. So right now it's connected to this clip, which means we can track something on this clip. We have to make a mask for this, and I'm simply going to mask this button. So I will go to frame 0, which is right over here. Take this, make a nice little rectangle. And then we have to click on the set reference time, because in the Fusion clip we are at frame 194, but it automatically references frame 0, which doesn't exist. So set, and we want to change this not to perspective, because perspective is trying to take into account the perspective shift, which means that it's going to be a 3D camera track kind of solution, but it's not going to work out because the planar tracker really doesn't do that well. So I'm going to change this to translation, rotation, and scale. And we should be acquainted with that due to Blender. And right now I'm just going to press track to end, which is this button right over here. We get some little green dots, and this is going to be the planar transform. So let's create it, create planar transform. And this basically means that it transforms the entire, it has all these keyframes. So we can place it right here underneath our text. And let's see what happens. There you go. Pretty cool. Pretty solid as well. I think it can be a little bit smaller, the text that is. So let's go over here, make the text a bit smaller, because in the end I want it to be visible, right? So I'm going to place the transform node right after the text, which is going to be over here. I'm going to scale down the size just a little bit. And let's see what it looks like.
Comes in all colors and looks stylish in any kitchen.
Yeah, cool. All right, so next up, I think this strawberry is moving way too slow over here. It's a long shot, it's 180 frames, and I'm actually going to speed it up a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to play this, And then let's say right over here, I'm going to add a speed point. So press Ctrl R, then go to this little drop down menu and select add speed point. Now go further, like somewhere where we want it to slow down again. So somewhere around here, I believe. So I'm going to add a speed point again. Now this part in the middle should be sped up. So we can either change the percentage using the drop down menu right here. But what I like to do is grab the top part of this and move it to the left side until we get something that we like. So let's see, maybe something like this.
Good for your skin, sleep, and facial.
It could be a little bit faster maybe. And there's one more thing we can do. It's going very fast right now, but we can also transition into this using the retime curve controls. So if you press Ctrl R, right mouse click and go to the retime curve, we get an entirely different type of curve right over here. And as you can see, it is kind of beginning straight away. So this is a constant curve, but we can also make it a Bezier. So if you select this white dot, it turns red and you can click on this button and then it will transition into it more smoothly. You can play around with these handles in order to get a more smooth animation for this. Now I'm going to turn this back off, retime curve, turn it off, Ctrl R to remove that. And now everything on this side has shifted naturally. So I'm going to take this and make sure that we get all the sound effects, which we already did, somewhere over here, and bring it over to this side so that it all matches again. So there's this one frame right over here and it shines a little bit. It's like, I think it's called a firefly, which is a render artifact that might happen. And I am going to try and fix this by going over into the Fusion tab right on this frame, so we know that it's over here. I'm going to paint it out. So I'm going to add a paint node, so shift space, paint, and I recommend not changing the stroke duration. So if we just leave it to 1, it will only work for 1 frame. This is the only frame that's really bothering me. So I'm going to take this, hold Control and make this smaller, then go over here and select this little button, which is the clone button. You get a little X in the sphere. Hold Alt, click right over here, and now this is what's going to be copied. So if I just draw on this a little bit, I think it's a bit too harsh. So I'm going to undo that, go to the brush controls, increase the softness of this all the way to 1.6. Make the clone right over here, and let's draw into it just a little bit, like so. And it should be removed. And now for the final text effect, I only want to add some text on this strawberry animation. Good for your skin, sleep and facial beauty. So what I'm going to make of it is it is good for your health, energy and beauty. So I'm going to add a text right over here. So just take the text plus that we talked about before. I'm going to bring it right over there and I'm heading over into the Fusion tab. I'm going to change this text. I'm going to say health. And I will change this to Trade Gothic because we want to have a consistent font throughout the entire video. And now we have health. I'm going to add shading. So let's add a black shadow. Shouldn't be as strong as this. So go to the softness and increase it just a little bit so it becomes a bit more subtle. So now it says health right over here, but we need to add some animations to this. And the way I'm going to do it is simply by adding a transform node. And I will use this transform node, go to frame 12 and add center keyframe right over here. Then go to frame 0 and bring it all the way up until it's out of the screen. So over here should be fine. Now this animation looks pretty dull, so we're going to change that. I'm actually going to select all of this in the spline editor once again, right mouse click, ease and take Outback Cubic. And this will give us a little overshoot, which means that it's going down and then a little bit backwards. But this is way too strong. So I'm going to press T and this will give us the ease in and ease out function. And if you look at this animation right now, it's pretty janky. So we have to change the ease out. Just move this to the side so it's a bit more subtle, like this. There you go. Now we also need to enable motion blur. So go to settings, motion blur, and set the quality to 10. This will slow down the process, but it looks a whole lot better. Now I'm going to take this template. I'm going to paste it right over here. I'm going to paste another one right over there. Connect them together. Select this, health, energy, and this one should be beauty. All right, so I'm going to take this transform node, go to the keyframe where it's ended. So I'm going to take this, copy it, bring it right over here. And now this one has its own transform node and we can place it downwards just a little bit. So we have health, energy, and I think this should all be the same size. So I'm going right over here to energy, decrease the size until it kind of lines up with the other letters that we've got. And I'm also going to change the color of this one to yellow. Now we've got a transform and they are both moving at the same time, but we're going to change that later on. I'm going to add another transform node right over here. So copy it, paste it, template, connect it to the transform, and connect this one to the node setup. And right over here, we can change it once again. So go to the right keyframe, which is going to be number 11 or 12 right over there, and bring this down again. So now we have health, energy, and beauty. Go into the template, change the size of this so it lines up. Make sure that the spacing between these are approximately the same as the spacing between these. And I think that is the case. So this is what it looks like right now, and all the animations take place at the same time. This is not what the animation should look like. I'm going to add a mask because I want this energy to come from beneath the health, and I want the beauty to come from beneath the energy. And the way I'm going to do it is quite simple. I'm going to select this merge node, take this rectangle right over here, add it to the merge node. And now if I bring this down, you will be able to see that energy disappears. So I'm going to bring this up, energy should disappear, and I will actually invert the mask. So now it is visible outside of the mask instead of inside of the mask, which means that if it's moving from above, it's going to disappear. There you go. And it comes from beneath health. And that is exactly what we want to have happen. Now I'm going to change the speed of this as well, because we have to go into this transform, which is transform 1, 1. So I'm going to turn off all the other ones, like this, select it, press on this little button right here so it zooms in and fits. Take all of this and now bring it to the side, only a couple of frames more. Something like this. So, shoop. And that's a bit too slow for my liking, so I'm going to bring it backwards just a little bit. And now we need beauty. So beauty is going to be this one. And we also have to add another rectangle mask. So I'm going to bring it right over there, plug it in here, bring it down, right underneath energy. Now we also need some feathering for this. So go over here into this rectangle mask and increase the soft edge just a little bit. Let's move to a frame where we can actually see what's happening. Soft edge, something like this should work fine. The problem is health is not done doing its animation while the energy is already starting. So I'm going over here, take this, make sure it starts just a little bit later, like right over there. Yeah, like this. Rectangle, increase the softness just a little bit. Go to the transform, turn this one off, turn this one on. Click on this zoom button. And now we're going to move this to the side as well to frame 10, let's say. This is from 0, and this is starting from 6. So this one should start from 12. And then in that way we have some consistency. Pop, pop, pop. Very good. So let's see what it looks like.
Fruits are good for your skin, sleep, and fit.
Pretty cool if you ask me. So I'm going to increase this using the zoom button right here, position it a bit more to the left, right over there.
Fruits are good for your skin, sleep, and facial beauty.
Awesome. Now all we need to do is make this a bit smaller and use the opacity once again to remove it.
And facial beauty. Get your blender.
Yeah, I like this. Cool. Alright, so that's it. You now know how to edit this entire product animation together. We have added so many effects. We've added different types of text effects. We added a transition into the droplet. We played around with AI voices. We added some music and sound effects. Now you should have a very beautiful product animation for yourself. Now, as I said, there will be prizes which you can win by sending me this product animation. I'm going to upload a video after this one explaining the conditions and deadlines to win the prizes. Anyway, thanks for following this free course. I hope it was very useful for you. And if it was, click on subscribe, share it with your friends, share it with your family. Thank you, I'll see you another time. That's it for the final product animation. I hope your results look even more stunning than mine. You've learned how to add text effects, how to track the text, and also how to make a more advanced transition. And if you want to become an undeniable force in the 3D space, then I highly recommend watching this video next. This is the final course video. We aren't actually going to do anything, but I just want to congratulate you on the fact that you've sat through this entire free course and finished it completely. You learned how to model, texture and animate a Blender. We learned how to make different environments and geometry node setups, so you can make some very complex and cool looking stuff in Blender. You also learned how to edit everything together in Davinci Resolve. So I'm quite sure that this course upgraded your skills in at least one area of expertise, such as modeling, texturing, animation, geometry nodes, environments, or editing. So let me know what helped you the most, what can improve, and what you would like to see next. That's all. Click on subscribe, and I'll see you in another adventure.